What is going on, everybody? Welcome to the Day 3 draft stream, baby. We made it the last day. What a wild draft it has been. Just some amazing picks, some not so amazing picks, in my opinion. I wanted to start off by talking about some of the best players still remaining. I have, about 20 players left from my top 100 big board, which isn't bad. You know, I think that's pretty normal. Once you get into day 2, day 3, you get some players picked outside of the top 100, and I certainly pointed out who those players were last night. But at the top of the list, DeJuan Jones, offensive tackle out of Ohio State, a player that I honestly would have been fine with in the late first round for a lot of teams. I have been really pounding the table for him as a my guy in this draft. Now, there very well may be some bad interviews there. There could be some bad medicals with such a large-framed human. That could be leading to the fall here, but I think if he's healthy, for teams that run either a gap scheme or a head-up scheme, I'm looking at teams like Kansas City, New England, Buffalo. If you could get DeJuan Jones here in the 4th round, you are celebrating, to say the least. Another one is Adetomiwa Adebawore. That one is even more shocking to me. DeJuan Jones I can see, but Adebawore, I tweeted this out this morning, but someone explained to me how Travon Walker can go with the very first pick in the draft, and Adebawore falls to the 4th round. I'm not saying Adebawore is as good of a prospect as Travon Walker was, but kind of similar, right? You have two of these historic combine performances, two guys that played kind of a hybrid end position, didn't get a lot of sacks, didn't get a lot of production, did the dirty work, but you project them to a different fit in the NFL. Granted, I think Adebawore is more of an interior player at his best, Walker more of an edge player at his best, so a little bit of that as well. But for there to be such a wide difference by the NFL, it's one of those things that I just cannot explain other than maybe something off the field. But he's I think, not going to last long, and I think if he goes with like the first pick today, I think this maybe is a bad take, but I feel like these teams maybe don't handle the draft as well as we think sometimes, and they get to the first day of the draft and they're like, holy crap, like how is this guy still here? Did we forget about him? Like, I'm not saying that's what happens, but it's just so weird that, Joey Porter goes with the first pick last night. It feels like every time we have this first pick of the next round, it's like kind of a consensus top of the board kind of guy. Feels like that happens very consistently. I find that fascinating. A couple other guys. Dwayne McBride was a top 5 running back for me. I think there have been worse running backs drafted than him. Not some crazy tester, but a player with breakaway potential, a really talented running back, a really skilled running back, really. You got A.T. Perry out of Wake Forest. Lanky, interesting, kind of 6'3" wide receiver with some speed and good route running. Nick Herbig out of Wisconsin is a kind of flex edge type of dude. Think of all of those classic Wisconsin linebackers. Your I know Kyle Van Noy wasn't a Wisconsin guy, but you have this tree of guys with like they've always ended up in Miami. God, I can't even. Andrew Van Ginkel, kind of like that type where he's going to play off the edge, drop into coverage a little bit. He's going to be an acquired taste. He's not for every scheme. That's why he has fallen. But I think in the right fit, he's going to be a good player. Antonio Johnson, the safety out of Texas A&M that was once upon a time getting put in first-round mock drafts. Another guy that I'm not surprised to see fall. I talked about him in my top 10 safeties video because he's such a stiff safety that was asked to play slot corner at Texas A&M. I think with a little bit of imagination, though, as more of a north and south free safety type, that's going to be something he could do at the next level. So I think he's going to be a value here in the fourth round for somebody. Israel Abanikanda, I think, again, worse running backs than him have been taken. Keely Ringo, I think it's telling that I am reading these off in order of my top 100 big board, and we had a bunch of other names before we got to Keely Ringo. I kind of shocked a lot of people when he was my 10th corner and just not someone that I felt like was a very good cornerback prospect. But, I mean, you're talking about a 200-pound, 6'2" corner with 4.36 speed. Hi, Teddy. I think he could be a phenomenal safety at the next level, and falling into the fourth round, I think it makes it more realistic that he could be open to doing that to get on the field. So I think Keely Ringo is getting really interesting. Clark Phillips, the cornerback out of Utah, he's more of that high floor, potentially lower ceiling slot corner, but I did think he was one of the best slot corners in this draft. So if you need a slot corner, Clark Phillips is your guy. Parker Washington, likewise, onto the offense, a slot receiver who declared as a true junior out of Penn State, kind of a poor man's Jackson Smith and Jigba in this draft. And then one more guy I want to shout out is Chris Smith out of Georgia, one of my favorite safeties in this draft. Not the biggest guy, not the fastest guy, but a really smart football player that I think is going to be a potentially, depending on where he goes, a day one starter. Looking at teams like the Chargers, Green Bay, a couple teams that really need a safety. Although the Chargers, can't remember if the Chargers drafted a safety or not. It's hard to keep track of all this. I don't think they did, but I guess one other guy is Zach Kuntz, the tight end out of Old Dominion, who is quite literally the freakiest testing athlete at the tight end position we've ever seen. And I would be surprised if he lasts too much longer here, even though he's from a small level of competition. So the Saints have jumped up, and I bet this could very well be for Ade Adebawore. He fits what they look for at that position. We just talked about kind of my theory that sometimes the NFL just, like, I don't know if they forget about guys or they get so in their lane about what their plan was for day two that they pass up on guys that had no business falling this far. We'll see if this is Adebawore here. Here we go, Teddy. Day 3, Teddy. This is the last one. He's a little bit less excited to be over there because we just had some food. He thinks he's going to get some of it. You want a cracker? Teddy want a cracker? I'll split this up into a couple pieces for you, buddy. We do have some super chats. Thank you guys for showing up already with the super chats. So from Ryan, Chris Sims has DJ Turner as CB2. I don't always like giving my thoughts on Chris Sims' rankings. Every year, every single position group for him, it's like way out there. I don't really understand his process. And I just, to each his own, I suppose. But at this point, I have a hard time believing he's. And what I really struggle about it is I've listened to him talk. I've heard him out on a lot of this stuff, and he knows what he's talking about. But I don't know. A lot of these rankings don't age well. He's got his own process, and I can't explain how you could put DJ Turner over the corners at the top of this class, especially where, to me, it was like those top 4 guys were just really different. And even like even like Emmanuel Forbes, I can kind of see how the Commanders reached at the conclusion that he was the best guy for their system, as I've talked about with Forbes being such a unique scheme fit for them. But yeah, I don't know. I don't. I respect Chris Sims. I just disagree. Today is the best day for us European fans because you can follow it live. Let's go. How much you think it will take for Levis to replace Tannehill? I think it's a 1-year plan. I really do. I don't see any reason to rush him in. I think Tannehill is a good quarterback. They're going to compete next year, and they can really take a year to get that offensive line set and make sure the playmakers are in place, make sure Treylon Burks is that dude, confirm that Chigo Okonkwo is a stud. They're tossing out ribs in Kansas City. That's awesome. This would have been the year to be there for the draft. I really want to get down to Kansas City, get some barbecue, go to a Chiefs game. But yeah, I love the Levis pick, man. It's one of my favorites of the draft. I'm excited for him. Brayton, appreciate you, dude. Colts have 8 draft picks today. Yep, that's exciting. That's like me. Green Bay's got 9 of them. But I expect some athletes to come off the board for Indianapolis. That's what they like to do, right? They're going to pull up those RAS scores. Let's get some freaks in the building. That's like so consistently what they draft. And they've done it so far, too, with their draft. They want to be the get-off-the-bus team. From Alex, what's a likelier outcome? Bailey Zapp replacing Mac Jones during the season or Trask replacing Baker? I'm going to go Trask replacing Baker. The Mac Jones thing has just always been weird to me. I don't know, man. It seems like they want him to fail almost. They gave him such a garbage offensive coordinator last year. I don't think Mac Jones is that bad of a quarterback. We all knew what he was going to be when they drafted him. He came out into his rookie year, was really good, was exactly that kind of high floor, low ceiling quarterback. Like, what'd you expect? Him to continue developing and turn into Tom Brady? Like, especially in year 2? Just unrealistic. All right, Saints pick is coming in. Like, what does Bailey Zappi have that Mac Jones doesn't do for you? That's my thing. Okay, Nick Saldiveri. So the Saints trading up for Zach Kuntz' teammate that we were talking about, Nick Saldiveri. Some of these day 3 offensive linemen I'm going to have to pull up my notes on. And I can't take control of the mouse until my beautiful wife updates the graphics for us. So I will read some notes on him. I think this is about the range I had him in, was kind of early day 3. I wasn't a huge fan of his game. I know like Brandon Thorne really likes Nick Saldiveri, and like if Brandon Thorne likes a guy, I trust my eye as well. But Brandon Thorne has a brilliant mind for this. I did have a 4th to a 5th round grade on Nick Saldiveri. He was my last graded. So players in the 6.1 range, 6.1 to 6.19, are like quality day 1 backups with starter upside. So that's where I had Nick Saldiveri, 4th to a 5th round grade. Saldiveri has the mental and physical makeup of an NFL tackle, but has a lack of core strength and high-end athleticism to project as an immediate impact at the next level. He's a smooth mover with the right mentality for the position, but has some technical deficiencies to clean up as he makes the jump to the next level from Old Dominion. He has positional flexibility and a sound projection as a versatile 6th man and quality backup. But he has a little bit of an uphill battle before he's in the mix for starting work, unless it happens at guard. So I liked him a little bit better as a guard than a tackle, basically. I didn't know if he had the high-end athleticism and core strength to play tackle. Becoming a starting tackle in the NFL, it's almost like becoming a starting wide receiver in the NFL. It's like you can be a really good player, but there's only so many opportunities to go around. A lot of these tackles are better off sliding into guard, because usually the better prospects are filling in those tackle positions. But the Saints do have some some depth issues on that offensive line. So if he's their guy, I forgot to give the grade, sorry. I like the pick. If he's their guy, come up, get him. Okay, the Raiders take Jacorian. Oops, we have the grade behind the... There we go. Jacorian Bennett to the Raiders. Really athletic guy. I talk about route squeeze being such an important trait for cornerbacks. It's that elastic band at corner where the second that receiver starts to separate, how quick is your mental reaction time and how quick is your physical reaction time to close that space up immediately, because every receiver is going to create separation at some point in the route. Jacorian Bennett had incredible athletic traits, but I really did not like his reaction time and route squeeze. But you can hopefully coach some of that stuff up into him. He's not going to be asked to start right away. He has starter upside. He's going to be able to cover kicks on special teams, so this is going to be another like-it pick. I don't think it's some crazy reach. And, now that we're into the 4th, 5th round, it's going to be much less talking about, did they get value or anything. I can nitpick all these guys all day long for not taking the players that, to me, had, potential first-round values. I can nitpick that all day, but at this point, we're more talking about how these guys fit. Ironically, my pro comp for Mekhi Becton is Anthony Averett, who's been, an adequate starter and a good backup. A guy that had crazy speed coming out of Alabama. I saw a very similar player, just not really all put together as a corner. In fact, for that route squeeze, he is tied for the worst route squeeze grade in this class. So I have to take all that back. I was reading, well, not all of that back. Everything back to Anthony Averett being the comp. That was actually Mekhi Blackman's comp. I saw a similar player in Jacorian Bennett, but Bennett got a C- route squeeze grade. Blackman got a D route squeeze grade. Both guys really fast. I have a Keon Crossan comp on Jacorian Bennett, which makes sense because Keon Crossan came through that Patriot system. They like speed at that cornerback position. He could maybe be a matchup corner like Crossan was, someone that can follow around the opposing team's fastest wide receiver. Some more super chats. Sheldon. Ade has no character concerns, so it's either an injury thing or the fact that he's a tweener. Yeah, I didn't think there was anything about him character-wise. Luker, NFL Network over ESPN, correct. Analysis better, IMO. I usually put NFL Network on, yeah. Although I don't mind Mel Kiper. Herbie, thank you for the super chat. The Steelers are absolutely crushing it, man. All offseason, through the draft, Shad Khan, I think, has stepped in and done an awesome job with the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're going to rank very high when we do our draft grades here over the next couple of days. And the Eagles take Kelee Ringo. Oh, my God. Dude. Howie Roseman just running freaking laps around the NFL. This is just absurd. So Kelee Ringo goes to the perfect spot where he's either going to be a developmental cornerback behind James Bradbury, where he can run up and down the sideline, he can be a matchup corner, or they could play him at safety, like I talked about. And if they view him as a safety, after they already stole Sidney, well, it wasn't a steal, but they took Sidney Brown earlier, which was a great pick. I mean, they are recreating the Georgia defense. Ringo has a very unique skill set. Now, I will say I did have a third-round grade on Kelee Ringo. I wasn't the biggest fan of his game. I don't think this is like, oh my God, he's going to turn into some all-pro corner or anything like that. But we're talking about a fourth-round pick, a guy that can either be a really good safety if he's willing to make that transition and learn the position, or can be a really good number 2 corner someday. But I just can't speak highly enough about Howie. It's pretty crazy. It's beyond crazy what the Eagles are doing these last few years. Flambeau with the super chat. If the Packers could get any prospect in next year's draft, who are you going with? I mean, yeah, it's got to be Marvin Harrison, right? It's on one hand, that's like one of the only players I'm aware of in next year's draft. I just am not really. I don't get these guys on the radar until like January. I'm kind of full NFL until we get into draft season. Although I'm going to try and do a little bit more draft content during the season moving forward, but. Yeah, dude, Marvin Harrison is like, he's probably going to be the first wide receiver drafted number 1 ever. Has that ever happened, Chad? I don't know. Booker says, thoughts on Howell. Where would he be ranked at if he came out in this QB class as opposed to last year? It would be less favorable for sure. I think I'd probably have Howell above Hooker. I had Blake Freeland to the Colts. Talk about this in just a second. But I had a 6.25 on Howell. I had a 6.2 on Hendon Hooker. I had a 6.2 on the Stanford quarterback, McKee. So yeah, Howell would have been, QB 5 in this draft as someone that I would have said. Likewise with last year, maybe you sneak him into the end of the first, maybe he falls to the top of the second. I don't think it would have made a huge difference as far as like where I would have been considering him, but he was at steal in the 5th round.
People are requesting the on the clock back because they're not watching the actual stream. I think I can.
You can handle it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just give people a warning that it might.
Yeah. If it starts to get too fast, things can just move pretty fast, so sometimes it's hard to keep up with it. So we normally don't do that for day 3, but our tech assistant over here is saying she can handle it. So I do have to pull up a different document. Okay, great. Let's see here. So I will pass that to you if you want to get that for the next one. We'll see if all right, go for it. Okay, Blake Freeland to the Colts. I kind of, at this point, like, it's a like it plus. I don't know if I fully love it. I'm not the biggest Blake Freeland guy. He's a freak athlete, right? And we said it before the picks started coming in. The Colts are going to be taking freaks. And Blake Freeland is one of the more athletic tackles to come out. He's probably, if you just ranked like just off of athletic testing relative to their size, he's got to be probably in the top 20 at least of all-time athletic tackles, if not higher. Ran like a 4 something, like a 4.85 maybe, off the top of my head, but really good jumping and all that stuff. He can move, he can run block, but at the same time, he's 6'8", so it's harder for him to really get that natural leverage at that size. But he has the right mentality in the run game. I'm really concerned about him in pass protection, though. I felt like he was really discoordinated. He is an older prospect already. I think. Again, with the offensive linemen, they all start to kind of mesh together, so that's where I really need to, like, confirm with my notes. So I had him as tackle 12. Okay, maybe he's not an older prospect. He's only 22, so I take that back. But again, he was just very discoordinated. He, to me, really let guys attack his chest, and at that height, he just topples back in a hurry. You have to have kind of ridiculous balance and core strength to play tackle at 6'8", and I didn't see that with Blake Freeland. Now, you can absolutely develop the guy. He doesn't have to start right away. There is a lot of upside here, but definitely a guy that might just not have it. but it's a good spot for him. Thank you, Christian. This is to help cover the tech assistant's salary. Yep, she's going to earn it today. It's a lot of picks, a lot of graphics to update. Do the Cardinals pick 1-2 next year? I don't think so. I don't think the Texans are going to be that bad, but they might pick one. They might pick one. They might have 2 top 10 picks. I really can't believe the Texans gave up their pick as opposed to the Browns pick. Maybe they just didn't want to send a message that they believe in the Browns led by Deshaun Watson more than, like, maybe it really was just like a stubborn thing. Like, that dude, the guy we traded to Cleveland, yeah, we're not going to bet on him. We're going to bet on ourselves. Like, maybe if it was any other team, they'd give him their first round pick, but they didn't want to admit that they're probably going to be worse than the Browns, maybe, like from a PR perspective. Yeah, I will never be ousted as a typo king. Anna was saying, I'm sorry for the typos last night. I'm like, are you kidding me? If I was doing this, every single one of these graphics would have something wrong with it. So she's doing a great job. Keyshawn Johnson went first overall in the 90s. Okay, so it'd be the first time a wide receiver went number 1 in the 21st century, which at this point shouldn't be considered crazy. They're getting paid just as much as edge rushers and any other position in the league. And I said last year, I kind of went on a limb and said Garrett Wilson should have been the number 1 overall pick for the Jags. And I think that was a pretty good take, all things considered. He wins Offensive Rookie of the Year. Trayvon Walker kind of showed to be the project that we thought he was. Not that he couldn't get there, but it's just to take a project like that first overall as opposed to a true number 1 wide receiver for Trevor Lawrence. And this was before they kind of stole Calvin Ridley from Atlanta as well. Teddy does not like me fixing my mic stand, apparently. Johan, no, we have not. No, we have not. Jake Andrews to the Patriots. That's a total Patriots pick right there. Taking a center out of Troy. So ZEC, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. Jake Andrews at this point is fine. Day 3 grade. Limited athlete. That's the thing with him. He's a smaller player. He's a total grinder. Like, he understands leverage. He's a sticky blocker, which you like. It sounds silly, but you want guys that just block dudes. That's where the run block sustain grade comes in for me, for those looking at the Patreon draft guide. That's just your natural ability to get your hands inside, get low, run your feet, stick on blocks, just block guys and stay with them. So often you see guys throwing their chest around, trying to knock guys off, and it's effective for a second. And if you got a fast back exploding past you, that's great. But more often than not, you need to sustain those blocks to paint that vision for the running back. And Jake Andrews is that. I see what they like about him in the run game. I think he's okay in pass protection. He just, to me, had a little bit more like limited physical traits. I saw him as a guy that would come in as a backup and maybe could surprise as a starter. So as a backup offensive lineman, I think it's fine. I don't know if he'll ever start. Really, with any of these offensive linemen, any of them can develop if they put in the right, if they take to coaching, if they put in the right discipline in the weight room. Okay. I think this pick is fine. I did have a draftable grade. So the offensive lineman flying off the board here, and it's not a huge surprise. I did not like the value of late day 2, early day 3 linemen. Now, granted, John Michael Schmitz and Osiris Torrance fell to the end of the second round, but most of my linemen, like if I pull up my board, what might be good is Can you grab my laptop for me? That way I don't have to steal the mouse from you every time I want to look at the board. So I only had 2 guards with 3rd-round grades, 2 interior linemen, I should say. Luke Whippler and Cody Mock were 3rd-round grades. Cody Mock went in the 2nd round. Luke Whippler is still there. I had Chandler Zavala as a 3rd to a 4th-round guy, but he has injury concerns, so he might not check out. And then I had Wanya Morris as a tackle, was the only guy that even was considered a 3rd-round guy. Above him was Matthew Bergeron with a 2nd-round grade. Behind him was Tyler Steen with a 4th-round grade. So I only had, 4 players that I felt like belonged in the 3rd round. But there is a huge handful of guys, 4th, 5th round, that was like, okay, I'm not taking a guy in the 3rd because I can get him in the 4th. So if those evals line up even remotely close to what the NFL views, we are going to see a lot of offensive linemen here with these first few picks. And really with the majority of these guys, they are in that day 1 backup potential starter category. Now, if there's a guy that I think really was underwhelming to me, I will let you know. And forgive me, I'm just pulling up my board on my laptop here so that we can keep the show running smoothly here. But Anthony Bradford is a complete mauler. He's a big dude. And is that the pick we still have? Sorry. Is that the pick we still have up on the...
Nope. We have
Dylan Horton now? All right. Yeah, Bradford's that classic like mauler type. Slower feet, really struggled in pass protection. He's not going to be ready to go day 1. I would not expect him to start. In fact, I'd be concerned if he started day 1.
Grade.
Yep. I'd be concerned if he started right away, but has potential for sure. He's a people mover up front. Okay, there. Oh my God, the Colts get Adebawore. I will come back to Dylan Horton, Texans fans, because I like that pick too. But this pick right here is a big deal. The Indianapolis Colts getting an unbelievable steal here in round 4. To me, Adebawore could have been considered as early as Kansas City and Philadelphia in the 1st round. He quite literally had the most impressive workout we've ever seen. And how much did we call it with the Colts with that super chat before this thing kicked off? I said, we're going to get some athletes coming off the board here in this on this day. And we get a freak tackle and now literally like the freakiest defensive lineman ever from a testing perspective. He's such a great fit for them. With that 4-3 front, they can play him on the edge on early downs, slide him inside. He can be that Michael Bennett role inside of Gus Bradley's defense. This is genuinely one of the best picks in the draft. It might be the best value pick that we've seen in this entire draft, outside of maybe Will Levis to Tennessee, just because of the value of that position. But unbelievable. Indianapolis, I cannot applaud this draft anymore. You got Anthony Richardson in the 1st round, and then how much were we celebrating about getting Josh Downs in the 3rd? Blake Freeland's kind of like whatever, but you take Adebawore in the 4th, like, oh my God, this is incredible. Now, I will come back to Houston's pick. The pick before this, they took Dylan Horton, who was another player I really liked. I felt like he was kind of a sleeper in this draft, honestly. I had him as my edge 17 ahead of some players that have been taken so far. But, I think the edge rankings have really kind of fallen in line. I'm just kind of looking at this right now. That my rankings of this group might age quite well, at least based on where the NFL drafted them. But anyway, Dylan Horton I had as a 4th round grade. He's an interesting player because he's kind of a slippery play style. He doesn't win early in your traditional edge sense, but at the same time he played that sort of inside shade 3-3-5 bullshit that all of these defenses do, that just sets a bunch of these guys up for failure. But playing from that alignment, he had to kind of work from basically being essentially over the guard to having to work around the tackle at times. So he kind of he's got good length. He's got really quick feet for a bigger pass rusher. And he just kind of, distances himself, doesn't allow, uses his quickness and his length to kind of make sure the tackle can't get their hands on his chest. And then he's kind of bendy and quick, and he's got swims and rips, and he kind of has a slow burn approach. He's an excellent run defender off the edge. Passing on Adebawore for him, I can't defend it for a lot of these teams, but I still think you're getting a good player here. Dylan Horton, I would have said I love that pick because he was clearly the best edge player available to me, unless you're taking Nick Herbig, but he doesn't really fit their system. So I still like the pick for Houston. And obviously Indianapolis, wow. Genuinely one of the best picks of the draft, if not the best from a value perspective. Ballard went full RAS this year. Ballard goes full RAS every year. Echo, welcome back. In my Patreon on Freeland, you said he needs to add core strength. Given how the Colts like athletic freaks, would you bet on him developing? Would I bet on it? Like, you want my honest opinion? No, I think it's more likely that he just doesn't have the play strength for the position. I'm not saying it's not going to happen. I just would not personally bet on that to happen. But that's just my opinion. Like, the process is fine. Like, I have no problem with him where he went, but he's just a riskier prospect. I think there's a 1 in 4 chance that he turns into a starter, which is pretty good in the 4th round, right? But I just think people get a little bit too excited about the workout scores sometimes. Spencer Brown's a great example of a guy. Oh my God, the Browns take DeJuan Jones. So these guys are flying off the board, these players that were falling. This is pretty nutty. So the Browns already have an incredible offensive line, and they just stole, for a team that didn't have a first-round pick, they just stole a guy that, I'm not going to say belonged in the first round, but this is a complete steal for me. You have the Michigan State tackle that they got from the Tennessee Titans. I can't think. Conklin. He has a hard time staying healthy. I don't know how long he's going to be around. DeJuan Jones will be the right tackle of the future. He can't really play guard. He's 6'8", but this guy has one of the biggest. I think he broke the record for wingspan measurement. He has just this absurd reach. He's a basketball player. He's got quick feet for relative to a 385 pound offensive lineman. There's going to be foot speed concerns, just as there are with Orlando Brown, with Trent Brown. It's just something like, is he ever going to be an elite tackle because of that? Certain matchups are going to be able to take advantage of him. Like, I think you draft him accepting that, but how many starters in the NFL are going to give up, 3 times a game he gives up an inside move again in the worst matchups? But when he's not going against quick pass rushers, he's going to lock him down. Like, how many tackles are giving up a couple pressures in bad matchups, that are starters? Like, I think DeJuan Jones is a starting tackle in the NFL to the likes of Orlando Brown, Trent Brown, who are, the 16th best tackle in the NFL. I think DeJuan Jones can get to that point. Oh, God, we had a certified steal grade up there for the kicker. You guys got me real good yesterday, saying I loved the Niners pick of a kicker in the 3rd round. Now we have a certified steal on Chad Ryland. No, I mean, we're getting a little bit closer to the range of being able to justify taking a kicker in the 4th, but I still just, I don't, process-wise, I just don't agree with taking a kicker this early. It just so rarely works out for these teams. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. Sometimes you're the Bills and you get Tyler Bass as an undrafted pickup. Oh my gosh, Clark Phillips to the Atlanta Falcons. Wow. So Phillips was, depending on how you feel about where Brian Branch should be playing, Phillips was probably the best slot corner prospect in this draft. Really instinctive guy, really quick, not the fastest guy. He only ran like a 4.52, and certainly not the biggest guy at 5'9", a little bit slender, but super instinctive. Atlanta just continues to have a great draft, in my opinion. This was a missing piece for that defense, that secondary now. You've got Okudah, you've got a slot corner, you obviously have A.J. Terrell, safeties back there. They addressed the front four in free agency. Atlanta is gearing up for a run. I think they, as a room, I think it was the GM was talking about, or maybe it was their coach, but they were talking a lot about slot corners at one point. I think it was the Athletic Football Show was pointing that out. Some quote that came out of Atlanta, and they were suggesting maybe they would be on to, hey.
There's Germany.
Yeah, we've been there. That's Munich, right?
No, that's Frankfurt.
Oh, that's Frankfurt. Looks a lot like Munich.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of Panthers fans out there in Frankfurt. Do you think they gave the jerseys away, or do you think they were...
No.
No, Germany, you guys are huge NFL fans out there. The turnout for the Bucs Seahawks game was insane. So I believe it that there are that many Panthers fans, that many fans of all the teams out there. But Chandler Zavala to the Panthers here. Another great pick. By the way, a steal for the Falcons. I gotta stay up to it on these grades, but Zavala is a true third-round grade for me. He's an excellent pass protector. I'm going to give this a love it grade. He got a lot of hype in this process. The only thing is, like, there was a question about, like, his back and if it could hold up. But clearly they're okay with the medicals, and they definitely could have stolen a guard that might be an upgrade for them over the BYU kid that they've got starting at left guard. I can't think of his name, but yeah, really, really good pick. He's going to compete for starting work. If nothing else, he's going to be a really good backup for them. I feel bad about the Panthers jersey comment. Of course there's a bunch of Panthers fans in Germany. They had to have, like, sent out and my only thought was, like, they had to send out an invite or something, because how would they know that there's going to be this random Panthers?
Of course they sent out an invite.
I was just thinking, like, how did they find all these guys wearing Panthers jerseys in the middle of the street in Germany? John with the super chat. All 5 Raiders picks were likes from you. Not sure if I've ever seen the same grade for the team that does 5 picks. Yeah, I feel like they've had a pretty solid draft. Nothing has been like, oh my God, amazing, but good up and down the board. Roshan to the Bears. I like this pick. Roshan's a bruiser, man. I don't know if he's ever going to be a full-time starter, but you know what you're getting in him. He played the backup role for Bijan, and it's pretty crazy how some of these things work out, because I compared him to Devonta Foreman anyway, the running back they took from Carolina in free agency, who also went to Texas. I compared Roschon Johnson to him. So, he'll sit behind him for a year, and then he'll eventually be that goal line guy. I mean, he's a short yardage guru. He's really good at making that first guy miss. Relative to how big he is, he's got the ability to shrug off arm tackles, a little bit of shiftiness. If he became a starter, I wouldn't be stunned. Like, if he's this year's Tyler Algier, it wouldn't be the craziest thing in the world. But I think most likely, just as we saw with Tyler Algier this year, a good player that can be productive, but some physical limitations that eventually you're looking to upgrade over that guy. So in the 4th round, a really good backup running back is a good pick. Vang, DTR, Hall, or McKee, who would I take for the Vikings? Easily McKee. I just have a substantially higher grade on McKee. I have McKee as a day 2 guy. Hall and DTR are late, 6th, 7th round grades for me. McKee has a legit arm. I liked a lot of him. Like, if you want a guy that could potentially, age out Kirk Cousins and maybe become a starter, I think that's McKee. I'm just not as high on Dorian Thompson-Robinson as a lot of people out there. I watched the tape and I really was underwhelmed by his arm talent. I left wanting to like him a lot more than I did. I understand why people see some Jalen Hurts in him. Like, I got to sit in the press conference for the Shrine Bowl where he was doing his interview. Got to see him interact with the media, and like he seems like a really good dude, and I'll be rooting for him. But if I'm just being honest, like, I don't know if he has the NFL arm talent to become a starter. I think he'd be an awesome backup. But Tanner McKee actually has the real traits to push the ball downfield, have accuracy in that part of the game, to pick defenses apart. I just, DTR to me screams more of a backup projection. So I think that would be the pick. What is my opinion on Monty's draft strategy? Monty being the Cardinals GM, right? Monty Austinfort. Just want to confirm. Yeah, dude, I am obsessed with the Cardinals draft. I really am. You couldn't be any happier with how this has played out. You've collected picks. Like, you have addressed the trenches for the first time since you brought in a Big 12 operation with Cliff Kingsbury and just built a track team. Like, they're building an actual football team. I couldn't be any happier about it. I'm excited. They're going to be one of those draft grades teams when we put together all these final grades that you look back on it and you're like, I really understand the process here. I saw a tweet that had younger TJ as a comp for Leighton Vander Esch. Yeah, that's a horrible comp. Yeah, TJ Watt is like a on-ball linebacker with really fluid athletic quickness. And he's not like TJ Watt's a powerful rusher, but he's not like, he doesn't have like overwhelming power like Leighton Van Ness can have. And TJ can just do a lot of things that Leighton Van Ness can't do. So I think that's honestly a pretty horrible comp. I don't know who said it, but that to me seems like you're being a little bit lazy just because it's another white dude out of, Iowa.
People are asking, one person is asking if you can move the graphic to the left because the viewer count blocks the position of the player during the streams.
Yeah, we could do that.
Can I do that on my end?
Why don't I do it for you real quick? Because it's Packers pick is coming in though, so I would love if this is Chris Smith.
You can do it during the next commercial break.
Okay, we'll do it during the next commercial break because things are probably Colby Wooden. Take Chris Smith, Green Bay. You need a safety. He's sitting right there. Colby Wooden's a freak athlete. He's a bad football player. I don't really see anything coming of him. Again, I could be wrong, but I had a late day 3 grade on him as a complete project. He's one of these guys that he's a tweener. Is he an edge? Is he an interior player? Who knows? Showed some flashes for sure. He's got really quick feet for a big guy. I would guess, because their edge group is pretty deep at this point, that they're going to ask him to put on weight and play interior. I thought his interior tape was a lot better than his edge tape from 2021. So maybe, to be fair, maybe they went back to 2021 more than I did. I watched his 2022 tape, not his 2021 tape. So to be fair, maybe there was something there in 2021 that I didn't see. But I will be surprised if he turns into a good player. I thought his pad level was bad, his technique was bad. He won off of quickness, but you can't really do that at the next level. We'll see. Okay, this one's fun. City So to Eastern Michigan. So I love this pick for New England. This guy's a freaky athlete. He has that dickhead mentality that you look for in an offensive lineman. He loves to bury guys, drive you backwards, finish blocks. I think he has legit starting upside, especially in New England where they're really good with this position. I honestly, I watched Cody Mock and I watched City So, and I didn't see very different players. In fact, I have a little bit of a better feeling about City So as a guard. So I think this is an excellent pick for New England. I had a 4th round grade on So. Nathan says they draft Woolen as a defensive tackle. Yeah, it makes sense. He can play, kind of base 4-eye technique. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I end up eating my words. Just like I ate my lunch money last night. Find someone who loves you the way Bill Belichick loves small school players. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Okay, Washington pick is coming in. Braden Daniels. Wow. Yeah, dude, the offensive line run is real right now. I like Braden Daniels. This is going to be a like it pick. He's really athletic. They announced him as a guard. He played tackle at Utah. I definitely like him more as a guard. He'll be a developmental guy, good backup. I think the most likely outcome for him is he's a swing tackle, that kind of sixth man of the year type, if you will, where he's got 4-position flexibility, can play either guard spot, either tackle spot. If a guy goes down, he can be liquid mercury and fall in, wherever he's needed. He doesn't have the best play strength, and I think long-term that could hold him back. Now, as I said, I don't think I need to say this for every single offensive lineman, but once you get into these day 3 guys, a lot of these guys are going to surprise us and put in the time in the weight room and really turn into starters. But as you look at him right now, it's like, yeah, if he stays the guy he is right now, that's not a starter in the NFL. But most of these guys have offensive line is such a work ethic mentality position that anyone that gets drafted along the offensive line, if you are that big of a meathead and you want to build up your body and get your technique right, someday you could start. So I'm just kind of talking about who these guys are right now.
You want to give them a grade?
I like it. Louis, yes, I do think Kuntz gets drafted for sure. Still early, 4th round. Maybe it's right here to the Kansas City Chiefs.
So the Chiefs traded up with the Vikings.
Man, the Vikings just don't want to make a pick this year. Because I think they traded down yesterday too.
Yes, they did.
I don't. Maybe are they just loading up on late day 3 picks? Probably. Hawkeye, according to Rappaport, Ringo fell because coaches didn't like him. I mean, I don't really know what to say about that. I didn't like his tape, but if they didn't like him in interviews, that might push him down another round. I had a 3rd round grade on Ringo, but the athletic upside is pretty insane there. Kegels, Bagels. I love the wordplay, dude. Patriots pick was just so. Although it wasn't. It was a really good pick. I like City So. Eric Stone Street, actor, comedian, Chiefs superfan. All right, here we go. This would be a crazy Zach Kuntz pick right here. I always do this. I stop talking. Wow, Shamari Connor out of Virginia Tech. Okay, I didn't see that coming. Got to go down the board a little bit to find Shamari Connor for me. I have him, I think, as a safety on my board. I had a 7th round priority free agent grade on Shamari Connor. He is a good athlete. He tested well. So ran a 4.51, 40.5-inch vertical jump. So, you know, you're gambling on athletic traits here. They announce him as a corner, which is interesting too. Strengths, springy athlete with vertical leaping skills and easy acceleration. Good long speed, light feet when he remembers to use them. Forceful tackler with stopping power. Solid zone IQ with read and react skills, especially from curl flat assignments. 4-year starter and a team captain. Should be a successful special teamer while he develops. Weaknesses, high-hipped and struggles changing direction against shaky route runners. Stops his feet and gets extremely grabby in man-to-man assignments. Drew 5 penalties in 2022, which is a lot for a safety. Won't be a great player for quarters teams with poor hip flexion. His worst tape consistently comes when he has to turn and run vertically, which is not a problem for the Chiefs. They're not a quarters team. Tackling consistency has hovered between 15 and 17% missed tackle percentage in all 4 years as a starter. So you improve the guy's technique a little bit. You get him to be a better tackler while he develops on special teams. He is, physically speaking, very similar to what Juan Thornhill was. So I'm sure they see him as that kind of like strong safety Juan Thornhill role. You know, the physical profile's there. I had a lower grade on it, but I don't think it's like the worst pick in the world. You gamble on athleticism at this position, so we'll see. And maybe they saw something I didn't. You know, I only watched one game of him, so. All right, we got a commercial break here. We're going to have a quick commercial break of our own. We're going to slide the last pick graphic over to the left side of the screen in the meantime, so you're not getting that position blocked off. This show is brought to you by Underdog Fantasy, the easiest place to play fantasy football. The moment this draft is complete, Best Ball Mania 4 goes live, and it is the biggest fantasy football competition of all time. Not even kidding. It's only $25 to enter for your shot at $15 million in total prizes and a first place prize of $3 million. You won't want to miss out on this action. The best part is, because it's best ball format, all you have to do is draft your teams, which you can do at home on your phone thanks to the amazing Underdog app. In Best Ball Mania, you join the tournament, draft your team as you would in any normal fantasy football league, and your lineup is locked in once the draft is complete. No waivers, no trades. That's right, it is set it and forget it until it's time to collect your cash. Underdog automatically optimizes your lineup weekly to create the highest scoring option. What are you waiting for? Get signed up at UnderdogFantasy.com or via the App Store with promo code TFG. And Underdog will double your first deposit up to $100. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code TFG for your shot at $15 million inside Best Ball Mania 4. This show... the only other thing is my laptop isn't going to last. Maybe we can just trade this back and forth. Okay. I think I'm good for now.
Just let me know.
Okay. Hi, Teddy. You want to come down for a little bit? He's apparently he's more of a nighttime draft enthusiast.
Really hungry.
You hungry? Say goodbye to the chat for a little bit. Goodbye. Look at the camera at least, silly. All right, we're going to get a run of picks here in just a second. That is a cute little Chiefs fan. He looks like a little Mahomes with the hair. Are the jerseys behind me autographed? Yes, they are. I have 4 autoed jerseys. Kittle, Rodgers, Metcalf, and Kyler. I need to reframe the Kyler one. It started to slip, but Kyler, I think, is going to get some showtime this summer. Yeah, he's been neglected since the injury. Just making the pick from a penthouse apartment. No big deal. Carter Warren to the New York Jets. Sorry for the I was just noticing when I switched the graphic over, it was outdated. So Carter Warren's a really good pick, man. He's an older player. I think he turns 25 in his rookie year, but he's got awesome arm length. He was my number 10 offensive tackle in the draft. I think he's someone that like is kind of perfect for the Jets because I don't know if he's got crazy upside. He's not the best athlete in the world. He's got a little bit slower feet. He actually really struggles like cutting off inside moves. But 35.5-inch arms. He is a 6th-year senior who has really developed technique. He is a really nice backup to have for an offensive line that just has a lot of question marks, right? We talked about this when they took the interior guy earlier. You know, you have Mekhi Becton. Can he stay healthy? Is Max Mitchell a good enough pass protector for a guy like Aaron Rodgers? I don't know. I think there's a good chance Carter Warren is actually the better pass protector than Max Mitchell, even though I really like what Max Mitchell brings to the table as a run blocker. And I'm not saying Warren's going to start over Mitchell, but you got a pair of 4th-round picks there over the last couple of years. It's not crazy to think that one is better than the other.
You need to move back to your side.
Oh.
The logo is still all the way over here.
Oh. That should be an easy fix. Let's see if this fixes it. Ooh, Ventrell Miller. There's a bell. I'm just trying to fix. Okay, you should be good now. Let me know if any of them are not in line. Ventrell Miller was one of my guys in this draft. I was getting through all the linebackers in this really bad linebacker class, and I was like, this guy he actually understands the position. He plays fast. He gets into his run keys quickly. He is one of the few linebackers in this draft that actually has the play strength and willingness and take on technique to play the run. He's not the best athlete. He's 24 years old. He's had injury issues. There's question marks there. My freaking one of my low-end pro comp for him is Shaq Quarterman, who they have on the roster there. Oh, I gotta move the grade thing over too. Love it is just slowly working its way over. Yeah, I love that pick for Jacksonville. As depth, right? They don't need a starter, but if they feel like, he's going to be a great special teams guy, great 4-year contract, you're not drafting for need in the 4th round. You're trying to take good football players at this point. And you got to type. Let me just drag it. Okay. That would have been a lot easier. So, yeah, Ventrell Miller is one of my dudes in this draft. And then who just went? I hate that they do this.
I don't know how to spell his name, though.
John Gaines. He went to who?
The Cardinals.
The Cardinals took John Gaines. Okay, Gaines.
What's his position?
He's a guard. John Gaines, fine. He's a good athlete out of UCLA. Didn't like his play strength. That's the only thing. So this is a guy that he does have positional flexibility. but he's going to have to beef up in the weight room if he's ever going to start. But it's possible, right? NFL weight programs can do some good stuff. So we'll see. I think it's fine. Cameron Young, defensive tackle to the Seahawks. Really explosive, full-size player. He has some reps where things really connect for him. The bull rush, like he has good athleticism, a good get off, good arm length. There's times when, he flies off the ball and you're like, okay, there's really something to work with. But then you watch the other 50 snaps in that game and you're like, he just has a long way to go. So developmental interior player with some upside. That pick is another fine pick. We'll see what he turns into. He was my 20th defensive tackle, day 3 grade. Johan, I don't know if Ventrell's going to be a starter for sure because that's already one of the deeper linebacker groups in the league. You've got Chad Muma, you got Devin Lloyd, you've got Foyesade Alukan, or not Foyesade. Yeah. They just had to get both Foyesade Alukan and Falorenzu Fadukasi, which those are just two difficult names to keep track of on the same team. But it's going to be a tough path for him to become a starter in that group. But I don't know if I really saw him as like a high-end starter anyway. He's just a really good football player, good guy to have in your locker room. Kegels, Bagels. I don't have a great answer for you. Like I've said, you're in the third day of the draft, so you're aiming for best player available, whoever that is on your board. They've had a great draft so far. Maybe some wide receiver depth, although no, they're pretty deep there at this point. It's hard to say for a deep roster at this point for Pittsburgh. Yeah, it was weird with Devin Lloyd, man. He really had a great start. He looked like a steal and then completely fell off a cliff. A lot of people in the chat asking about Luke Whippler. He's going to be more of an acquired taste. I was surprised that the Texans took Juice Scruggs instead of Whippler because they're kind of similar guys where they're fluid movers, good like hand placement, good ability to sustain blocks, but just not very powerful players. I thought Whippler was a much better version of that guy than Juice Scruggs, but I don't expect Whippler to last too long here, but you're looking at a guy in Luke Whippler that has 30-inch arms, which is way below average. 31 and a half inch arms, but that's still way below average. That's, if you go through the interior offensive line rankings, the only player or the next player with under 32-inch arms on my interior offensive line rankings is Jarrett Patterson, who's my 24th guy. So he's an outlier as far as all these guys. And you look at Juice Scruggs, he's got 33 and a quarter inch arms. So that is a trait that, NFL staffs are looking for, is arm length at that position, and he is lacking it. So I think that maybe is hurting him a little bit. He's lighter. He didn't test incredibly well for a wide zone blocker. I had a third round grade on Luke Whippler. I always thought second round was. Just so you know, this is like the corner of the camera. You can, you're fine. I just want you to know.
I know that's what I was doing.
Okay. That's what you're checking, is where the camera cuts off. All right. Ravens pick is coming in. Tavius Robinson out of Ole Miss. Okay. So the it is pretty. We have to have 20 edge players already off the board. I don't mind this pick. Tavius Robinson was one of my better edge players remaining. He is 6'6", 257, almost 34-inch arms. He ran a 4.66. So here's what I wrote about him. Robinson was a bit late to high-level football competition growing up in Canada. If not for the 2020 season, this guy's got a really interesting background. So if not for the 2020 season,
Give him a grade because they're next.
okay. If not for the 2020 season at the University of Guelph getting canceled due to COVID, so this is some Canadian university, he very likely would have stayed and pursued a career in the CFL. He transferred to Ole Miss after that COVID season was canceled, where he received dozens of Power 5 offers. In his third season, he really put things together with a breakout season for Ole Miss. So he's got a decent pass rushing tool belt with an excellent first step and a baseline of power, mixing in swims and clubs to work things to work off of. However, he does have slender arms that hurt his consistency as a bull rusher, giving him a lack of dynamite in his hands, but also hurts his ability to defend the run as he struggles to deconstruct blocks with timing. If he can manage to bulk up in his arms, there really might be something there for Robinson, but this will happen on an expedited clock as he will turn 25 before the end of the season. So he's a really interesting player there, Darius Davis. I definitely see what the Ravens see in him. If they can get him in the weight room quickly, he definitely fits their system as that power profile. They love these big-bodied edge guys. So solid pick there for the Ravens. And then Darius Davis to the Chargers. He's a gadget player. He's a kick returner, really, is how I view him. Maybe they can find a way to utilize his speed as a deep threat. I think this is really early, personally. I think if you're taking a wide receiver, there are really some talented players here. Like, I don't know, man. Unless you really just want a kick returner, fine. But guys like Trey Palmer, Bryce Ford Wheaton, Tyler Scott at this point is still there. I don't really like this pick. Darius Davis was my wide receiver 37 with a 6th round to a priority free agent grade. Again, he's a good return man, but he also muffed 5 punts in his last couple of years, I believe. Is that him? Yeah, muffed 5 punts in his time at TCU. So even then, I don't know. I've got questions about that pick. Definitely not the route I would have gone. I think there's way more talent at wide receiver on the board. And then Isaiah McGuire to the Browns. McGuire I wasn't quite as high on as a lot of people. I had him edge 29. He's got physical tools, but nothing special. Like, he's got good size, good jumps. McGuire is a 3-year starter with 16 career sacks. He's a balanced player with some power, finesse, and run defense ability to his game, but his dominance in any phase is lacking in both tools and tape. He's a day 3 depth option for teams and has a chance to be a backup in the league. So it is a little bit early for me on McGuire. I think it's fine. They need edge players. I think he gets off the ball quickly. He's got a good push and pull technique. But ultimately, I had, some of these guys in their weaknesses category, I wrote Jag profile, just a guy profile. I don't see any dominant traits in Elijah McGuire's game, and it's just going to be a little bit hard for him to stand out. All right, I'm going to take these plants outside while we wait for the next commercial. I won't bother you guys with an ad. We just ran one. Although I will put I'll plug a YouTube ad in. Some of you will get it, some of you won't. I don't know how it works necessarily. Don't mind me carrying plants outside, but they need some sunlight. We got some onions and lettuce here. All right, that's all we got. That was tonight's entertainment. Hope you enjoyed. The people on Twitter told me I needed to touch grass after my Lions tweets last night, so there you go. I went outside. Yeah, that Darius Davis pick, man, that's kind of underwhelming. You talk about guys of the Chargers, like they drafted speed, but they took a 5'8" guy that was never really able to be a deep threat. I mean, man, how exciting would that have been if they took a guy like Trey Palmer or Tyler Scott, Andre Yosevich, Raheem Jarrett. There's just so many better players than who they took. Wow, Jake Haener in the 4th round of the Saints. This is pretty cool. I was watching him and I was like, obviously you can't do this, but there's a lot of Drew Brees in his game. The way he plays, he's shorter. He's like 5'11 and a half. But just the way he throws the ball, the way he picks defenses apart, I honestly kind of love this pick. I got to him very late in the process, but he's almost identical to what Bailey Zappi was last year. Productive guy, reads defenses well, really precise in the short to intermediate game. I mean, I'm not going to say he's going to dethrone Derek Carr, but also Fresno State. That's pretty funny. Derek Carr went to Fresno as well, so you're backing him up with Fresno. He's going to be a great backup. I don't think he dethrones Derek Carr. I'm not going to get hot takey with this, but he's a good player. He's one of those mid-round picks where it's like he's a really good football player. He just doesn't have a strong arm. He's not very big. He's not the most athletic guy. So I love this pick. You know, you take a really good backup in the 4th round. I can get behind that. Swift traded to Philly. There you go. Probably a 6th round pick. I don't get too excited about. I think DeAndre Swift is. We talked about him last night. He's just. He's too bouncy. I don't think he's very coachable. Clearly, when I say bouncy, he'll take a wide open lane and decide he needs to turn it outside, and that was a big problem with Miles Sanders. So I don't know if the Eagles can reach him in a way that the Lions didn't. But I mean, if it's a 6th round pick, why not? But I don't think he's better than Kenneth Gainwell. All right, we're already approaching the 5th round here. That kind of flew by. So if I'm the Rams here, Chris Smith is still available. They have had a ton of success with these day 3 safety guys that aren't the fastest players in the world, but are really good for their system. So let's see if that's the route they go here. Stetson Bennett. Wow. Back-to-back quarterbacks Look, I kind of like Stetson Bennett, you guys. I'm going to keep that love it grade up for this one. In the fourth round, I'm totally fine with Stetson Bennett. He's a better. I expected to really hate his tape. I did. You know, he's been in college football forever. He's got this incredible Georgia team around him. In 2021, he didn't really have to do anything to win that championship. That defense was so good. But honestly, he had to make a lot of plays in that 2022 run. You know, he was good in the Ohio State game. He can sling it, man. You look at his size, 5'11" to 195 pounds. He's got a pretty solid arm, and he showed up at the combine. He put it on display as well. So he kind of checked the boxes a little bit from what I saw on tape. To me, if there's a Brock Purdy in this draft, it was going to be Stetson Bennett. That was before I watched Jake Haener. I mean, both those guys kind of fall into the same category. It's funny to see them both come off the board. But with Matthew Stafford's injury questions, Stetson Bennett can step in and run the show. Is he ever going to be an established starter? No, probably not. But in a play-action offense that's very similar to what he did at Georgia, I think it's a really good pick for the Rams. If nothing else, you've got a guy that, you know, is going to be a locker room dude that the team can rally around in what's going to be probably a pretty rough transition year for the Rams. He can really run too. He's an awesome design running threat. Like, he has a legit running back skill set. He'll like make guys miss with jukes and stuff. His 40 time was only 4.65, but when you watch him run it, it genuinely, I haven't seen anything like it. It's like he was jogging. I don't understand what that was all about. Like, he pulled up for the second half of his 40s, so I think he's faster than 4.65 on tape. He looks like he should have ran about a 4.5. I mean, he can really scoot.
Got a couple super chats.
Pirate, welcome back, my dude. Thank you so much. You've been amazing. Pylon Podcast says best part of the draft where Marcus moves his garden. It is not my garden. This is all her. This is her work. She's amazing with this garden. We got the house last January, and this has been like a dream for her to have a big garden. All I'm doing is moving the plants in and out, and moving all the dirt and soil into the backyard. That's what I have to offer. Jordan, thank you. Yep, Swift to Philly. We'll see what he can do there. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just not gonna overreact. Like, my expectations are pretty low for DeAndre Swift in Philly. But Mr. Pirate, are there any 5-round players I see as a fit? Either the OC that fit either the OC or DC scheme perfectly for development. I'm assuming you're still talking about Carolina there. I mean, it's a little hard to say because it's a new staff coming in. I mean, I'd love to see like them work with a tight end like Zach Kuntz to kind of develop in Carolina. I feel like that'd be a good opportunity there. They've taken some kind of freak athletes in Indianapolis under Frank Reich. So how's that for an answer? Let's go Zach Kuntz to Carolina.
People really want your thoughts on Swift to Philly. I know you already.
Yeah, you guys, I get the excitement. He's a former 34th overall. What? I'm not being sassy. I'm giving my honest opinion. It's a 7th round pick, a 4th in 2025. Like, he's athletic. You can get him involved in the receiving game. They already have Kenneth Gainwell there, who's really good there. He's gonna have good blocking in front of him. Like, we'll see, but I mean, he had an amazing opportunity for Detroit. He had a much better opportunity for the Detroit Lions last year to take that job by storm, and he completely botched it. Lost out to, Jamal Williams. I don't know. He's got really bad vision. He's not a tough guy. I'm a huge Howie Roseman guy, and it's a decent move. I have nothing wrong with the move. Honestly, giving up a fourth next year is a little much. I don't think you need to give up that much for him, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he produces, but on the last year of his deal, you also have another former first round pick in Rashad Penny, who I think is a better player when he's healthy. So we'll see. Fehoko to the Cowboys. I'll keep the love it up there. Fehoko is one of the most fun watches in this class. He's a my guy in this draft. He made my guys video. Perfect fit for him. He's not the most explosive player at 275 pounds. He's kind of a tweener. Who he actually reminds me a lot of, Cowboys fans, is who was that DN that they had for the longest time next to DeMarcus Ware? I'm gonna look this up because it's gonna drive me insane. I think he was a Boise State guy, right? If I go back to the 2015 Cowboys depth chart, he played a little bit of D tackle, a little bit of defensive end. I got to go way back to 2015. Tyron Crawford. Fehoko reminds me a lot of Tyron Crawford. Really good run defender. He's got that slow burn as a pass rusher. He really understands how to deconstruct blocks. I love this fit for them. He's going to be a really good role player. You have Micah Parsons. You just have so much flexibility. You have Micah Parsons, who you're kind of moving all over the place. You've got DeMarcus Lawrence getting up there in age. You don't want to play him forever. Sam Williams, still in development. They're still kind of probably looking at him as a designated pass rusher for now. Fehoko can come in, do a lot of the dirty work on early downs. He can slide inside, contribute as a pass rusher. You got Mazzy. That D-line is really coming together, man. They got a lot of good players. They're going to stay fresh. Everybody's going to do their part. So that's an excellent pick for the Dallas Cowboys. Reminds me a ton of Cam Thomas, who the Cardinals took in the 3rd round last year, who just has quick feet for a big guy, but not really a power rushing profile. He's more of a I'm going to work my way around you type of pass rusher in different unique ways. Just kind of understanding leverage and different pass rush moves that he can go to, whether that's swims, clubs, rips. But yeah, really fun player. Check out his highlight reel. This dude Fehoko had crazy production. Granted, at San Jose State, but he was my 18th edge rusher with a fourth round grade. He had 108 pressures and 20 sacks over his last 2 seasons, which is wild levels of production. Johan, if you're taking an edge at this point, why not Herbig? It's because he's one of those super scheme dependent players. That's scheme fit is extremely important. He is a on-ball edge type of guy. He's going to have to go to a kind of, hybrid front where you can use him as a designated pass rusher in certain looks. You can drop him into coverage, ask him to defend the run. Think like a Bill Belichick team. He's just a very unique skill set. He's an acquired taste. So some teams might have a 3rd round grade on him. Other teams probably don't even have him on their draft board just because he's such a unique player. He's not overly bendy or explosive or anything like that. He's just really quick and physical. How do I think Darius Davis compares to Kevontae Turpin specifically as a return man for the Chargers? I would say they're probably almost identical. My only thing with Darius Davis is, like I said, he fumbled 5 punts at TCU, so he's not even that reliable of a punt returner. I had him much more as like a 6th or a 7th round flyer, not a 4th round pick with real receiver talent on the board.
For the people asking if he's related to the Cowboys player, he is. Brother.
Who?
Fehoko.
Oh, he's related to
The Fehoko that's
There-
on the Cowboys.
There's a Fehoko on the. There's a few Fehokos.
Yes, they're all related.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, so Dion Lacey goes to the Jags. I know we've been kind of rough on the Jags, but for some of these picks being reaches, but I think this is unfortunately going to be another one. Lacey's pretty low for me. He's a tweener, I know that. Yeah, to me, a 6th round to a priority free agent grade. He's a complete tweener, so I get how he fits in that front. They come from that Tampa system, the same team that took Logan Hall in the 1st round next year. Sets a firm edge as a 5-tech, and even as a 4-eye. He's got great arm length, a good first step. Weaknesses, he's a tweener in skill set. Completely lacks instincts and polish as a rusher. He tries a variety of different pass rush moves, but typically finds them ineffective. Love this pick for the Bengals that just came in, but let's finish talking about Lacey, who I've got questions on. Over a third of his pressures in 2022 came in one matchup. Was mostly quiet after a 2021 breakout season, and his pad level and anchor are wildly inconsistent. So he's a tweener guy. He's a decent athlete. We'll see what they can make of him. I think they are kind of just drafting a body type for their depth on their D line, which is fine. But I think they took him a little bit early there. Charlie Jones to the Bengals. Love this fit, man. Charlie Jones is a true slot wide receiver. Really good speed for the intermediate part of the field. This is your Tyler Boyd replacement long term. This is a draft pick, or in line with a draft pick that I've made a lot in their 7-round mocks. That just makes sense. You know, you've got T. Higgins' contract coming up, Joe Burrow's contract coming up, Tyler Boyd getting up there in age. Whether this is Boyd's last year or he's got one more year left, he's not going to be there forever. Jones is also a fantastic return man. So you get a special teamer, a 4th wide receiver, a guy that can bring a little bit of juice into that receiver room. He was super productive. I want to say he led college football in receiving last year. He got a ton of targets. I think I have it in my notes. Ridiculous production in 2022, putting up 110 receptions for 1,300 yards and 12 touchdowns. He's a really fun player. He's kind of a slot-only guy. You see the 4.43 speed, and you're like, okay, maybe he can play as a deep threat. I don't know about that. He's really slender, and when he's trying to beat press, they tried to put him outside against Joey Porter in the first game of the year, and he got just deleted deep. But he's really good at attacking that intermediate part of the field, just like Tyler Boyd. So it's a really good pick for Cincinnati. I think he's going to be a player down the road for them. And again, if nothing else, he's going to be a really good return man, because I want to say he returned I got all this in my notes here. Reliable and athletic return man with no muffed punts on 56 returns in his final 2 years at Purdue and Iowa, averaging 8 yards per return. So he might be the best punt returner in this draft, or at least the most reliable one. So he's going to contribute there and then eventually be your starting slot receiver. I mean, that's almost based on the fit. That might be an A+ pick for them. All right, Steelers are up. Shad Khan has done an excellent job with this draft. Really impressed with his whole offseason. My initial reaction to the Allen Robinson trade was why? But then I found out it was a 7th round pick swap, and the Rams ate all of his salary. So you get Allen Robinson for free for $5 million. I was like, oh my God. There you go, you guys. We were just talking about Nick Herbig needing to go to a specific spot. Holy hell. The Steelers are having I don't want to overreact, but this is a high end draft pick for a draft in general for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm excited to recap this whole draft for them. But Nick Herbig, we get to keep the certified steal up there for the fellow AFC North team. We were just talking about him being, that 3-4 on-ball player who can do a little bit of everything for you. He's an effective pass rusher. He's got great instincts. He's got incredible agility. So like he can threaten the edge with speed, but has a really good feel for setting up inside moves. He's got those inside swims and rips. He was a really productive pass rusher for Wisconsin, and I've always wanted him to be on the edge. Some people projected him, maybe doing like what Zach Bond did for, Bond was Wisconsin a couple years ago. Bond was kind of a similar player, but the Saints tried to make him an off-the-ball linebacker, and it's not really what he's good at. So, put him in a spot where he can stay as a pass rusher first, and then, as a coverage player behind that. And I mean, he is going to be the perfect third edge player for them. I think.
Did you say his brother is also on the team?
Oh yeah, Herbig. They did sign Herbig, didn't they? Yeah, that's fun too. They love putting brothers together. I mean, they are just building a family. It's the family team. They draft Joey Porter. They've got the Watt brothers. They've got the Hayward brothers is another one. Yeah, it's the brother team. Let's see. Did I put a comp on Herbig? I thought I did. I think I had Andrew Van Ginkel for him. Yeah, I had Andrew Van Ginkel as a comp, but another good one would be like, oh, wow, the Bears took Tyler Scott. There you go. So this is a little bit of a ring the bell for me on Tyler Scott. Tyler Scott was kind of mocked as like a second round guy for a wide majority of the draft media out there. I had a 4th round grade on Tyler Scott. I think he's a really athletic guy. I think in a best case scenario, he's extremely similar to Darnell Mooney, physically speaking. I don't think he's got quite the route running prowess that Mooney had coming out, but you might have a long-term Darnell Mooney replacement here. This is a great big pick for the Bears. I always thought second round was a little bit rich for him, but he is one of the better receivers available. Definitely see what they see in him, because again, kind of like best case scenario, he's Darnell Mooney, who went in the 5th round years ago. So great pick for the Bears, who I think have had a really good day 2 and day 3. Oh, that's the Vikings Mandalorian helmet. I'm jealous.
Think about it. You immediately got distracted by Star Wars.
Always. So the Vikings are actually making a pick. They're not trading down again. They must have just hated this draft class. Or they like the players at the end of it. I don't know. Man, the chat is really excited about DeAndre Swift. He's fine.
Who are the Vikes going to take?
Vikings. I mean, at this point, I would take Tanner McKee. I see a potential starter there, a really good backup for Kirk. You're talking about a 5th round pick here for a guy with a really strong arm, a good situation where, there's a lot of flashes of someone like Kirk Cousins and Tanner McKee. And, if nothing else, maybe gives you an excuse to move on from Kirk Cousins. But, they've gone receiver and corner already. That's not Minnesota.
That's Canada.
I was like, we don't have those mountains. And is that Lutzen? Jay Ward out of LSU. So Jay Ward's a fun player. He's one of those DBs that, like, he's never seen play action, if you will, that he didn't like. He kind of takes an aggressive approach, whether he's playing deep safety, slot corner. He kind of played all over the field. He is, to me, a developmental safety with some upside, but really just kind of instinctive guy, good athlete, one of these players that, a lot of colleges take their more athletic, instinctive DBs and just throw them in the slot and say, just run, especially LSU, where they're kind of known for not having a whole lot of discipline on their defense. They just kind of throw athletes into that intermediate part of the field and just say, chase the ball, go make plays. I look at him going into an NFL system. He could be a slot corner for them. He could be a safety for them. They need both of those positions. He's got NFL starter athleticism and instincts for the position. It's just going to be more about technique and discipline and development. But I could see him turning into a player down the road for the Vikes. So at the end of the fourth round, I'm totally fine with that for Jay Ward. I definitely had him kind of in that range. Early day 3 grade, was my 11th ranked safety. So solid pick.
The Raiders just traded up with the Patriots.
Okay. Another spot like this could be a really good Tanner McKee spot for the Raiders if they're trading up. I can't imagine Tanner McKee is going to last too much longer. Some teams in the NFL have to like him because he declared early and he's possibly got really bad advice. I mean, it happened with a couple quarterbacks last year, but I would really like Tanner McKee here behind Jimmy Garoppolo. I think do we have some super chats that I'm behind on? From Matt, who would you like to see on Hard Knocks between the 4 eligible teams? Jets, Bears, Saints, or Commanders? I think I'd got to go Jets or Bears on that. The Jets would be really interesting with Rodgers coming in. And then Bears would be really fun because they're obviously trying to build something. Would love to get a little bit more of an inside look at like Justin Fields. The other two, I'm kind of good. We got to see Derek Carr on Hard Knocks before. And Commanders are kind of a mess right now, so with the ownership change. So I would go Jets and Bears would be 2 really good options. If those are the 4, like, I'd be pretty excited for either Jets or Bears, honestly. Ideal Josephus spot. Thank you, Micah. I mean, I thought Chargers would have made sense. At this point, he is one of the better players on the board. So, anyone that needs a deep threat, just looking down the upcoming picks, New England, Tennessee would be a good Josephus spot. Green Bay. I think I had to end up with a 4th to a 5th round grade on Josephus. For true 4th round grade on Josephus. So interesting small school. Cat literally played for the Tigers at Princeton. Raiders could make sense, although they took a deep threat already in Trey Palmer, so maybe not. They've got a pretty crowded room. Malik, thank you for the super chat. MT sent me a Twitter DM. Thank you for the super chat. I don't normally check my... Wow, Aiden O'Connell. Not Tanner McKee. All right. I will give it a look, MT, when I get a chance, but I probably won't be able to do that here on the stream. But thank you so much for the super chat. Okay, Aiden O'Connell, it's fine. I just, like, he makes sense in that system. He's a quick decision maker. He's a risk taker. I kind of liked Aiden O'Connell, honestly. I think he's really good at reading defenses. I totally see the scheme fit in that Josh McDaniels offense. He's kind of very Jimmy Garoppolo-esque, honestly, in a lot of ways. But for me, it's like, why not take a chance on a guy like Tanner McKee, who's got the upside? So that's why I'm giving it a fine. I think you're taking a solid backup, but he throws a lot of interceptions. That's the thing with him. Like, part of the reason he's such a quick decision maker is he's not always cautious when he needs to be. But I do like him. He's a good kid. Happy for him that he went in the 4th round. Malik, thoughts on Mo Ibrahim? I love Mo Ibrahim. He's, I think, my 12th running back. Absolute monster for our Gophers. Just, he's an older prospect, and he's had a hard time staying healthy. But he's, I just noticed I have an older version of the draft board up here. Let's see if I can. Time for some Teddy Cam. Let me get through the super chats and then I'll pull them up here.
I also wrote
Purdue. Aiden O'Connell from Purdue. He gonna take Jimmy Garoppolo's job. Am I wrong to feel like the Pats draft has been so bad it's insulting? Can't believe I have to watch that offense run it back. I don't think so. I like the Marte Mapu pick. I can't remember who they took in the 2nd. I really like City So. I disagree with you, Tim. I think the Patriots have done a good job. I mean, Christian Gonzalez was one of the steals of the 1st round. I can't remember who they took in the 2nd, if they even had a 2nd. Thought they did. Evan, yes, there are safeties left that are worth the Packers drafting. Absolutely. You've got, in my opinion, Chris Smith would be one of the steals of the draft for Green Bay if he happens to still be there here in about 15 picks. I mean, I had mocked Chris Smith in the 2nd round several times to teams like the Chargers and Green Bay who need safeties. So I think he's a really good player. I think him falling this far is because he didn't run a great 40 time, but he plays fast. And you don't have to necessarily have great speed to play over the top like that. So to me, they seem to have a plan with safety. They seem to have a couple guys they like. There is depth in this safety class. It's why I did, instead of a top 10 for that position group, I did a top, 17. I think the Cal kid is a player. You still have the Texas A&M guy. Like, there are absolutely still safeties on the board for Green Bay. The board has fallen pretty well for them.
I think I may have missed the Jags pick.
We missed the Jags pick? Oh, yeah, they took...
It's weird. They never announced it on the screen. They went to commercial, but they never announced it.
Let's see, I can pull up the NFL draft tracker.
I am on it too. It still just says pick is in.
Weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
If
If anyone in the chat knows who the Jags took, I'll give you permission to say it, because I think that's past at this point. Pirate, with the new Commanders owner, does Ron Rivera get 1 year and then out of the job? Yeah, I mean, I think they still like Rivera. There's no reason to, force him out, but he's just logically thinking whatever. I don't know if the ownership situation has much to do with that. And anyway, he's got to make the playoffs this year. I think he's been there so long. You only get so long to make the playoffs and start winning games in the NFL. It's the NFL not for long league.
Yasir Abdullah.
Okay, Yasir Abdullah. Yeah, we did see that for a second and then it disappeared. Yeah, Abdullah's an athletic guy. He played in a weird Louisville system. He's in line with how they draft. They're really building up that front. So he's 6'1", 237. He's kind of a tweener, but he did run a 4.47. They clearly see him as an edge. I've got him as a linebacker convert, but there's no way they see him as a linebacker because they already have like 5 guys in that room. So to me, they see a potential early down kind of on-ball linebacker. You know, their edge depth is rather thin. So he was productive at Louisville, but they were probably one of the weirdest defensive fronts that I can remember. So much of his production was like schemed up. They're running loops and stunts, and he gets like schemed up unblocked where they're just pointing his 4.47 speed on a straight path to the quarterback. He's just very raw, but he's an athlete, so I'm okay with that pick. I had him, as a day 3 option, so that's fine. He was my 18th ranked off-ball linebacker. Gosh, the pacing of this draft is just killing me. The commercial breaks. What pick just happened? KJ Henry to Washington. Okay, I can see it there. I really don't see a guy that's ever going to start in the NFL. He's just not big. He's not terribly fast. He really doesn't have a strength profile. But he's a smart player. He's got a couple different fun pass rush moves. He's got a good inside swim move. He was a little bit more productive than Myles Murphy this year, but just not the traitsy guy. You have your 2 edge players there. No, he's not. They didn't pick up Chase Young's 5th-year option. No, he's not a potential starter to overtake Chase Young, but you're not taking that here with 22 edge players already off the board. Oh my God, the Colts get Darius Rush. Dude, the Colts are having such a draft. This is insane at this point. Darius Rush is a really fascinating prospect. I got to his tape before the Senior Bowl, and I'll be honest, his tape is pretty meh. Like, if you're just drafting him off the tape, this is about where he should go. But you look at a guy that crushed the pre-draft process, showed up at the Senior Bowl, had one of the best weeks there, was locked down. This is a guy that's only been playing the cornerback position for like 3 years. He was a receiver when he committed to South Carolina. So he's, a 5th-year senior, but you can see the ball skills are there. If he's in a position to make a play, he's going to catch the ball. So he's super talented. He ran a 4.36. He's physical. He can press. So he's still getting better. He's not going to have to start, obviously. But you took 2 corners now with Darius Rush and the Kansas State kid. Can't think of his name. Julius Brents with size. Brents isn't super fast, but they got different skill sets. There's a world where both these guys turn into their starters down the road. So really good pick. Super chat from Dinesh. Mr. Take on Jay Ward. Good pick. Going to be a developmental, either corner, slot corner, or safety. Probably not someone you're plugging in as a starter right away. He's really aggressive, and you're going to get a lot of bad plays with the good with him. So you want to coach some discipline and technique into him, but good athlete, good ball skills. I was fine with the pick. Top 3 best players available. I can go to my tweet about that. So I know Chris Smith's going to be up there. Dwayne McBride, A.T. Perry, and Antonio Johnson right there are going to be my top 3 available. Trevor, will I rank each team's draft classes? Yes, I will be doing full draft grades, reacting to every single pick, giving a grade for the full class, grading each individual pick, and then, I will tweet out, once I'm all done with all of that, I'll tweet out how the grades ranked, stacking up on top of each other. Riley Williams, is Antonio Johnson a certified steal in the 5th? Yes, he is. I've talked about him before, but he's a tough projection because he's really stiff. So certain teams want fluid athleticism, the ability to come down and play man coverage. He was okay with that in the SEC, though. Like, he anticipates routes pretty well. He might be okay at that. But I really think north and south as more of a free safety. My comparison for him is Rayshawn Jenkins, who's been a decent starter in the NFL. he's not a super exciting player. He was mocked in the first round way too early in the process. That's not who he is. But I did have him as a day 2 kind of guy. Like third round kind of ideal for him. So 5th round, absolutely.
They're making picks during the commercials now.
Yeah.
I have to pay attention.
Yeah. Okay, Clayton Tune to Arizona. I mean, I get it. He's a good athlete. You want to be able to run the same system if and when Kyler gets hurt. You know, he's got tools. He's one of these guys that maybe something clicks at the next level. He's a playmaker. He can get out of the pocket and make plays. I'm fine with it. I don't think they would have been a great Tanner McKee team because you're not looking for a quarterback to overtake Kyler Murray. You're looking for a backup. You want an athletic backup. So, honestly, I'm kind of talking myself into it. As a pretty good pick. Teddy, come here. What? People need some Teddy. Here, bud. Oh, we got to move the Teddy cam. Can do that. Ooh. Oh, man. Satellite, thank you for the super chat. That might be a little bit too broad to answer. That's something I kind of can't really come up with on the fly, unfortunately. Huh? Well, I mean, I would love Zach Kuntz to Kansas City. I mean, that's one that I'm just kind of like, God, if that happens, we're screwed. Actually, I kind of see what you're saying. Like, look at my best player. Like, just pick a spot for him. I could do that. Going kind of in reverse. So, well, we got the Browns pick coming in, and then I got you. This guy's living his best life. He was trying to get a bunch of Chiefs fans to do the Browns bark with him, and I think he struck out.
He did. Confirmed.
Dorian Thompson-Robinson off the board. I mean, really good backup for Deshaun Watson's play style. I think this is a good spot for him. I was talking about him earlier. You know, I just do not see a very strong-armed quarterback in Dorian Thompson-Robinson. When he tries to push the ball downfield, it's just like it sails out of bounds. He's spraying it, and I just don't know if that's truly going to grow. He's got zip in the short game. You know, it's just the true ability to command the ball down the field isn't all there. Really high character guy, and is going to be a great backup. Like, he's going to be able to come in, make some plays with his feet. He's good at reading defenses, but he does make too many mistakes. So I think this is a good pick for the Browns here in the 5th round. We've got a run on backup quarterbacks. But to go back to that super chat, my best remaining players, Dwayne McBride, and I'm probably going to forget about some teams that would be even better fits, but one team that comes to my mind there would be Baltimore. I compare him to J.K. Dobbins, and I don't know if Dobbins can stay healthy, but if Dwayne McBride went to Baltimore, I think he'd be a really good guy to slide in there. A.T. Perry.
The Vikings finally do something.
Vikings do something. They're moving up. Could this be Tanner McKee with all these quarterbacks flying off the board? That could be really interesting. But A.T. Perry, I love him in Detroit. They have not taken a wide receiver yet. I think he could potentially start for them down the road. They kind of need a perimeter ball winner like that, other than Jamison Williams. We got Antonio Johnson. I think Jets would be a great spot for him. New England would be a great Antonio Johnson spot. New Orleans, teams that need free safeties, like true single high free safeties. Israel Abanikanda. Green Bay. Green Bay would be a good spot. Both those running backs probably on their last year in Green Bay. Abanikanda would really fit their team really well. We got Parker Washington. Maybe Buffalo as a slot receiver. Could be a good spot for him. Maybe Carolina. Keep adding depth there. Tennessee. Any team could really take Parker Washington. Chase Brown, I originally loved to Philly because my Miles Sanders comp on him, but that's probably not going to happen. And then Chris Smith to Green Bay is like, I'm going to be so excited if that happens. So there you go. We got to it. Just had to think of it in reverse. I was thinking of it as like, who'd be the best player for each team to take. But if you look at the player first and where would he make sense, it's a little bit easier. Quentin, thanks for the super chat. I like the Patriots draft so far. We had a Patriots fan comment that they didn't like the draft, and I think they're doing a good job. I still can't remember who they took in the second round, though. Brayton, tell the Colts to take Zach Kuntz at 41. Well, you know he's on their board, but do they really need him? I mean, they have a couple of freaky tight ends already. I'd rather him go somewhere where he's going to play. I don't know if he's going to overtake Jelani Woods, you know?
The Patriots took Keion White in the second round.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I think that's a fine spot for Keion White with how quickly the edge players flew off the board. You know, like, I wasn't the biggest Keion White guy, but he was like the 12th or 13th edge player off the board. That's exactly where I had him ranked. So he fits their system. He's a long-term replacement for Dietrich Wise, who had a big year last year. He's probably going to be getting expensive at some point.
People are asking if you have a favorite college team.
Gophers. Even though there's no hope that they'll ever win a championship, that's still my team. I do enjoy Alabama football. We want to go to a Texas game. That could turn me into a Longhorns fan for sure. We're definitely going to have to go when Archie Manning's playing in a year. Go back to Austin. That'd be a ton of fun. Henry, thank you. Solid. Jockin. Yeah, Kuntz to Carolina. We brought that up not long ago after Pirates Super Chat. I think that'd be a ton of fun. Jacqueline Roy, good pick for the Vikes there. I like that moving up for, I think, a little bit of an underrated defensive tackle. Jacqueline Roy is the poor man's Mazzie Smith in this draft. I honestly love this pick for Minnesota. He similar to Mazzie, he's got quick feet and really strong arms. So you're looking at a guy that's got really good ability to shed blocks. He's really kind of discoordinated as a pass rusher. His effort was really up and down. You'd watch him one game and he's kicking ass up front. You watch another where he's just standing up and getting worked. So there's some motor stuff that needs to improve there with him. But I'm going to grab the mouse for just a second. But I think that's a really good pick for the Vikings. Good value in the 5th round. You can take it back. I had him as D tackle 11 as a 3rd to a 4th round grade. So good job by the Vikes. Are you fully charged here? Can I?
A little stretch.
Henry, absolutely, man. I have been really praising the Titans. I don't understand all this negativity with the Tennessee Titans. I continue to see it. It happened before the draft, people predicting them to be like a top 5 worst team next year. And then after last night's draft, I saw Tennessee Twitter was like in shambles. Like, are you kidding me? You take Will Levis in the 2nd round. You take Tyjae Spears, who's going to be a great 3rd down back and an eventual replacement for Derrick Henry. You steal Peter Skoronski in the first round. They're going to have a great defense because it's Mike Vrabel coaching them. They've reloaded that side of the ball. I just do not understand the negativity with the Tennessee Titans. I really don't. I mean, I think it's maybe a little bit of fatigue because they've been so injured the last 2 years. They got to stay healthy, but man, they have still overachieved despite being the most injured team the last 2 years. You just got to hope that doesn't happen again. I think they're honestly a lot closer to the Jags than a lot of people are going to predict. Oh, yeah, Wade. I think it's pretty safe to say the Colts are stringing together a top 3 draft. Them and the Steelers stand out to me as far as I mean, maybe some teams have had a couple picks that are even better, but as far as making great picks down the board, Cam Mitchell to the Browns. That's going to be a certified steal. The Browns are making some fun picks here, man. So Cameron Mitchell is obviously a good fit. You know, they have his former teammate there, Greg Newsome, who played at Northwestern. And Mitchell's athletic. He's kind of just a poor man's Greg Newsome, honestly. I had a 3rd-round grade on him, though. Really good reactionary quickness, decent size, good length. He's going to be a really good 4th corner. And just great value at a valuable position there for Cleveland. This is what we're talking about. You know, you're not drafting for needs at this point, right? You're just looking at your board. Who are the best players? Let's get good football players in the building, and that's what Cam Mitchell is.
Jets, for whatever reason, no longer have a logo.
The Jets no longer get a logo? Okay. Not sure what happened there. Kush Griffo, I'm in the vast minority of Titans Twitter that likes Levis, and we're worried about the wide receiver room. People turning on Carthon already. Crazy overreacting. I agree, my friend.
Do you want to look at it quick?
For the Jets logo? Sure.
It's just not there.
Oh, there. What the heck? That's really weird. Is it? Can you hit Control T?
Here, just drag it to your side.
Okay.
Jets fans to circle logo.
Let's just put a new one in there real quick. Yeah, that's weird.
It's real.
Oh, a Bonaconda to the Jets. All right, that is excellent value. Okay. There you go. Jets logo has been restored. We can keep the certified steal up there for this pick. Abanikanda, to me, was worthy of a 3rd-round grade, 3rd-round pick, 4th-round pick. He's got starter upside. He's really athletic. 4.4, 4.40 at his pro day. And here you go. My pro comp for him is Raheem Mostert. You put him in the same kind of system, a wide zone Shanahan system. He's a running back. Yeah, man, that's an excellent fit as a backup to Breece Hall. He brings, not that Breece isn't speedy, but he brings, I think, a different pace as a back where he's a little bit more, Breece, I think, is more patient and can put on the burners when he wants to. Abanikanda is like, give him a lane, set him up to the edge on wide zone, and he can outrun dudes. So you are going to really basically have a good running back in there at all times. And he's still super young. It's a point Connor Rogers made when he came on the show. He's like, my thing with Abanikanda is he's a little bit more slender, but he's still super young. And the Raheem Mostert couldn't be any more perfect, honestly, because when Raheem Mostert showed up in San Francisco, he was playing at like 200 pounds, and he couldn't really run with any power. But I more compare him to like Miami Raheem Mostert, where I think he's traded a little bit of that elite speed that he had back in San Francisco to still be fast. But also like have a little bit more power to run through arm tackles. So, speaking of Connor Rogers, he loves Abanikanda, and he's a Jets fan. So, congrats, Connor. He's going to be very stoked about that. Spencer, Titans fan here. Don't hate on Mayo, man. At least you didn't draft a kicker in the third. Yeah, there you go. Dude, the Patriots, they clearly did not like their interior offensive line depth, but they're taking some really good developmental picks here, honestly. I like Antonio Mafi. He's, to me, a complete project, which is fine in the 5th round. But when he connects on blocks, he has great athleticism, really good play strength, footwork, hand placement, pass protection technique. Needs to be reworked from the ground up. But New England trusts their coaches to do that. You take the athlete, and between him and City So, I think one of those guys will be starting someday for them, if not both. Micah, thanks for the super chat. I agree. Niners trading Lance. I think you shop them if you can get good value back, if you can get a first round pick and maybe even a little bit more, sure. But I'm not trading away Trey Lance for a second round pick when I don't know if Brock Purdy can get healthy. Sam Darnold, like, you gave up way too much to give up on Trey Lance after 3 career starts or whatever it is. Like, no way. But at the same time, they took their entire 3rd round with 3 picks and just kind of rolled them up into a ball and sprinkled them in the trash. So what do I know about what they think about? It's true. They took a kicker. They took a really bad tight end in Cam Latu. Jair Brown will surprise me. I think he's fine. He's a decent player, but he's just not a high upside guy. They did it last year. Called him out on that, and that came to be true with Tyron Davis Price, or Pierce. I think it's Price. Teddy, how are the Bengals doing today? Are they having a good draft? Do you need a treat? Oh, yeah. He needs a treat. Johan, yeah. Tanner McKee falling to Miami would be pretty sweet. It's pronounced Abani Kanda, like panda. Okay, good to know. Good to know. I do appreciate the pronunciation corrections because sometimes I'm just a little out of the loop. I did have to look up Adeboare to make sure I got that one right. Is it raining out there? All right, there's Jamie Robinson. So I'm going to get the bell out for this one. Jamie got a lot of 3rd round hype, and I did not have him. I had him as more of a 5th, 6th, 7th round pick. Day 3 grade. Didn't make my top 17 safety list just because I didn't see a ton of upside in his game. And not too much excitement in that bell. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to act like this is the most amazing take ever because he could be a good football player, and I look wrong for not ranking him in the top 17 of my safeties. But I really thought him going in the 3rd round was pretty freaking crazy. I just don't really see a lot of starter traits. He is a good football player. He's got good ball skills. Played a lot of slot corner, a lot of strong safety, but he's undersized, right? He's not fast enough to play slot corner. He's not big enough to play strong safety. it's just kind of tough to picture where he starts. But if he's a dime back, I'm okay with that. But you don't take a dime back as, like, in a best case scenario, if he's a dime back, a guy you bring in maybe 5 or 6 snaps a game, you're not taking the guy in the 3rd round, right? 5th round, sure, absolutely. If you feel like you've got packages where he can come in and be a matchup guy, absolutely fine with it. So at this point, I like that pick for the Panthers. Now, there are other safeties that I think have much higher upside, but maybe they like the upside of the group they have. Do we have any more of those Miller Lights? You mind grabbing one for me? Mm-hmm. Thank you. That's everything everyone said about Tyrann Mathieu. Yeah, but Tyrann Mathieu is super athletic. Yeah, a lot of people really like Jamie Robinson. I just didn't see it, man. I will be surprised if he's if he turns into a starter. Last one?
How much more of this draft is it worth it to get Trissy?
There's another 110 picks.
Okay.
So, sure. Do you want this one? I can do Scotch. I didn't know it was the last one. Oh, you know what? We have that that sizzle. Up in the...
You want me to get that?
Why don't you have this? Or save this for when you want it.
I don't need it right now.
Why don't you save this for when you want it? And I would love some of that. Sizzle.
If the Saints pick comes in, you know what to do.
Okay. Gut reaction to the Panthers draft is like nothing. I can't remember anything the Panthers have done that I'm like, oh my God, incredible. Other than, I mean, moving up for Bryce Young. As long as they hit on that, and I think they will, it's going to be a huge win for their draft. I don't think they've had any horrible picks. I don't think they've had any like remarkable picks. I think it's just like a thumbs up. We'll see once I'm able to like kind of, isolate each team into, they're, looking at every pick. It's impossible to think on the fly. What are all the picks? What are all the trades? What are all the moves they've made? It's impossible to like give you a sound grade on the fly right here, but I will give them a thumbs up. All right, the Saints just took Jordan Howden. I need to update this myself real quick. I like this pick though. Howden is a really good athlete. He's interesting because we were just talking about how I'm a Gophers fan. I honestly, I didn't really know who Jordan Howden was until we got to the draft process because he just wasn't too much of a playmaker for Minnesota, but he tested really well. You look back on his career at Minnesota and it's like, all right, well, he walked on and was starting as a freshman when Antoine Winfield went down without a scholarship. He gets his scholarship in his second season. He started over 3,000 snaps. He was a remarkably consistent tackler. Didn't give up much in coverage. He just didn't have a ton of ball production, but he flashed some of that in his final year. So he's a team leader. If nothing else, you're getting a really good special teamer for New Orleans, but he's a good athlete and didn't really ever show to be a bad player. And maybe in a different scheme, you can kind of point him in the right direction and be a little bit more aggressive, and something could really click for him. So I really love this pick for the Saints at this point. I got Howden as my 15th safety, one of the better safeties left on the board. Thank you. Puck, thank you for the super chat. to defend the Jair pick, the K1 role is where I see him. He was always a great blitzer tackler. And although a different position fits the role, I agree that the other picks sucked. I could see it. I really could. He's just an interesting player because he's undersized and he's not that fast, but he is kind of, I think you're onto something with the K1. Like if they're playing him as a slot corner, I definitely would be willing to give him a chance. I'm curious to see how they do that. I think you're onto something. I mean, he is really instinctive around the line of scrimmage, so we'll see.
Loves his wife more than the Packers.
I would hope so. Love my wife more than the Packers, or
That's debatable.
Josh Whyle to Tennessee. I mean, I guess I don't really get taking Josh Whyle over Zach Kuntz. Wiley's fine. He's tall, ran a decent 40. Kind of underutilized. I mean, man, take a chance on Zach Kuntz. Wiley's fine. I have him as a developmental day 3 pick. My comp for him is Joseph Foria. Lions fans will like that comp. If there's any Lions fans still watching me, I don't know. I don't know if I've ever pissed a fan base off like I have Detroit. It's pretty crazy. Like, I'm just being honest, man, with their draft. But anyway, with Wiley here, presents a ridiculous near 6'7" target, adequate speed for such a tall player, creative and quietly elusive with a good stiff arm after the catch. Found a consistent diagonal body angle that works for him to create torque in the run game at his height. Effective blocker in space with quick feet. Mostly sure hands throughout his career, though he had some hiccups with drops in 2021. Weaknesses: route turns are lumbering and predictable. Slender frame gets redirected and slowed by contact too easily within his routes. Doesn't have the drive or sustain power to move defensive ends. Absolutely must use his frame to win contested. Absolutely must use his frame better to win contested balls. Though arms are shorter at 31.5 inches, which likely doesn't help. Only had a 33% contested catch win rate over his last 2 seasons, which is horrible for a 6'7" target. Likely just a role player at the next level due to a lack of versatility in the receiving game and high-end blocking upside. So he's a red zone threat. He can block from the wing a little bit. But to me, give me Zach Kuntz, or even give me like Davis Allen, honestly, over Josh Whyle. Okay, the Bears took Noah Sewell. It's fine. I'm giving Tennessee a fine grade on Josh Whyle. I'm giving the Bears fine. Personally, I wasn't a big Noah Sewell guy. I know there's a lot of people that liked him. You know, he's Penei Sewell's brother. I'm not drafting you because your brother's a great tackle in the NFL. I'm drafting you for what you're going to do for me. I did him as a 5th to 6th round grade, so you know, maybe I could be a little bit more generous and give them a like it. The only reason I'm a little bit skeptical about this is I have Cam Jones higher, I have D. Winters higher, I have Avon Pace higher, I have Henry To'oTo'o higher, and I especially have Servasia Dennis higher. So I think there are a lot better linebackers that they could have taken. The one thing I will say about Noah Sewell is he takes on blocks really well. He's physical, and he's a smart zone player, but he's maybe the stiffest linebacker in this draft as far as movement skills. And they already have a couple of these guys, right? They have Sanborn, they have TJ Edwards. I'd rather gamble on a better athlete back there than Noah Sewell. So it's like, I can't slam the pick. The value is technically fine, but I just don't see him really ascending to being a starter on that team long term. And, you know, it's not that they necessarily need a starter right now, but I just think there's just better players that they could have taken at that position. All right, Packers pick. Give me Chris Smith, Green Bay. I will chug my beer if they take Chris Smith. No one's asking me to do that, says Anna. I'm asking me to do that. Maybe I won't chug my beer. I'll take like a half a shot of Jack Daniels.
Cool.
Sean Clifford? What? What a waste of a pick. What the hell are we doing? Bro. Come on. You got Chris Smith right there. Take a safety. Like, literally. What a freaking waste.
I had a feeling that was going to happen.
Just, like, Green Bay is really underwhelming me here on day 3. I mean, they had a great... Yeah, maybe I should chug my beer for that. Dude, at least take Tanner McKee. Like, literally, what the F? I'm mad. I mean, I can't slant. Like, they had a great first couple days. But you are wasting picks here. Seriously, just throwing them in the trash. Sean Clifford is horrible. He's horrible. At least take Tanner McKee, right? Holy L. This is almost identical to when the Jets took that garbage quarterback in like the 4th round a few years ago. Garrett, you hate it. Do not tell me, I don't hate it. We need a backup QB. You know what else we need is a starting safety, and you got Chris Smith on the freaking board. Oh my God, that's horrible. And if you're going to take a backup QB, there's so many other options than freaking Sean Clifford. You could take Jaron Hall, Tyson Bagent out of Shepherd. And of course, Tanner McKee, who's 21 years old and has a rocket arm. AJ, I missed your thoughts on the Swift trade. I don't know if you want him. I'm so indifferent about it. I think he's incredibly overrated at this point. I'm kind of done buying into DeAndre Swift to figure it out. Like, if he was going to figure it out, it was going to be for Detroit next year. Maybe something clicks for him, but honestly, I think the Eagles may have overpaid a little bit for him, giving up a 4th round next year. Yeah, James Morgan, Mr. Game and Kirby. This is the James Morgan pick. Thank you, Andres. I mean, seriously, what a waste of a pick. There's legit talent. Grab another receiver. Grab a safety. I just cannot understand the pick. No one was drafting Sean Clifford, Brian Gutekunst. The dude is freaking horrible at football. Thank you. We got a little... Jaeger? Oh, gosh. Yep, that's Jaeger.
Oh, did I miss Justin Shorter?
It just came in. All right. We can breathe. It's just a 5th round pick. It's not the end of the world, but holy crap. I'm just so underwhelmed by that pick for Green Bay. But all right, Justin Shorter to the Bills. We were talking about Justin Shorter. We had a super chat about him that someone was predicting he's going to be kind of quietly a sleeper. I like it. You know, he's a player that flashed in his final year. He's a 6'4", 229-pound receiver. He ran a pretty good 40 at that size, like 4.54. And he was starting to play pretty well. He was starting to get on the same page with Anthony Richardson. You know, they've had this really anemic passing game. He's been buried behind Kadarius Toney and some other players there. But he was kind of starting to figure things out in his final year, and then he got hurt. So I see what they see in him for the Bills. I think there's better players available, but I don't hate it. Sorry, I like this pick for them. He's kind of Gabe Davis-ish. I could see, you know, Gabe Davis plays one more year, and then eventually they kind of phase him out. So, yeah, solid pick. We'll see if he turns into anything. Mike Morris to the Seahawks. At this point, with all of the edge players that have come off the board, I almost want to say I love this for the Seahawks because Mike Morris tested horribly, was at one point viewed as like a potential third-round player. But based on, I mean, there's really not a whole lot of guys left on my, I mean, you got the only guys I rank above Mike Morris at this point on the edge, even though Mike Morris is my 27th edge, I have Habakkuk Baldonado, who's my dude out of Pitt. I hope he gets drafted. Born in Rome. Andre Carter out of Army, who's a total project. Brenton Cox out of Florida, who I like. And then Mike Morris. So at this point, Mike Morris, for what he is, you know, he's a huge-bodied edge player. I think he's going to be a good part of that rotation. He's got good technique against the run. He's got that Big Ten mentality. You're not drafting him to be a starter. You're drafting him to be a rotational player in the 5th round at an edge group that's kind of got a lot of projects right now, right? Just get a high-floor player in Mike Morris. I think that's a good pick for Seattle. James says, by the way, it's a 2025 4th-round pick the Eagles sent for Swift. Yeah, it's fine. It's, to me, going to ultimately, I think, be a rather insignificant move for both parties involved. He's more of a name at this point than he is anything too exciting. Keegan Jones sending this to Manifest. Kuntz to the Chargers at 156. Yeah, Kuntz has got to get drafted at this point. We're seeing the Josh Wileys of the world come off the board. Like, you got to take Zach Kuntz. I mean, Detroit taking Zach Kuntz here would be a hell of a pick. Garrett says, first 3 picks were good. Plus, I'm more invested in the Jets with Rodgers anyway for the Packers. And Jedi Survivor finished downloading. Hard to be mad for me. Yep, can't disagree there. I'm excited to get into Jedi Survivor. Okay, I think we have our first player that was not on my board. It doesn't mean he's a bad player. He's from William and Mary. Let's see. I'm trying to see if he's on my... He is on my watch list. So I had 28 offensive tackles that I actually watched, and then I have another 14, 15 players that were on my watch list that I thought could probably get drafted. So Colby Sorsel out of William and Mary was one of those guys. Again, I didn't watch him. 6'5", 300, so a little bit lighter, 33-inch arms. Probably a guard, considering their tackle room's pretty set. But decent testing numbers. He was at the Shrine Bowl. That's kind of all I got on him. He was on my watch list. Small school guy, we'll see. Clearly, they got an opportunity to be around him, and they liked him. So we'll just have to wait and see on that one. Teddy, are you showing your butt to the camera? Are you protesting? I don't think he's as much about the Teddy cam today as he's been the last couple days. I'll hold you for a little bit. Jason says, hey now, Sean Clifford did beat out Will Levis multiple times. Just kidding. As a Penn State alum, didn't think he'd come close to being drafted. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. I've watched plenty of Sean Clifford. I didn't even, to be fair, like, I didn't even finish his eval because I've seen so much Sean Clifford. If I do watch college football, it's Big Ten football. And every time I watch a Penn State game, I'm like, this guy sucks. He makes bad mistakes. He doesn't make pro reads. He sprays balls. I just didn't get that. Is that a baby bear?
I think the problem is this is his nap time.
This is his nap time. Yeah, you're kind of a night owl, aren't you? You get your sleep.
All day.
You get your sleep during the day. Yeah, all right. You want to just go lie down? You enjoying yourself?
Another Germany. Hamburg, Germany.
This is Germany too? Mm-hmm. They definitely have a lot of Bucks fans out there after after the game was out there. I want to see a European football. Oh, let's go, Bucks. Let's go. I'm ringing the bell for you, Tampa. Hell yeah. That's one of the best picks of the day. By far. Awesome pick for Tampa. He, honestly, I think, can start in place of Devin White in a year. Servacio Dennis is one of my guys in this entire draft. Loved his tape. Getting through the day 3 guys was rough at linebacker, but I watched Servacio Dennis. I saw a good athlete, and I saw a team leader and a really good football player, honestly. Like, I think there have been way worse linebackers drafted ahead of Dennis, and I can't think of a better spot for him to go where they're going to blitz him. He's an excellent blitzer. He can literally play the Devin White role in a year. That is an awesome pick for Tampa. Great job. And that's why you don't take freaking Sean Clifford, Green Bay, because there's really good football players that you can draft here in the 5th round, even if they're not starters for you right away. I'm just, oh God. Yeah. All right, one more pick, and then I'm going to take a quick break. Oluwatimi. I think this is about the right spot for him. You know, I've seen him 3rd, 4th round for some people. He's fine. He's not the fastest player off the ball. He's kind of like brick shit house as a blocker. Like he's really rocked up. He's a hard guy to get through, but he's not that hard to get around as a pass rusher. He's really clunky feet, slow off the ball. It's not that he's oversized or anything. He doesn't play very fast, but he's really strong. He's going to be a really good backup in the NFL. I just don't know if he's ever going to unlock like starting ability. But fine pick in the honestly more than fine in the 5th round. So I will be right back. Hey friends, allow me to interrupt the stream for a moment to tell you about my good friends at Underdog Fantasy who are sponsoring today's show. Underdog has revolutionized how you can play fantasy football. I've thoroughly enjoyed Underdog, and I'm excited to share it with you. They have a variety of different games that you can play to spice up your fantasy football experience. I've told you in the past about their Pick'em contests, where you are stringing together picks, things like player props, rushing yard over-unders, touchdowns. In the case of right now, you can play on NBA, XFL, MLB. Make anywhere from 2 to 5 picks from any variety of games. You can even cross leagues. And you can win up to 20 to 1 on your slip. Underdog is also the king of best ball fantasy. If you are like me and you're in way too many fantasy leagues, but you just can't get enough, but you don't have the time to set your lineup every week, make trades, make transactions, check the waiver wire, but you want to put your football knowledge to the test and win some money thanks to it, well, Best Ball is the perfect way to do it. You do your drafts just like any normal league, but your lineups lock in. This is perfect for all of you draft enthusiasts out there. If you want to get the jump on a lot of the people in the fantasy football world that don't quite know all about these rookies, but you've been diving into maybe my content or other draft content, and you feel like you know exactly where these rookies should be going and where the value is, well, you have an advantage by signing up right now and competing in Best Ball Fantasy. And the second this draft ends, Best Ball Mania 4 goes live. $15 million in prizes. This is literally the largest fantasy football competition that has ever existed. I'm not making that up. So right now, head over to Underdog Fantasy at the website or on their mobile app. Sign up using promo code TFG. That is promo code TFG at Underdog Fantasy. Have fun, win some cash, support my channel in the process. Go check it out. Hey, friends. All right. I don't think we missed any picks in that time.
Mexico City.
Oh, your size thing went over to my screen here. Is that what you're looking for? Oh, well, you can hit OK on that. Okay, Darrell Luter Jr. to the Niners. So I do like this pick for San Fran. Honestly, I think this is the best player they've drafted so far. Darrell Luter was my 22nd corner with a 5th-round grade, but my pro comp on him is Deron Bland, who, if you remember, had a good breakout season in the slot for the Cowboys last year. Luter's 5'11", 190. He's got really good ball skills. He plays the run really well. Decent athlete. To me, we were just talking about Jair Brown maybe playing slot corner. To me, I think Darrell Luter is much better for that. But you got 2 guys maybe that can compete for a slot corner role. I think this is a pretty good pick for the Niners. I could see him getting in the mix for honestly starting work. They have a very shallow secondary. It's a part of why I hated what they did in the 3rd round so much. So I think it's a good pick. I have a couple corners rated higher, but I'm not going to nitpick it at this point. I think they got a good player here. Chargers get Jordan McFadden. Let's go! We made this in my Patreon mock draft, and I was like, this is going to happen. Dude, the Chargers are killing it. I love it. So my comp on Jordan McFadden was a hybrid of Zach Tom and Jamari Sawyer. Undersized tackle that is going to fall in the draft because teams are scared of a 6'2", 6'3" tackle. They did it last year with Jamari Sawyer. I think they just got that player again. He has guard tackle flexibility. I think this is a certified steal. He is one of the more technically sound, athletic tackles in the draft with length. He's a really good football player, just is not discussed enough because he's 6'2". So to me, you're looking at a potential starting guard or tackle for a Chargers team that needed another piece on the offensive line. And I can't be more excited about this pick for the Chargers. Really good value. I had McFadden listed as a tackle, as my 11th tackle with a 4th to a 5th round grade. You get him here, mid to late 5th. But beyond that, just makes so much sense given that they took Jamari Sawyer last year. So great job, Chargers.
Moon God says the Chargers are definitely sub to your Patreon.
Dude, I think they might be. They always take players I like. But yeah, they have really been drafting off of my board, it feels like. So yeah, Ravens. I was bringing up DeWayne McBride earlier for the Ravens. I think this could be a really good spot. My pro count for DeWayne McBride is J.K. Dobbins, who's had a hard time staying healthy. Definitely fits the type of running back they look for. Yeah, Greg, I'm with you, man. The Sean Clifford pick, I know it's not the end of the world. It's a 5th round pick, but that has value when players are slipping and you're literally just throwing it in the damn trash. At least take Tanner McKee. At least gamble on a 21-year-old with a rocket arm. So dumb. You could have had Chris Smith. You could have had Corey Trice at corner. A shot at maybe this year's Tariq Woolen. You could have had Star Thomas as a slot corner. Like, what are you doing? You could have had a great backup running back like Servasia Dennis instead of letting him go to the Bucks. Just plain stupid. Could have had a guy like DeWayne McBride to be a running back of the future. Another wide receiver. A guy like Andre Yosevich. Raheem Jarrett. Just such a freaking waste, man. I hate it. Sean Clifford for the Packers. Yeah. This is the thing with Gutekunst. It's like, can't you just string together smart decisions for once in your life? Love what he did day 1, day 2. Okay, the Ravens take Kyu Blue Kelly, one of the better names of the draft. I think this is fine. The Ravens need to hit on cornerback. Kyu Blue Kelly is a smart player. He's a good zone guy. He's a little bit slow in terms of reaction time when he's in man, so I'm a little bit worried about that. But he's got good size. He's got good athleticism. I see him as more of a career backup type, but he's a fine player. He was my 26th corner. I do like other players more at this point, but it's all right.
The Packers
traded up. All right, Daniel Scott. Dude, the Colts, again, crushing it, man. Daniel Scott they have a plan. They are taking athletes per usual. Man, I think Chris Ballard might have bounced back with this one in like a Howie Roseman kind of way. I love this. This is almost like a certified steal for Daniel Scott. He to me was a 4th round value, high upside safety. He is older. I think turns 25 in his rookie year, but insane athletic profile. He's a rangy potential free safety, a potential Julian Blackmon replacement in a year who's really kind of struggled to put it all together for them. And I would not be the least bit surprised if Daniel Scott, if he can just improve his tackling a little bit as he works on special teams, he could seriously be a starting replacement there. So, Colts continue to crush it here. Sheldon, would I rather have Jake Moody or Sean Clifford? I honestly think Sean Clifford's a worse pick because as hard as I am on the kicker thing, I'm sure Jake Moody was actually a good kicker, whereas Sean Clifford was a horrible quarterback. So at least you have a better chance of hitting with the kicker. Okay, Packers, please make up for this and take Chris Smith. What are you doing? Your safeties are Darnell Savage, Rudy Ford, and frickin' Tarvarius Moore, and you have a guy that you have both Antonio Johnson or Chris Smith, who are day 2 players who you can take here. Take Brandon Joseph out of Notre Dame. Like, you can seriously get some safety help here. Or take a corner. Take Corey Trice. They need secondary help in the worst way. Take a receiver. Watch him take a kicker here. That's almost what I'm expecting.
People are asking a lot about Booty.
Yeah, he's red flags everywhere, right? Like feuding with coaches at LSU, really poor pro day. On the field, you see him lose interest and have focus drops. I don't know if he gets drafted. I really don't. I mean, there's Dontavian Wicks. Hate it. Green Bay, you fell off. God, they had so much potential here on day 3. They're pissing it down the drain. We knew they liked Wicks. They did an interview with him. There's your Alan Lazard replacement. There's your run blocker. Slow wide receiver. Dontavian Wicks to me is my wide receiver 35. The last true draftable grade I had on a wide receiver. Dude, there's so many other players here. A.T. Perry, Parker Washington, Raheem Jarrett, Andre Yosevich, Mitchell Tinsley, Bryce Ford Wheaton, Trey Palmer, Matt Landers, Xavier Hutchinson, Keyshawn Booty, Jalen Marino Cropper, C.J. Johnson, Puka Nacua, Antoine Green out of North Carolina. I just don't get it, man. I think Green Bay is still ultimately going to have had a good draft, but Wicks is slow. He's not a good route runner. He's got drop issues. They like him because he's big and he run blocks, and they have a type. All right, Jags are up. And there goes Antonio Johnson. So I will ring my bell on this one because my pro comp for him is Rayshon Jenkins. He's your Rayshon Jenkins replacement. So nailed that one. Yeah, I love this pick, man. This is a certified steal. He's a unique player. We've talked about him a couple times at this point, but he was forced to play slot corner, just like a lot of these defensive backs are. He's a little bit of a harder projection, but that's not his game. He's a stiff. He's 6'2". He's a north and south athlete. When you think about it, the safety position, if you've got good speed, which he does, he's got 4.52 speed. You probably want him up top, where everything he's got to do is going to be linear. And I really think making that transition with a year to develop, him and Andre Cisco together, like, that's a really good potential safety group. Both those guys have the size to play down in the box. I think that's you're stealing. If you just flipped him and who they took in the second round in Brenton Strange as a 5th round pick, I like their draft a lot more. So I got it up there. Certified steal. So good job, Jags. Saved their draft a little bit with that pick, in my opinion, because I felt like their draft had been a little bit underwhelming at this point, but you can get excited about that one. What's up, Mod with the dirt? Just got off work. Welcome to the stream. Bears are picking well today. I think the Bears have really handled day 2 very well. Made every pick they've made, I think, has lined up with value and what they need. Okay, Nick Hampton to the Rams. That makes a ton of sense. Hampton is your kind of classic hybrid on-ball linebacker. Probably never going to be a starter. Just, he's undersized, lower level of competition. It'd definitely be a surprise if he emerged as a starting pass rusher, but they need players that can hang at the NFL level, drop into coverage, defend the run. He's got juice. He's got some pass rush moves. He was productive at his level of competition. But I like this pick. A lot of edge guys are flying off the board in this draft, so everyone's kind of getting pushed up a little bit. But he was right behind Mike Morris, who I think was the last edge player that got drafted. Identical grade, honestly, to what Mike Morris had. So dare I say, I even love it based on what the value is here for them. Liam, do I have a grade on Marcel Barbie? No, I do not have a grade on him.
You can't see me, right?
No, you are not on camera.
So they just posted a question on NFL Network. What quarterback went into the best situation? Drafted quarterback.
Good question. So the NFL Network is posing the question, which quarterback went into the best drafted situation? Honestly, I think this might be a cop-out, but I think it's pretty even. Maybe Bryce Young, although they traded away DJ Moore. They don't have that number 1 receiver. I honestly, Texans is probably last, but I think it's close. I think the Texans have to show that they have built something like on paper, they've really built something special. I like the staff moves. I like all of the roster moves they've made, really. But from a receiver perspective, you're probably behind the 8 ball a little bit in Houston, although it's not bad. So I'd probably put Houston last. I think Levis ended up in a great spot for from a team culture. The Titans are locked and loaded, and from a developmental timeline perspective, makes a ton of sense as well. So I really like Levis's landing spot. I think Bryce, they are clearly building around him. So I'd probably go Carolina, Tennessee, or Indy's pretty good. They don't have dynamic playmakers. They don't have an amazing O-line right now. I don't know. Houston and Indy are very close. I don't know. It's hard. I think it's all very close. Seriously.
Did you see this Will Mallory pick?
I did, and then we got the Bengals taking Chase Brown. So we got a couple picks flying in. I love the pick for Indy. You get a little more speed at tight end. They got a couple big-bodied guys, but as a mismatch piece, makes sense. You can kind of put them in certain looks and see what you can get out of them as a blocker down the road. They're just, honestly, we joked about it a little bit before the stream started. How they're just going to take great athletes. But that's literally what they're doing. They're just drafting off of RAS, and they're getting good players, too. Will Mallory is, I don't know if he's necessarily a good player. He's very much a developmental tight end. But at this point, that's kind of the range you got to take those types of athletes at that position. And then Chase Brown to Cincy is a fantastic pick. I really like Chase Brown. I think he was probably my best available running back. There's still Dwayne McBride, but Chase Brown not too far behind him. Brown is super productive at Illinois. They ran their whole offense through him. He's got speed. He's effective in the receiving game. I compare him to Miles Sanders, where he's not the strongest guy. His vision can be a little bit erratic, but you give him good blocking, let him loose, he can be a productive player. So as a third running back although they did let P. Ryan go, so they need a backup. So even as a backup, I like him. He'll get some touches, and maybe he's got incredible athleticism. Maybe he turns into a really good player and allows them to kind of phase out Joe Mixon, which I think they're kind of looking for an opportunity to do that.
Are they finally going to take a quarterback? The Vikings?
My guess is no. I mean, they've passed on it. They've kind of made the decision that no, we're not going to do that. I would like Dwayne McBride here for Minnesota. Oh, there it is. Jaren Hall out of BYU. Well, it's a better pick than Tanner McKee. I'll at least give you that, Vikings fans. Jaren Hall is a really poor man's Zach Wilson. He's got the same kind of athletic ability and the quick release and the fun throws. Much more inconsistent at BYU than Zach Wilson was, though. Very game by game. You watch a good game by Jaren Hall and you're like, okay, I can see this working in the NFL. You watch a bad game and you're like, oh, that was ugly. Bad decisions, staring down first reads, spraying deep balls. It's good value. I think he's a good backup. He can run their system. Jaren Hall was kind of on this year's Brock Purdy radar. He was not nearly as consistent as Purdy was at Iowa State. They needed a backup quarterback. I don't hate this pick. If you're going to take a quarterback, I just don't understand why you don't take Tanner McKee. It's almost like these teams are saying, we need a designated backup. We don't need the guy that maybe is going to get us in quarterback purgatory, which I can't totally disagree with that, but I don't know. You're talking about a 5th-round pick at this point. It's pretty crazy how many quarterbacks are getting drafted here, though. Gary, thank you for the super chat. Ravens, I'm not quite as ecstatic about the Ravens draft as recent years, but I can't recall them making any quote-unquote mistakes in my mind. The Ole Miss pass rusher is a fun fit for them. We'll definitely talk More about him when we get to the draft grades on him. He's got a really unique backstory. We were talking about him when he came off the board. So Bears are up. Commercial break coming. Terrell Smith, there you go. Man, the Bears are having a great draft. Honestly, this is, you gamble on athleticism at the corner position at this point in the draft, right? This is a very much a best player available type of pick. A little surprised it's not Corey Trice, but Terrell Smith not too far behind him. I got a 4th to a 5th round grade on Smith. Good size, 6 foot, 200 pounds, 33-inch arms, which is really good for the position. Ran well. It's just, a little bit loose in coverage. His reactionary quickness is lacking a little bit. But I'll read his blurb. Smith is a height, weight, speed, mid-round flyer who finally cracked the starting lineup for the Gophers in his 5th season. So a little bit of a late bloomer. He had a stable season credited with just 26 yards allowed per game and a minuscule 11 yards per reception. So he was pretty locked down for the Gophers in his last year. He handled all of the wide variety of zone calls that the Gophers ran very well, prevented big plays over the top with his long speed and patience, but he did show some difficulties when it came to keeping pace laterally against good route runners, which will be something for him to improve upon at the next level. He'll be a good day 3 selection for someone who should succeed on special teams while he eventually competes for starting positions on the outside. So, very good pick for Da Bears. Love it. Great value. Positional value.
Should we give one last shout out to Adam?
Sure. One more Adam shout out. We know he's watching, that's for sure.
Let's go Bears. Let's go Justin Fields. Take us Super Bowl.
Thanks, Adam. We love you. Okay, Chiefs have a chance to take Kuntz here, which would be a big mistake by the NFL to let the Chiefs get their hands on that athlete. That would just be so crazy. Teddy the Bengals fan doesn't want it. Right, Teddy? Yeah, the Chiefs are scary enough already, huh? Yeah, I'm good. It's just, the pacing couldn't be worse. They're like, okay, here's 5 picks, and then we're going to make you wait 10 minutes. Thank you, Gage. Yes, bear down, Adam.
We'll have to call him tonight.
Mm-hmm. I think we know who Adam's Super Bowl pick is next year. Greetings from Switzerland. Hey, Nick. What's the Swiss greeting of choice? That's not Guten Tag, is it?
I don't think so.
What's Guten Tag? Is that like good night in French?
No, it's not that either. I don't know. It might be.
Is that, oh my God, Brian Gutekunst just made another horrible pick? Is that what Guten Tag means? I don't think so, DeMarcus. I thought Henry To'oTo'o was just a guy. Oh, okay. It's not Zach Kuntz, but B.J. Thompson is a really fun pick for Kansas City. So B.J. Thompson is like 6'6", 240 pounds. I got to see him in person at the Shrine Bowl. Really no idea what he's doing so far. He, I think, grew up at some point, or he was either born or grew up in England. He had a weird start to his career. I think he started at Baylor, was like kicked off the team. I think there's maybe some concerns about like, is he a high like football character guy? Like, is he gonna put in time in the weight room? Is he gonna put in time in the film room? Because he's already 24 years old. He's super physically underdeveloped, right? 6'5", 240 pounds. He looks like a tight end when you look him out there. He looks like a wide receiver, and he ran like 1-2. He ran like a 4.58. So, if he's ready to go, he kind of had a breakout year at age 23, 24 for Stephen F. Austin. He gets the Shrine Bowl invite. If he's kind of matured and is ready to go, you're looking at a guy that has starter traits here in the 5th round. There's not a lot of them in this edge class where it's like he could legit be like a number 2 starter on the outside. That could be B.J. Thompson. So for an edge group that the Chiefs need, I think I'll keep the Lovett grade up there from the Bears pick. I can get behind this. I mean, take Zach Kuntz, but we're not necessarily nitpicking picks too bad like that when you're still getting good prospects like this for the Chiefs. Thank you, Christopher. A bit surprised that my Dolphins took a running back and not a tight end. Greetings from Germany. And Guten Tag is German. That's right. We're close. I mean, we're one country off. What? Switzerland is like half Germany, half Italy.
Also, what is Stephen F. Austin?
Stephen F. Austin is, I could be completely wrong, but I think it's like it's almost like an extension of Baylor. I think it's in the same area. It's a D1 AA school, I believe.
Look at that good man. Look at man.
Frank Reich is a good looking. He makes the coach's calendar, that's for sure. Maybe in our next downtime we need to show off your coach's calendar.
Yeah. Also, the Texans traded up for this pick.
Okay.
With the Rams.
Okay. We got the German one. Yep, Grim. Thank you. Yeah, Wicks was better in 2021, that's for sure, but he was so bad in 2022. But yeah, for the Dolphins, the A-Chain pick, it really isn't that surprising to me because he's so damn fast. Like, they're gonna find ways to get him the ball in his hands. Mostert is really good, but he's an injury waiting to happen. They were lucky to get him to stay healthy last year, but I think they know, like, he's 31, 32 years old. Like, he has been one of the least durable players in the NFL over the last, 6-7 years. So there's Henry To'oTo'o. So D'Amico Ryans showing a little bit of Alabama preference. And at this point, I do need to ring my bell, you guys. It was a hot take of mine to have both Ventrell Miller and Servasia Dennis above Henry To'oTo'o. I did it. They both get drafted above To'oTo'o. And I'm pretty happy with my linebacker evals. I mean, seriously, down the board, they kind of just went in order, other than the Cowboys, in my opinion, reaching for a hometown kid in DeMarvion Overzone. But anyway, To'oTo'o to me, I did have a 4th to a 5th round grade on him. So at this point, you're getting pretty good value. I'm not going to say I love it because he's just a fine player. I don't think he's going to have a massive impact on the team. But, as a backup linebacker, as a leader of the defense, a special teamer, I think you're fine with it. He's going to sit behind. They have a couple of veterans there. They brought in Denzel Perriman. I think do they still have Christian Kirksey on the roster? I think they do. So, he's kind of in that breath. He's a lot more Christian Kirksey than he is Denzel Perriman. But he'll be there on the depth chart, Bill special teamer. He's not a bad football player. I just don't see him really as an impactful player. Thank you, a freckin' Mason. Yearly donation to the Teddy Cam. You hear that, Teddy?
I think he needs a treat for that.
You need a treat from a frickin' Mason? And there goes Owen Popo. Another bell ring. I put all these linebackers over Owen Popo because I thought they were better players. We've seen them all come off the board before Owen Popo. I even had guys like Noah Sewell over Popo. Popo was my 14th linebacker. He's a speedster. He's your classic draft speed late in the draft. See if anything comes of it. But this guy literally has no idea what he's looking at in coverage, no idea what he's looking at in the run game. While he's fast, that's literally it. Some of the worst linebacker tape in this draft by far. So, he's going to cover kicks on special teams, and they have some guys at linebacker already. It's not like they need a starter. So I do like this pick at this point. But don't be surprised if he never turns into anything, because in his time at Auburn, he really was not a playmaker at all. He ran a 4.39 40, and everyone thinks he's good. It doesn't work that way, right?
Man, Frank Wright has a lot to say here.
Yeah, they must be talking about Bryce. Gosh, the Colts had such a fun draft. The Colts might have to be my TFGO team next year. Anthony Richardson, all these good picks in the mid-rounds. They're going to be a fun Madden team, that's for sure.
Who's your favorite pick today of day 3 so far?
Favorite pick of day 3. I really like Dennis. I really like DeJuan Jones to Cleveland was great value. The Eagles getting Ringo was really good. Adebawore going to Indy. Awesome. Does he have to go? He has to go outside. Do your plants need to come in? Okay. You gotta go outside, buddy? Come here. Actually, he's not the only one that has to go to the bathroom, so. What? It's not TMI. I'm going to give you another word from my sponsor here as I run to the restroom real quick. Hey friends, allow me to interrupt the stream for a moment to tell you about my good friends at Underdog Fantasy who are sponsoring today's show. Underdog has revolutionized how you can play fantasy football. I've thoroughly enjoyed Underdog, and I'm excited to share it with you. They have a variety of different games that you can play to spice up your fantasy football experience. I've told you in the past about their Pick'em contests, where you are stringing together picks, things like player props, rushing yard over-unders, touchdowns. In the case of right now, you can play on NBA, XFL, MLB, make anywhere from 2 to 5 picks from any variety of games. You can even cross leagues, and you can win up to 20 to 1 on your slip. Underdog is also the king of best ball fantasy. If you are like me and you're in way too many fantasy leagues, but you just can't get enough, but you don't have the time to set your lineup every week, make trades, make transactions, check the waiver wire, but you want to put your football knowledge to the test and win some money thanks to it, well, Best Ball is the perfect way to do it. You do your drafts just like any normal league, but your lineups lock in. This is perfect for all of you draft enthusiasts out there. If you want to get the jump on a lot of the people in the fantasy football world that don't quite know all about these rookies, but you've been diving into maybe my content or other draft content, and you feel like you know exactly where these rookies should be going and where the value is, well, you have an advantage by signing up right now and competing in Best Ball Fantasy. And the second this draft ends, Best Ball Mania 4 goes live. $15 million in prizes. This is literally the largest fantasy football competition that has ever existed. I'm not making that up. So right now, head over to Underdog Fantasy at the website or on their mobile app. Sign up using promo code TFG. That is promo code TFG at Underdog Fantasy. Have fun, win some cash, support my channel in the process. Go check it out. Hey, thank you guys for listening to Underdog, and shout out to Underdog for being such a great sponsor. We had the Asim Richards pick. I actually love this for Dallas. I think we're getting into really good value range for him. He's a good athlete. Richards was my 15th ranked offensive tackle, but a very high upside projection. He's a really smooth athlete, probably better off at guard. He's a little bit on the lighter side when you watch him play. I think he could add some functional play strength and maybe be a tackle, but I think he's an adequate backup right away, but really does have starter upside, and he's in a position where he's got a lot of good leadership around him, and I think he's a very good, mid to late day 3 type of gamble on the offensive line. I liked what I saw from him. And then the Raiders just traded up, and we should be hearing from their pick any moment now. Do I feel any different about the Drake London pick for the Falcons years later? I mean, not really. I always said Drake London was going to be a solid player for them. It was never about that. It was about not taking Garrett Wilson, who was absolutely incredible, who with now Aaron Rodgers, Garrett Wilson, I believe, can emerge as a top 10 receiver this year in the NFL and beyond that. That was my whole thing with Drake London, was passing on with the 8th pick in the draft. I was a little bit harsh giving it an F. I will say that. It should have been a D. And maybe when I got to the final draft grade, I did give it a D. I know I gave it an F on the live stream because I was, a little emotional that Garrett Wilson should have been the first wide receiver drafted last year. And I was on it on that one. I said Jacksonville should have taken him first overall. I thought he was a special player, and he was a special player for for the Jets last year with really bad quarterback play. So, no, my opinions on who else they should have taken have not drafted. He's still a good player. From a frickin' Mason, thank you, my dude. Wish we had more day 3 picks for a safety or a nickel, but I love my Steelers draft. Yeah, dude, the Steelers have definitely had one of the best drafts, if not the best. Them and the Colts really stand out to me. All right, we're about to get a fat run of picks, I think. Approaching the 6th round, too.
How's your sizzle?
The sizzle is delicious. We got a little local Minnesota craft raspberry sour from Steel Toe Brewery. Oh, yeah. Got the Whitman mugs. I don't know if you can really see it. It's kind of it's tough on the camera to see. There it is. There it is. It just focused on it. That's a cool shot right there.
Christopher Smith.
No, Green Bay. I was hoping maybe they could redeem themselves. Great pick for the Raiders. Chris Smith had no business going in the 5th round, man. He is way too good of a football player. This is a certified steal for the Raiders. A safety group that, they brought in, what's his name, from Philadelphia? Epps. Whatever. He's a decent starter. Christopher Smith can overtake him as a rookie, in my opinion. You are getting great value there. Never should have gone this far. I get if you're afraid of the 4.6 240. My pro comp for him is another safety that ran a 4.6 240 years and years ago and had a great career and is still playing in Rodney McLeod. Almost an identical player, some slot corner experience. He's going to be, I think, a starter for them at some point. So, unreal pick for the Raiders. Good work. Someone was saying every grade for my Raiders picks has been so far a B or a like it. Well, there you go. There's a phenomenal pick for the Raiders. Sniping some value. Then we got the Bucks pick coming up.
I think they also traded up.
I wonder if they like Tanner McKee. Be a good spot for McKee behind Baker. Wouldn't be surprising. Although you do have Kyle Trask there. Hasn't really gotten a chance to play yet. Kind of depends what they feel about him. Man, They just decided this was going too fast all of a sudden. They're like, 4th round felt like it went faster than these last 5 picks. Payne Durham. I like Payne Durham. He makes sense for me. I liked, if you're going to take Payne, I did like Davis Allen a decent amount better, but Durham he's got really strong hands. He's a really good blocker. I think he's a good number 2 tight end. Definitely had a draftable grade on him. The 4.87 40 hurts a little bit, but Perham is a big, reliable possession tight end with a shot to emerge as a tight end 2 in the next level. He uses his size well in the receiving game to box out for the football with a big, strong, reliable hands, where he also shows good toughness after the catch to break tackles. Severely limited athlete and will almost certainly never be a true starter in the NFL with a lack of explosiveness in the receiving game. He needs to become a more sticky, tenacious run blocker if he's going to earn that tight end 2 spot for true 12 personnel usage, but I think it's a fine pick. I'd rather gamble on Kuntz, but that's just me. I feel like they have some kind of, they took the Washington kid last year. Feel like you could have gambled on upside a little bit, but Durham's a decent player. They probably didn't get what they thought they were getting in the Minnesota kid that they drafted in the 7th last year to be that kind of blocking type. Can't think of his name right now. Rufus, aside from rebuilding the best college D of all time, is there anything my Eagles can do to help our lack of right guard? Didn't they took Tyler Steen, right? Tyler Steen, I think, is maybe going to be your starting right guard.
All right, we got Eric Grado.
Eric Gray. All right. He's fine. He's a good player. He's just not a good athlete. That's the thing. To me, take DeWayne McBride, man. Such a better player. But it's, he's one of the better backs remaining. You also had Sean Tucker kind of in your backyard. I think Sean Tucker is a more explosive version of Eric Gray. I'm not going to slam it. They needed a backup running back behind Saquon, and I think Gray can be that. He has a career backup projection. He's just a very balanced player. He's got good contact balance. He's got good vision. He's decent in the receiving game. I don't think they're going to regret this pick necessarily, but I do think they could have gotten a better player in DeWayne McBride, personally. Yeah. Yes, Kieft is the Minnesota tight end for the Bucs that I'm thinking of. Brendan says, I can't believe J.L. Skinner or Carl Brooks haven't been picked. I was lower on Brooks. I had him as more of a 6th-round guy, so that's not super surprising. Skinner, I can understand because he's coming off the injury. That's always going to add some fog of war to these things. But Skinner would be a good pick at this point for anybody.
People are talking about favorite names in the draft so far. I agree with Andrew Spencer with Tank Bigsby. That's my favorite so
Tank
far.
Bigsby has got to be up there. Tank Dell is another one. 2 tanks. I mean, I'm a big fan of... I like both Felix Anaduke Uzama. That just sounds like a 10-year pro in the NFL. And then also Adi Tamiwa Adebore. I mean,
Yeah.
Mazzie Smith has got to be up there.
Nah.
No? Don't like Mazzie?
Nah.
Darius Rush?
Nah. I like Jammy. It's cute.
Jamie Robinson?
Juice Scruggs, yes.
Yeah, Juice Scruggs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is there a bumper pool?
There is a bumper pool, and he's like a run defending linebacker. Like, he is an actual bumper. I mean, Hendon Hooker is a pretty great name for as much as I didn't like that pick.
Oh, I just almost put George Kittle on the screen.
I mean, there's Michael Mayer,
It just showed George Kittle next to I thought it was the pick for a second.
Well, this might be like the exact pick they took George Kittle with years ago. Oh yeah, Servasia Dennis.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, that's a good one. Jadakiss Bonds. Yep, that's good. the Key and Peele team.
The Key and Peele team, yes.
Texans got Juice Scruggs, Tank Dell, and Henry To'oTo'o.
Yeah, they're stacked.
They're stacked. They're loaded. All named Super Bowl. Yaya Diaby. Yep.
Who's like Carpetron Duke Marriott?
That's got to be a Key and Peele thing. It's got to be Key and Peele. There's no way that's real. Yeah, I mean, Keyshawn Booty.
Yeah.
If he's in the NFL, he might be an XFL, guys, man. I think he's just a little bit of a head case. You can't really argue with it when you see the guy like feuding with coaches on the field, dropping critical passes. It's just all over the place. Okay, Robert Beal to the Niners. Beal's a solid role player. Really good athlete. The dude ran in the 4.4s. You know, he's never going to be a starter or anything like that, but put him on the field on early downs. He can defend the run. He can run all their twists and games and stuff that they do with their pass rush. So I think it's a fine pick. Hi, Ted. Oh, you gonna run away from me? What do you want?
Go eat. Go on.
True, Connor. True. There's all that with Keyshawn Booty too. The weird incident in the hotel that no one really knows. From Brendo, as a Packers fan and fantasy player, what do you think the possible outlook for Tucker Kraft is? I love Kraft, but Musgrave seems to complicate things. Yeah, I don't think Kraft is going to be a good fantasy player. He's going to be a much better player for the blocking, and you know, he might have a couple games where he gets some touchdowns and he makes impacts on the game, but you know, maybe for best ball he might be a decent player, but you know, he's going to have good weeks, but I don't think he's going to be a consistent part of the offense. Musgrave, on the other hand, I think will be. As long as he's healthy.
So the Rams have done 3 out of the next 4 picks.
Wow. It's kind of what they do. They just want to rack up assets, throw a bunch of darts. Are they out at their house, the fancy house? Warren McClendon. That's a good pick. McClendon, I kind of liked McClendon's tape, and then about halfway through the year, they started rotating him with this 5-star, you know, Georgia. They've got all these 5-star guys just waiting to come in. They started rotating him with this 5-star kid that I think is going to be starting for them next year and might have a chance to emerge as, you know, like a Broderick Jones type next year. But, you know, he was tough. He was athletic. He leans a lot. He's not the strongest guy. He did gain weight after he played at like 290 is where he was listed. So that was a big concern. But I believe he weighed in, he weighed in at 305 at the combine. So I really like that. He's got good arm length. I think, you know, he declares as a fourth-year junior, probably because he knew he was going to get drafted and they were trying to replace him anyway. So if he was at a different program where they weren't rotating him for some five-star recruit, he may have helped his stock a little bit more. I think he's a solid player. Like, I think this is a pretty good pick for the Rams. I don't know if he's ever going to be a starter or anything, but we're into the 6th round now, so. Yeah, Thomas. It's frustrating, man. I mean, it's hard to get too mad because I do love what they did in the first round, but I just don't know how you can justify wasting all these picks. Like, there are really valuable players available, and they're taking guys that probably won't even make the team. I mean, Dontavian Wicks is going to have to scratch and claw with the Bo Meltons of the world. And especially Sean Clifford. Like, dude. Could have had a legit starting safety, and you took a player that's not going to make the team. I mean, it's just like such bad process. So the Rams are like kind of in Caleb Williams suck for Caleb range at this point, right? We'll see how much Matthew Stafford plays next year. I think that's really fascinating. I just don't get why they've traded away. They've traded away Jalen Ramsey. They traded away Allen Robinson for literally nothing. Like, they just decided we no longer want him on the team. It was always kind of a questionable signing to begin with. They let go of Bobby Wagner. Outside of Aaron Donald and Cooper Kupp and Matthew Stafford, if he's healthy, you basically have the worst roster in the NFL. They didn't have a lot of draft picks. Sean McVay thought about retiring. They are just such a weird window right now. There goes Davis Allen. I like Davis Allen. I think he's a sound player. He's just really slow. Huge hands. This guy's one of the best contested ball winners in this class at any position. Really good run blocker, huge hands. He made my top 10 list. He's a good value at this point. Like, honestly, I think this is a really good pick. Other than Zach Kuntz, there's no other tight end that I would have taken there. I think he can block for them. They don't really have a good second tight end. Like, he's going to help their run game. He had good jumps, 38.5-inch vertical. He won 91%, you guys, of his contested catch opportunities last year. I mean, that's crazy. He's got 10.5-inch hands, good leaping ability. Like, he is a red zone threat. He's a good run blocker. He's just a good, solid tight end who can't really run. I compare him to Charlie Warner, although I think Warner played a little bit faster. But the other thing is he's only 245 pounds. You know, if he was 260 pounds doing those things, you'd probably like him a little bit more. But he's a little bit lighter. Who will be a bigger role player year one for the Raiders, Jacorian Bennett or Chris Smith? I'm going to go... That's tough, because I think Jacorian Bennett will for sure play as a matchup corner. They'll take his speed, they'll throw him out there on passing downs, have him to follow around certain targets. Like, I feel very safe that Bennett's going to play 100, 200 snaps. Chris Smith, it's like, he's either going to be a starter, he's either going to beat out Marcus Epps, or there's not much of a role for him at all. So that's my answer to that. Like, I think if Chris Smith can win that job, it's him. Otherwise, Bennett will play. Garrett, I don't see the Colts drafting Zach Kuntz. They already picked Will Mallory. So let's see. Who's the freakiest athlete that the Colts could draft right here? Andre Iosivas maybe would be a guy they like. Earl Bostic Jr., a tackle out of Kansas. Could go Lonnie Phelps out of Kansas as well. Could go with a linebacker maybe. Let's go. I'm going to predict Anthony Orji out of Vanderbilt as the pick here for Indianapolis. That's my prediction. Yeah, Brandon, at this point, Kuntz could fall out of the draft. I mean, who knows, man? I'm just stunned that no one's looking at that. I didn't think his tape was that bad. From Gage, who can you imagine will be in the tank for Caleb camp? I imagine Bucks and Rams. Yeah, I think Rams for sure. Cardinals aren't going to take Caleb, I don't think, but they might be in that mix. There's not a whole lot of teams that are like truly tanking. You know, I think, you know, people are going to be mad at him saying this, but I think the Bears, like, if Fields doesn't take that next step, could very much be in that mix again. I think they've done a good job, but they were the worst team in the NFL last year. Like, they still have a long way to go. And if Fields doesn't take that next step up, I think that's something to at least suggest as a possibility. Other than that, I think we kind of hit them.
Yeah, Evan Hall going to the Colts.
Not a surprise. We know they like their athletes. Evan Hall, white running back out of Northwestern. Really good workouts. He ran a 4.47, 37-inch vertical jump, 6'9", 4.3 cone. I compare him actually to Jeff Wilson. I actually like this. I think he has really good scat back potential. They obviously traded away they sent him to Buffalo. Nyheim Hines. They traded away Hines. Hull can potentially be your kind of receiving back behind him. I think it's a really good pick for the Colts. I mean, this has just been a really fun draft for Indianapolis. Is there a world where Marvin Harrison goes number 1 next April? Yeah, absolutely. I think if the Cardinals get the number 1 pick, they might think about it. Or maybe, maybe you make a swap. Like if the Rams have 2 and the Cardinals have 1, maybe you make a swap. I don't know. But it's certainly possible. Ooh, Puka Nacua. Also to the all-name team. I like this pick for the Rams. Puka's a good player, man. He had a tough pre-draft process. Showed up day 1 of the Senior Bowl, was a little bit banged up, and couldn't really get through the Senior Bowl. And I thought he was a guy that had a chance to kind of have one of these. Michael Wilson really helped his stock at the Senior Bowl. Tank Dell really helped his stock at the Senior Bowl. Jaden Reed, another one. I thought Puka was kind of in that category of like really good route runner, could have been dotting dudes up down there and really helped his stock. But unfortunately, the injury is going to be a question mark for him. But a really smooth route runner, productive player at BYU, and just a good, solid football player. I think, he has a chance to emerge as a 3rd or a 4th playmaker for them. So Nacua is a perfectly balanced receiver who has a legitimate shot to emerge as a solid starter in the NFL. He has average physical tools, but with good quickness that he puts to his use in his route running, release, and after the catch. He's a physical receiver as well who fights through contact in his routes and at the catch point and is willing to block. Health will be something he needs to prove. He needs to prove isn't a concern at the next level, as he spent the better part of the last year trying to get and stay healthy. He missed time at BYU last year too. But as long as he's healthy, Nacua does a lot of things well at the wide receiver position and could very well find himself in a starting opportunity before too long. So get yourself healthy, Puka. He's got a great opportunity in front of him. It's not a good Rams depth chart. So definitely someone to keep on your radar. Like if he's one of those guys that I could see getting a lot of camp hype, because you look at their depth chart and they obviously, no more Robert Woods, no Allen Robinson. He's gone. Cooper Kupp coming off the ACL injury. We don't know when he might be sitting out most of camp. You got Van Jefferson in a contract year. And then it's Tutu Atwell, Ben Skoranek, Austin Trammell, and something called Lance McCutcheon. So, very well could actually be a starter for them next year if he's healthy. I think that's a pretty fun pick. So, I will keep the Lovett up there. I think they found themselves a good fit. Eric Scott Jr. goes to Southern Miss. So Eric Scott, let's see where we had him. Did I even watch Eric Scott? I don't think I did. He's on my watch list, so I don't have a final grade on him. He was at the Shrine Bowl as well. So I saw the 4.7 140, and he didn't make my final rankings of 39 cornerbacks. But he's a lengthy corner from Southern Miss that I've said might be a safety convert. And sometimes these 40 times they had a bad day, they pulled up and I didn't hear about it. I didn't get around to watching him because I just only have so much time to go around, and 4.71 speed at corner is kind of a massive red flag. But if they view him as a safety, and this is a team that has spent a lot of time converting corners to safety, maybe there's something there. So it is what it is.
All right, Packers pick is in.
Here we go.
Better than the last one?
Could we use another quarterback that we can cut in August? I will say, though, Corey Trice is still available. I like Jalen Jones out of Texas A&M. Carrington Valentine out of Kentucky. Eric Scott out of Mississippi State certainly would not have been my pick, but maybe they fell in love with him throughout the process.
All right, here's Carl Brooks.
Carl Brooks. So I like Carl Brooks. My only thing is, why the absolute hell did you take Wooden as well? Brooks is a better player than Wooden. I think he has a chance to be a role player as a 4-eye, a base end. And this in a sixth round is much more where I like Carl Brooks. He got a lot of hype. A lot of people are going to say this is a huge steal. I had a six to a priority free agent grade on Carl Brooks as the 21st interior player. I do like this pick. It reminds me a lot of when they took different position, but when they took the Mississippi State guy last year, or oh gosh, I always forget his name for the Packers. Kingsley Enagbare, where he was getting a lot of hype as a third or a fourth round guy. Didn't match that hype in the pre-draft, but he goes to the Packers in the sixth round, and I'm like, well, yeah, I can get behind it at that spot. So Brooks is a fascinating prospect. He was one of the most productive defensive linemen in all of college football, but is a difficult projection given his level of competition and the fact that he played primarily from the edge at Bowling Green. And obviously Green Bay listed him as an interior player here. He has a loaded base, strong arms, a nice first step, and an adequate combination of technique in both bull rush and finesse, which all combine to contribute to his impressive production. He was also a dominant run defender, getting to set the edge against poor tackles, but even in his games against UCLA and Mississippi State, he vanished against the run, and his projection to be able to hold up as an interior player at the next level is merely a projection. He has high character, is a high-energy player who shouldn't simply be dismissed, but he will have an uphill climb at the next level, moving inside and having the increase in level of competition. So He's a good player. I think in the 6th round, it's a pretty good pick. But I just don't get the Colby Wooden pick in the 4th round, who to me was a worse version of Carl Brooks. But they're getting some depth on that D-line. I just don't get why they don't feel like safety's a need.
We've had a couple people ask your thoughts on the Vikings maybe getting Ibrahim or Voorhees.
Yeah. Yeah, both are like really good football players with injury concerns. So I'm all about taking those guys in the 6th round. Ibrahim he's got a lot of tread on his tires. Or doesn't have a lot of tread on his tires left, I think is the right way to say that. But I think people screw that.
He's not eating anybody's lunch money.
He's not eating. No, he's eating a lot of people's lunch money. That's his play style. Yeah, I like Mo to the Vikes. A little bit redundant with Madison, but still a good player. And then Voorhees is a stud. He just won't be able to play, and he'll be 26 by the time he can because he's a 25-year-old prospect that just tore his ACL. So, you can understand why he's falling, but is a very good guard. Whoever takes Voorhees at this point is getting a steal. But I can't fault teams for not taking him either because, like I said, 26-year-old prospect coming off an ACL is not going to be able to play next year. That is a tough sell. Kytrell Clark to the Cardinals. Cardinals continue to crush it. I really like Kytrell Clark, especially in. He was flagged as mostly a slot corner, but I have written on him that he has really good potential to be that Darius Williams type of undersized slot corner that goes to a Fangio style system that runs quarters and actually being at his best on the outside. I mean, how many times have we seen that with DJ Reed, Darius Williams, these 5'9", 5'10" corners, stepping outside and showing almost like safety instincts, their high IQ. When you have to play cornerback at 5'10", you got to compensate somehow by getting really good anticipation, understanding zone coverage, understanding how your role impacts the rest of the field. Kytrell Clark is that guy, but he's small, right? He's 5'10", 181 pounds, 29.5-inch arms. He was not a good tackler either. So, projecting him into the slot is fine, but you're putting him in Arizona where they are going to be that Fangio system. I love him on the outside on this team. I love him competing for a starting job on the outside with how bad their cornerback room is. So this to me is a love it pick from a scheme fit perspective, and I'm excited to see if he can win a starting job in that putrid secondary for the Cardinals. Yeah, Grim, we were right that Green Bay felt good about their offensive line, and I think they're smart for that. I really do. Okay, Josh Hayes, defensive back out of Kansas State, goes to Tampa. I don't know if he's in my database anywhere at either safety or corner. This might be the first guy. We got about 430 players in the database, and I don't know if he was. Let's see. No, he's not. So let's see if Dane Brugler wrote anything about Josh Hayes, because I'm not familiar with who this is. All right, so Josh Hayes is in Brugler's database at cornerback, I believe, right? Yeah, cornerback. He was the 89th player in the database. 5'11" out of Kansas State. Did run a 4.44. Solid testing numbers. 31-inch arms. So athletic defensive back prospect. I'm not familiar with him, but you gamble on athleticism. Clearly the scouts saw or heard something about the Kansas State product they liked, so we'll just go fine on that one.
You missed a
did. Yeah, Matt, thank you for the super chat. Yeah, Voorhees next to Trey Smith. Similar vibes. Really good player falling in the draft. They are fine at guard in Kansas City, but, he's just a good player. I mean, they have both Trey Smith and Tooney at left guard, so it's not like there's really room for Voorhees, but would be a phenomenal depth for them in a year if you can just redshirt him, put him on the IR for a year. That's the nice thing about Voorhees is, like, he's not going to take up a roster spot because you can put him on IR. Also, Fave, all name team for this class. Are you kidding me? There's a Fave. Yeah, that's incredible. I am not aware of who that is, but would love to see that name pop up on our TV screens here.
And you saw Grim Chief. We were right. Yeah.
Yep. Wonder if they'll pick up the pace a little bit here. I thought we'd be close to done around 3 o'clock, not 5 picks into the 6th round.
We're going to be going till 5, I feel like.
Yeah.
We got 70 picks left.
All right. Any idea on what has happened with JL Skinner? He's coming off a torn bicep. He might not be ready to play this year, so same deal, It's teams just don't love taking guys that they're not going to be able to play for a year, I like JL Skinner.
Matt Sierra says, I was asking if Voorhees is like the next Trey Smith.
Oh, no, he's not quite as explosive as Trey Smith was. And Trey Smith was a little different in that it was more of like a weird injury thing with like a heart condition. Whereas Voorhees he's also just older, right? He's 26. And you're for sure not getting anything from him next year. Trey Smith was like, okay, he's either going to be able to play in the NFL or he's not because of his heart condition. So just kind of a different medical deal. Trey Hodges-Tomlinson to the Rams. So at this point, I'm all right with it. I wasn't a big Hodges-Tomlinson guy. I had him pretty far down my board. He was my 30th corner. I had a 6th round to a priority free agent grade. So I'm all right with it at this point. Talk about an undersized corner getting an opportunity to maybe play on the outside where he did at TCU. He's an instinctive player. He's got good ball skills. He's a hyper quick, athletic dude. Some people are going to say this is a steal. The mock draft simulators had this guy as more of a 3rd or a 4th round guy. I never took him in those things. He's a 5'7.5" corner who is one of the grabbiest players you'll ever see. I'm really not trying to trash him, but if he wasn't LaDainian Tomlinson's cousin, I'm not sure he gets drafted. And if I can't remember where I was going with that, but if you just can't grab as much as you do. He kind of cheats a little bit out there because he's so small. So you kind of draw a lot of penalties with that play style. If you coach that out of him, are you still getting the ball production? I don't know. He's a good athlete, good kid. Hope he works out. I'm all for undersized players making it work, but I just was not on board the Trey Tomlinson hype that a lot of people were. It really was just the grabbiness, man. He had, what did he have? In his weaknesses column, extremely grabby when he gets in trouble, had a full college career's worth of penalties in 2022 alone with 14 penalties. He was getting flagged every single week for it, which is just pretty crazy. Yeah, Cody, I don't think it's a steal. I really don't. I had a 6 to a priority on him. Decent player. Deserved to get drafted, but guy's tiny. There's being a small corner, and then there's being 5'7.5". Like that is pretty crazy. Yeah, Luke Whippler still available. At this point, the fall is pretty wild. Oh, Tanner, thank you for the super chat. Do I like Rodgers to the Jets in terms of scheme? Absolutely, man. They're running the same scheme he's won 2 MVPs in with Nathaniel Hackett there, so how could you not? Oh, man. Packers Twitter thinks the last 4 picks have been good picks. Carl Brooks was a good pick. How do you possibly defend the Sean Clifford pick, though? What the hell? Wicks, I can't justify Wicks over the receivers that were available for them. I just don't see it, man. Yep, Corey Trice is still around, Tommy. There goes J.L. Skinner. Great fit. Great fit. So Skinner is a very good football player. He probably would have been more of a 3rd-round pick if he didn't unfortunately tear his pec in a training for the NFL draft. I do have a 4th-round grade on Skinner, so to get him in the 6th is outstanding. The only thing is we just don't know if and when he's going to be available. But a pec injury is a lot different than like a knee injury, right? You expect full recovery there without much risk. But, the big thing is honestly, the big thing is we didn't get to get like a 40 time from him, which is important at this position. We didn't get to really confirm that he can run in like the 4.5s. But I'll read his blurb. Skinner is a lanky, do-it-all safety who started the last 3 years for Boise. He enjoys coming downhill to hit from a free safety alignment and has long striding speed that shows up in his range and pursuit. He can use his length and physicality down in the box as well, but he is a little bit on the slender side when taking on blocks, and he is. He's like 6'3", 200, so he is lanky. While he is fast, he's not a great athlete in terms of lateral explosiveness, so going to man-to-man on receivers and being a twitchy, reactionary cover safety on the back end may never be his game. He's coming off of a torn pec injury from March, which will set him back a half a year or so, making it difficult for him to get a whole lot of defensive snaps in year 1. It may be possible, however, for him to get back out there where he should be an awesome special teams contributor right away and could impress coaches that way to compete for a starting safety role by his 2nd season. So, he fits the defense with oh man, why can't I think of the Broncos defensive coordinator's name right now? Yeah, I got you. Is it Joseph? Yeah, Vance Joseph. So there's going to be room for him to be either a true strong safety or a free safety. I like him in more of that traditional safety role as opposed to more of that modern, like quarters heavy, because I just don't see like fluid cornerback-esque coverage skills from Skinner. But in this system, north and south, between him and the Texas safety that they have that I like, Caden Stearns, very similar types of players, and between those two, I think you'll get a good safety out of them. So good pick. Thank you, Matt. You got a super chat in honor of you, Anna, for as a shout out for doing the graphics. So we just got a pick that I missed.
Thanks for the shout out. I was just taking a little rest on the floor, so I do not have this pick in.
It was, do you have the tracker up?
No.
Western Michigan linebacker. I just can't remember who it was, what I just missed. It was Zaire Barnes out of Western Michigan to the Jets. So they list him at linebacker. Barnes. Did I watch him? Honestly, can't remember if I watched him. I'm not seeing him, guys, so I might have to defer. Oh, I did. I got you. I was like, that name sounds super familiar. He was my 20th linebacker with a draftable grade. Really good testing numbers. So you're gambling. This is your classic gamble on speed, late in the draft. Kid ran a 4.54 at his pro day, 34-inch vertical jump, 7.02 3-cone is really good for a linebacker, 20 bench press reps. So we'll read his blurb. Barnes is a moldable ball of clay, though he has shown very little of what he can do as a true Mike linebacker. He also has yet to show what he can't do. He has prototype size, length, and plus athletic tools to turn into something, but the converted safety has just a little over 200 snaps playing between the tackles and played at a lighter weight than he was able to get to for his pro day at 233. He is a good run defender, chase tackler, and has no excuse not to thrive on special teams, while he hopefully continues to learn the position under NFL coaching. He's a draftable project player and should be a high priority if he falls out of the draft. So I like this fit. This is kind of identical to what they've done in the past. They actually have two, Jameer Sherwood and Hamza Nasir-El-Din. They took a couple years ago as picks just like this. The Jags just took Parker Washington. They're having a great day 3. But this is what the Jets do, right? They take athletes, they develop them. They did it with Quincy Williams, so I like that fit for the Jets. He could turn into something, or he's just going to be a great special teamer. The Jags taking Parker Washington. This is a certified steal, man. You get a potential day 1 starter in the slot. They don't necessarily need that, but getting a player this value this late is a no-brainer for the Jags, right? You got Zay Jones, isn't going to be there forever. You've got Christian Kirk, of course, but another good player. He to me was a poor man's Jackson Smith and Jigba. Good route runner, tough dude over the middle of the field, wins contested catches. I had Parker Washington. Ultimately he fell, I think, just outside of my top 10 wide receivers. Yeah, he ended up at 12, but when I made my list in February, he made the list. I had a 3rd-round grade on him. Just your classic kind of. He reminds me a lot of like Tyler Boyd, honestly, or another good comp would be maybe what Amari Rodgers was. I know Green Bay didn't really use him, but he's shown some flashes in Houston. Brendo, Raheem Jarrett to Baltimore in the 6th would be awesome, man. Absolutely. Parker ran a 4.92? I don't think so. Did he? If he did, I didn't know about it. I had him with no testing numbers. He was dealing with an injury, so if he ran a 4.92, that's not, I wouldn't put any stock in that. He didn't work out at his combine. He didn't work out at Penn State's pro day. If he ran a 4.92, it was, I'm going to give it my all and show you that I'm going to compete. But do know that I'm injured. I know he was coming off an injury. I wouldn't put any stock into that. Speed's not his game. I think if he did run healthy, it would be 4.58, 4.56, like, or maybe 4.60. You want some snuggles? Could you maybe make me some more tea? That was really helpful yesterday. Yeah, I can take over me and Teddy will take over the graphics. We'll just type it with Teddy's paws and see what it says. Jalen Duncan. Hey, this is a ring the bell. Jalen Duncan was a guy sometimes projected in the 2nd round, 3rd round. The hype definitely fell off a little bit, but I literally was on the table or on the record saying this guy's booty cheeks on Twitter. But hey, that was as a third-round pick, drafted to maybe start. Like, this is fine. He is an athlete. He's got to hit the weight room, man. His play strength is some of the worst in this draft at the position, but he's an athlete. If Tennessee wants to continue being a wide zone team, he can block that system. As a 6th-round pick, I can absolutely get behind Jalen Duncan. So we're going to say like this pick. Dare I say even love it. Duncan ended up for me as my offensive tackle 14 with a day 3 grade. So totally down with that pick. Now New England's up. Tanner McKee still has not been drafted, you guys. I cannot believe he's falling this far. We got Andy Reid on NFL Network right now. Anna's missing it while she makes me tea. You're missing Andy Reid on TV. She loves Andy Reid. We might have to break out the coach's calendar. That's one of my Christmas presents every year is I get her the 12 sexiest head coaches in the NFL. I put it on a calendar for her. Shane, did I see the Jets draft board? Why are they still using DT, D end, outside linebacker? I will say this, Shane. I know what you're saying. As a macro thing, we shouldn't be using positional terminology like that. If you are just looking at your system, it's fine, right? Because you know, if you're the Jets building your own draft board and you're filling out these players, you know where these guys would play in your system and what positions they are for you. So from that perspective, it's fine. But if you're talking about Pro Bowl voting or, you know, drafting guys, like putting them all together on a board, you should be lumping them into more edge, interior linebacker, right? But the Jets know. The Jets know where these guys are on their depth chart. Thank you. Should I let that sit for a minute or?
Yeah, it's probably hot.
Okay. There's Andy.
I've been listening.
Ah.
Can you give me my screen back?
Yes. There's the Kayshon Boutte pick, you guys, to the Patriots. Wow. Okay, look, in the 6th round, I love it, man. It's a complete dart throw. It's a show up, get to work, or get out type of pick. And they desperately need juice. And when Kayshon Boutte is on, in his sophomore year, he was potentially going to be the number 1 wide receiver in this draft class. Now, I think he's a little bit out of shape. His testing was not where it was supposed to be. I don't think he takes coaching seriously. I don't think he takes the process seriously. There is obvious concerns with Kayshon Boutte. But in the 6th round, I mean, I'm not going to even say it's a certified steal. He should have fallen to about this point, but I do love the pick for the Patriots. But he's got to get his act together, man. He really does. So much potential there. I mean, this is what's crazy to me, and what kind of tells me he's maybe a little bit out of shape right now. So he was my 25th wide receiver. There's still wide receivers on the board that I rank higher than him. But 29-inch vertical jump. Worst in the class out of all of these wide receivers. So it's like, man, what's going on? And there goes Tanner McKee to the Eagles. Dude, the Eagles, Howie is just so good at this, you guys. This is why I get so mad at Brian Gutekunst. It's like, look at the Eagles just taking the good football players in the third day of the draft. Not that Tanner McKee is necessarily good now, but dude, Tanner McKee in the 6th freaking round, a 21-year-old Stanford quarterback with pretty good tape, a really strong arm. I mean, this is certified steal. They needed a backup quarterback. Gardner Minshew no longer there. If nothing else, there's your Nick Foles, right? But maybe Hurts goes down for a few weeks in a couple of years. McKee develops. He balls out with this incredible team that they've built. They make him look good, and they flip him for a second-round pick like they did with Kevin Kolb a few years ago. Like, this is just such smart process for the Eagles. You're right. Tanner McKee is 23. He did that mission before he started playing. So he's a little bit older, but he's young in football years. You're right. He is a cancer survivor. You are totally right. It wasn't a mission. Or maybe he went on a mission. He was out of football for a little bit. But he's got an interesting backstory. I forgot about the cancer survivor thing. It's been so long that I did his evaluation. Oh, they got Mariota. I mean, whatever. Mariota's there for a year. McKee needs to sit and learn. Anyway. McKee is probably not as good of a day one backup as a lot of these guys. We got to pick up the pace here, NFL, man. This is getting ridiculous. Ochoan Mathis to the Rams. He's a high upside option for sure. So Mathis was down the board a little bit for me. I don't think I had a draftable grade on him. Okay, I had a 7th to a priority grade. So it's not a complete reach or anything, but I'll just read his eval. Mathis has an NFL frame and elite length, but he lacks the play strength and consistent hand usage to produce desirable results. Teams will be intrigued by his length, perhaps enough to draft him despite his age and lack of production, but he's going to have to get to work between filling out his frame and taking to NFL coaching before he climbs up any NFL depth charts or even makes a 53-man roster. So the tools are there, right? The team's value length. He's got 35+ inch arms. That's just, that just doesn't exist. The only guys at edge in this class over 30 with 35 or higher inch arms, Zach Harrison, who went in the 3rd round, and Will McDonald, and Tyree Wilson. There's 3 edge players in this class with 35+ inch arms. So his reach is insane, but the production's not there. The technique is not there. He's lanky. The effort in the weight room clearly I think is not quite there. So they got to tap into those traits a little bit. And I guess we'll find out in a couple years what he might be. I kind of forgot that Will McDonald had 35-inch arms. I mean, I'm not going to say I overlooked that. I still believe he was drafted a little bit high, but that is pretty crazy at his size to have that big of a length advantage. So Rufus, thank you for the super chat. It's going slow because all the teams are checking with Howie to make sure they draft who he wants. Yeah, seriously, just draft whoever Howie Roseman wants at this point. Your Bengals haven't picked in a while, Teddy. As far as a grade for this, I'm just going to give it a fine. There goes Luke Whippler. Dude, the Browns stealing Ohio State linemen. Hell of a pick for the Browns. So, Whippler needed to go to a Shanahan scheme fit. We knew that, and he does. He's a wide zone blocking center, a little bit lighter, shorter arm length. We were talking about that. I think it was earlier today, if not later last night. But I did have a third-round grade on Luke Whippler in the right scheme, and I think this is a certified steal at this point in the draft. You get him and DeJuan Jones as just excellent offensive line depth. They already have one of the best O-lines in the league. I think the Browns have had a really nice draft considering they didn't have a first round pick. They traded their second away as well. Airborne says, cutest dog I've ever seen. Got me saying that as a full grown. There's a bunch on the screen, but yeah, NFL Network watchers right now are seeing these dogs. But Teddy holds up, I think.
He's not a puppy though.
No.
So Tampa Bay traded up.
Okay. I think Tampa should go receiver. That room is getting pretty thin. He is like frozen right now.
Someone's requesting that when you say the pick that you announce what team they're going to because they're listening, but they can't see the screen.
Okay, I'll do my best. The last one was Luke Whippler to the Browns. I would pay $100 for them to pick up the pace here a little bit. I mean, we're going to be here until 7 o'clock at this pace.
That's what somebody said in the chat. ESPN has this scheduled until 7.
Oh, my gosh. I don't know if we can go that long.
It's 9 hours.
That's insane.
8 hours.
Okay, Trey Palmer to the Bucks. We said we'd go receiver, and that's a really good pick, man. He's a speedster. He's got a couple things with his game to improve. Let's go to him. Let's go to his profile here. So Trey Palmer was my wide receiver 22 with a 4th to a 5th round grade. So you're getting pretty good value here. This guy ran a 4.32. He obviously played it in a Nebraska offense that, I mean, booty cheeks, man. Let's be honest. Nebraska has had some rough offenses these last couple of years, but weaknesses on him is a body catcher through and through. Drop issues are as bad as they come. He has a 13.8% career drop rate. So hands and ball skills, no excuse, like no way around it, have got to get better. A clear defining weakness there. Needs to continue defining his release package if he's going to contribute as a high-end deep threat, and he's not a contested ball winner. So you pair that with his strengths, legit NFL high-end vertical speed. He ran a 4.32 40, and it shows. He was a highly recruited player that went to LSU. It didn't work out there. He's got solid one-cut route running, just not a very diverse route tree. But when they did stick him on slants, whip routes, digs, he showed good route running. He's got good pacing in his routes. He's a solid run blocker from the perimeter as well. So my low comp for him is John Hightower, who went in like the 6th round of the Eagles, never turned in anything. I think he's on the Chargers now. My high-end comp is Darius Slayton, who went in the 5th round and turned into a good deep threat for the Giants, who had to work on some drop issues. So I really, really love the pick for the Bucks, who need some vertical speed. And then
the Patriots took a punter.
And the Patriots take a punter. So this is like, I'm not going to roast special teams picks in the 6th, 7th round. This is when you do it. It's fine. I didn't watch them. We'll see. See if he makes the team. Special teams, man, it's just so rare that these guys end up being the right selections, you know? But I'm not going to act like my special teams analysis is fantastic. I don't watch these guys. I don't take time like researching the historical trends of this stuff, and it's just because it's so random and I don't have time for it. But my approach at this point is like, you spend a 6th, 7th round on a special teamer, I think it's fine. But I'm not passing on, potential starters at valuable positions, which I think you can get through the 5th round. I'm not passing on those to take a kicker or a punter.
People want to know what position Teddy would be drafted at in his draft grade.
Oh, he's a slot receiver or a slot corner. He probably couldn't catch with his paws, but although when we're playing, he has really good like almost like pass protection technique. Like if I'm trying to take his toy, I swear he does like pass sets sometimes. But he's a little bit undersized for offensive lineman, I think. Yeah, you'd be like either a scat back, he'd be like a Tariq Cohen type, or he'd be like the Trey Hodges Tomlinson, a little bit grabby, but really quick, athletic dude. Loves to tackle. Poor ball skills. Bengals could use a slot corner. What do you think?
I think you'd get confused with the ball.
Yeah, what?
People would think Teddy was the ball.
What's a position? Because he's like, if you try to play catch with Teddy, he's afraid of the ball. So I'm trying to think of a position in football where like it's good to be afraid of the ball. I don't think that exists. Maybe a place kicker or a placeholder for the kicker.
Yeah. No.
They're afraid of getting. I guess yeah. No, that would be probably the worst position for him. He'd run away, and he wouldn't even run away with the ball. He would just leave it sitting there.
Yeah.
Dude, good call. Chat saying Washington should take Zach Kuntz. They love their developmental tight ends. I could absolutely see that being a good fit.
Have some long snappers.
No, he's not precise enough. He's a bigger Deuce Vaughn. No, he's about Deuce Vaughn's size. 5'5", 185 pounds. He's the dog equivalent of that. Exactly, Greg. Every single team should draft Zach Kuntz at this point. Literally the most athletic tight end prospect that ever came out. He's had good production at Ole Miss. He's starting to figure things out. He's putting on weight. I can't believe no one's taking a chance on him at this point.
Man, Washington is taking their sweet time.
I think it's the NFL is taking their sweet time.
I shouldn't say Washington.
How many more picks until even the 7th round? Like, how many picks are in this draft?
253.
I don't even know if it's reasonable for us to stream this whole thing. I mean, it's going well, but man, that's a tall ask, man. That's 9 straight hours of streaming. That's way longer than it's been in years past. We got another 25 picks just until the 7th round starts. I don't know. We might have to make an executive decision on that one because I still have to do all of the draft grades videos. It's a lot. Because I'll still be doing my analysis on the 7th round picks once we get to the draft grades. But if they're going this slow, it's just not worth it. It's not worth our time. Can't support it, man. Okay, Chris Rodriguez. That's funny. Rodriguez actually reminded me a little bit of Brian Robinson. as far as how he runs. Rodriguez is a good player. I mean, I don't get taking him over. I just don't get the fall on DeWayne McBride. Maybe it's a medical thing with DeWayne McBride. You know, McBride got hurt at the end of his year. So maybe it is a medical thing with him, but I like Chris Rodriguez. I watched him the other day getting through these late round backs, and he stood out to me. It was enough that I pushed him over Mo Ibrahim, who I really like. So he's got size. He's 5'11", 217. The first thing you notice about Chris Rodriguez, and honestly, I'll give it a love it. This is good value. I want to do a little bell ring on Sean Tucker, who I was saying earlier that got bad vibes about him. Basically, if you fake your pro day workout and think teams are going to fall for it, I think you're kidding yourself. But the first thing you notice about Chris Rodriguez is how he's got a lanky, kind of a skinny lower half profile, which doesn't always work for guys, but it does give you quick feet, right? Like a lot of these running backs have that kind of junk in the trunk approach where they carry a lot of their weight in their lower half and get a lot of power there. But if you want to go lighter in your lower half, it's going to allow you to run your feet really quick. And if you use it well, that can have its advantages. So what he does is he gets behind his pads. He's got a loaded torso. He gets behind his pads. He initiates contact first, and he's got a lot of power in his upper half, but he really runs his feet through contact. So you're talking about a guy that broke a lot of tackles. He always fights for like 2 or 3 tough yardage, 2 or 3 yards of difficult yardage. And in a Kentucky offensive line that had horrible run blocking, he was kind of the perfect guy for them because he was just running into a brick wall and fighting through contact. So I was really impressed by him. It reminded me a lot of Brian Robinson at Alabama. So, you know, it's just good value. I think they see a similar player. I don't know how productive he's going to be or anything, but he's definitely a good backup to have. A no-nonsense back. Does nothing in the receiving game, though. He's got quick feet, but he's not fluid. He's really stiff. Coburn to the Chiefs. Absolutely, man. Love it. Coburn is, a full-size defensive tackle. I had him as a day 3 guy. He was my D tackle 14, 332 pounds. Good athlete, though. I thought he's a solid run defender. They lose a couple guys in that interior. I think he can eat up some snaps as a run defender. If not right away, I think within a couple years. Maybe not love it. I actually, for a second, when I hit love it, I was thinking of Moro Ojamo, who I would have loved here. But Coburn is a good player still. But Moro Ojamo is still available, I believe, and he is my highest rated defensive tackle available. Or did Ojamo go to the Browns? No, the Browns took... Chat, did Moro Ojamo go? I can't remember.
No.
Yeah, so Ojamo... I like a little bit more than Coburn, but Coburn's still a good full-size defensive tackle. Good pick in the 6th round.
Saints traded up for this pick.
Okay. Sure. We're going to take a quick break here with the commercials. Hey friends, allow me to interrupt the stream for a moment to tell you about my good friends at Underdog Fantasy who are sponsoring today's show. Underdog has revolutionized how you can play fantasy football. I've thoroughly enjoyed Underdog, and I'm excited to share it with you. They have a variety of different games that you can play to spice up your fantasy football experience. I've told you in the past about their Pick'em contests, where you are stringing together picks, things like player props, rushing yard over-unders, touchdowns. In the case of right now, you can play on NBA, XFL, MLB. Make anywhere from 2 to 5 picks from any variety of games. You can even cross leagues, and you can win up to 20-1 on your slip. Underdog is also the king of best ball fantasy. If you are like me and you're in way too many fantasy leagues, but you just can't get enough, but you don't have the time to set your lineup every week, make trades, make transactions, check the waiver wire, but you want to put your football knowledge to the test and win some money thanks to it, well, Best Ball is the perfect way to do it. You do your drafts just like any normal league, but your lineups lock in. This is perfect for all of you draft enthusiasts out there. If you want to get the jump on a lot of the people in the fantasy football world that don't quite know all about these rookies, but you've been diving into maybe my content or other draft content, and you feel like you know exactly where these rookies should be going and where the value is, well, you have an advantage by signing up right now and competing in Best Ball Fantasy. And the second this draft ends, Best Ball Mania 4 goes live. $15 million in prizes. This is literally the largest fantasy football competition that has ever existed. I'm not making that up. So right now, head over to Underdog Fantasy at the website or on their mobile app. Sign up using promo code TFG. That is promo code TFG at Underdog Fantasy. Have fun, win some cash, support my channel in the process. Go check it out. Hey friends, allow me to interrupt this. All right, every time we take a break, big pick comes in. Absolute steal for the Saints to get A.T. Perry. Great spot, too. Like, they have their players now, but with Michael Thomas kind of as a question mark, and a good opportunity for him to really kind of fill out, and not that he needs to fill out, but, like, fill in, maybe. Learn the playbook, get acclimated. Time to get soothed in is never a bad idea for these guys. And A.T. Perry was someone that snuck into my top 10 wide receivers list at the end of it all. Ended up as number 10 as a third-round grade for me. A tough kind of eval because he's so lanky. You don't see a lot of 6'4" receivers that are listed under 200 pounds, but there's some trade-offs there, right? Like, it allows him to be a really fleet of foot. He runs good routes. He's got a good release package. He's a little bit faster because he's a little bit lighter. So he ran a 4.45 at 6'3.5. Watching the guy move, there's very few players it reminded me of, but honestly, like AJ Green came to my mind with that really towering frame, but he's just really smooth and fast. Now, AJ Green was a special athlete. I don't know if I would say A.T. Perry's a special athlete. He's certainly a good one. But he has some drop issues, and because he is lighter, there is a trade-off there. It paints this huge target for physical defensive backs to kind of get their hands on him and slow him down and stunt his momentum, whereas, you know, the Mike Williams and T. Higgins of the world are able to run through that contact against these bigger corners. So he's a very good value at this point. And a potential starter on the outside for them. Jose Ramirez, good to the Bucks. Good pick here. I like it. I know Coleman loves Jose Ramirez. I had him as a 6th round to a priority grade. But he's just like a very sound player. Not a whole lot of traits there for him, though. But they don't mind undersized edge players there in Tampa. I think he'll have a chance to make the team. Really quick guy, ran a 6.95 3-cone. I have him as a potential role being that designated pass rusher role where he just comes in and, just all across the board. He's got excellent bull rush technique. He's got a great first step. He times the snap well. He fires off the ball. He's got good bend. Mixes in different swims and spins. But he's undersized. He doesn't have great speed. They probably see a lot of similarities to a guy like Shaq Barrett in his game, though. Honestly, from a size, athletic profile perspective, there's a lot of cross comparisons there. So I could see him maybe working out here as a 6th round pick. So good pick. And I am stunned by how many edge players have been drafted. I guess I'm not stunned. It's a deep class, but it's pretty crazy. There's probably been 30 edge players drafted. All right, Elijah Higgins to Miami is fascinating. I can see where he makes sense. He's a height, weight, speed project type. But in that offense, you can kind of picture a role for him as kind of that wing slot tight end type. Call it the Allen Lazard role in that offense. Call it the all right, now they're picking up the pace a little bit.
Yeah.
Hopefully that keeps up. But you look at all these Shanahan offenses. Tennessee, they've got Oh my gosh, at the tip of my tongue. Indiana, wide receiver. It's not going to come to me, but these big wide receivers. There's another one in San Francisco. The name recall at hour 5 of the stream here is escaping me, but it's dwindling. Yes, but anyway, big-bodied slot wide receiver, can block from the wing, down block, crack block, come open on crossing routes because he's big with 4.54 speed. Really isn't going to be asked to run a lot of difficult routes. Very simplified role. And, I like the fit. I didn't think he was all that good of a football player, but when you can picture him in an offense, he's got a very unique skill set, right? Like, you can picture a smart coordinator like Mike McDaniel finding a way to make him an effective player. Thank you. Juwan Jennings is the one in San Francisco, so he's kind of in that role. And then the Tennessee guy would be, this is driving me nuts, Westbrook Akine. Thank you, Nick. Westbrook Akine. So kind of a faster version of those players, but not as sound, not as good of a football player. Okay, Jarek Reed out of New Mexico State to Seattle. Let's see. Jarek Reed. I think he's on my watch list. I didn't get to him. So 5'9.5", 196 pounds, 4'4", 440, 38-inch vertical jump, 122-inch broad jump, 18 bench reps. This guy is at the top of my on the radar watch list because he tested so well. I mean, I'm assuming they see him as a very similar physical profile to Quandre Diggs and a potential guy to groom and replace him. I think that makes a ton of sense, honestly, based on the physical profile. Quandre Diggs is getting up there in age, so good pick. Good pick. I didn't get around to watching him, but I'm assuming I would have had a potential draftable grade on him if I did, just with that physical profile. And he's going to have a chance to compete on special teams while he does that.
We have some people asking who you think the biggest steal left is.
Biggest steal left. So I will first look at that tweet I had earlier today of the top 100 players. There's not a lot of my top 100 guys left. So those guys are all gone. Andrew Voorhees was on my list. Zach Kuntz, Raheem Jarrett, and Jalen Jones are all the players left in my top 100. So you got Andrew Voorhees, the guard, who's 26 years old, coming off the ACL injury. But if he didn't tear his ACL, probably would have been a third-round pick, maybe a second if someone didn't mind the age. Zach Kuntz, who we've talked about all day as the athletic, freaky tight end. Raheem Jarrett declares as a true junior, eerily familiar to Stephon Diggs coming out, who was a 5-star recruit, went to a poor Maryland program. Really athletic guy that just didn't put it all together in his time at college, but get him to the NFL with those tools. Like, he's a little bit smaller and not quite as athletic as Stephon Diggs, and he's not as good at winning contested balls as Stephon Diggs. But it is just reminiscent of Diggs, who did fall to the 6th round, so it's not crazy to bring that up. Jalen Jones, a slower corner, so I understand why he's falling, but I really just liked his tape. He declares as a true junior out of Texas A&M, someone that was a really sticky coverage corner, understood the position very well, and maybe could be a really good safety as well because he's got size. So those are going to be the 4 I'm going with there. All right. This is a name. Malasala Amavi Laulu. See how I did there? But I got to him earlier this week, and this is a fine pick. Dare I say, even like it at this point. We're, slowly approaching the 7th round. To me, he played tackle. I see him as a guard, but could potentially be a tackle. he's 320 pounds. He's a people mover. He's got good arm length. I think the tackle experience will help him at guard. He's got a really good anchor, as you'd expect. He can move people off the ball. He looked a little, and I'm one to talk, but he looked a little chunky. He only put up 18 bench reps, and I felt like he didn't have the best 320-pound weight on him. I would just say that. And I think a little bit better weight room output would be well utilized for him. I thought he had decent play strength, obviously at that size, but you want great play strength at that size. So, good pick. I think the Ravens could get something out of him. Scott Matlock. All right, to the Chargers. I like this pick. So, Matlock was strangely enough like one of the first players I watched in this draft. I think it was because I was watching some receiver that was playing Boise State's defense early on. They were one of the Senior Bowl guys. I can't remember who it would have been. But I was trying to fill out like anybody that was... I tried to evaluate multiple players at a time this year to kind of not have to redo certain games. But I got to Matlock, so he's actually one of the first interior players I had a grade on. And I was like, I don't know, he's kind of fun. He's really athletic. He plays hard. He lacks play strength almost entirely, but I felt like he had a really good first step and some pass rushing potential. And I kind of came back to him after getting through all the prospects. And I'm like, I think he's draftable. No one's really talking about this guy. He had a really good workout. So as a 6th round pick, a developmental player, I want to see him put on a little bit of functional play strength, but he's got the right tools for the position, I think. I ended up with a 6 to a priority free agent grade on him. So, I like the pick.
I'm so impressed that we're 200 people in and you still know all of these things about all of them.
I don't know. I if I meet someone in person, I forget their name immediately. Like, real life name recall is horrible for me, but if they play football, my brain is like, oh, I remember you. I remember.
I know every time a football name comes up, you are always like, oh yeah, didn't he get drafted in 2020 for blah, 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 but he never played. I don't know how you remember that.
Yeah.
Also, Josh Glazer, I believe.
Yeah?
There's a Glazer in the chat.
Really? Really?
So
Isn't that what I said?
I thought you said Matt.
No, I think I said Josh. I think I got it right.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. Hey, Josh. I don't know if you're still here, but...
It was very early in the stream.
Okay. I didn't think I was making that up. I was like, I'm pretty sure he was a fan of the channel. Was enjoying your dad's scotch throughout the last 2 days.
Probably more later.
Probably will be more later, yes. Brendo, I like those two players. I think we'll see them come off the board. I really like Lonnie Phelps, honestly. I think I had a I think Phelps might be my best edge player left, other than Andre Carter, who I still think is an interesting project. But I got Lonnie Phelps right behind him as a 4th to a 5th round grade. Almost identical grades on those two guys. He was a productive player, really athletic guy, bendy, like solid bend, good get off. Just needs to kind of learn some technique a little bit, but definitely has the tools worth gambling on. All right, Jarrett Patterson to the Texans. So the Texans are going to double dip on centers. I don't hate that strategy, especially because Scruggs was a little bit early for where I would have taken him in the 2nd round. Jarrett Patterson has light years of experience, solid athlete, lacks play strength. I think he's fine as a 6th round pick. I think he's, I'll even say like it, process wise. I'm gonna, when I get to my draft grades, I'm gonna try and get a little bit more distinctive with these grades, because I think there's a difference between agreeing with the process on picks and actually thinking the guy is gonna be an impact. So I'm gonna have to kind of navigate how that works. Because, like, I think the Texans drafting Jarrett Patterson is fine process. Would I bet on him turning into anything? Probably not, you know? Whereas, like, the Saints taking A.T. Perry, like, that could legit be a starter in the 6th round. So I'm gonna kind of revisit how I do these grades a little bit that make a little bit more sense, especially for the day 3 stuff. You know, I think doing letter grades for first, second, third round picks a little bit more self-explanatory, but I think you need a little bit more context for these later picks. Talk about Adam Troutman to Denver. I didn't see that happen. I'm assuming that was a late round pick for Troutman. He's a fine tight end. You know, Denver could certainly use some more help in that tight end room. They have some more, like, you know, the UCLA guy they drafted, Dulcich, was solid last year. Athletic guy, not much of a blocker, but Albert O has really struggled to develop. So I think as an inline guy, he makes sense. A good move for Denver. I think New Orleans has a lot of depth. I think it makes sense as a trade. You got Sean Payton obviously going to Denver, so there's a lot of connections there. I think probably made sense for that trade to happen. So Christian Braswell out of Rutgers goes to the Jags, and I didn't watch his tape. Let's see if he's on the watch list, though. No, he's not. So I will have to pull up the Dane Brugler beast here. Brass. All right, 5'10", 183, cornerback, ran a 4.47, 6'8", 3-cone, 40-inch vertical jump. Did I really not put him on my watch list? I should have. Dummy. Yeah. Those are great testing numbers. Probably a slot guy at 5'10", 132-inch broad jump. Yeah, I just overlooked those numbers. I tried to get all of the guys that were kind of like really good testers. Didn't have time to get to their tape, but definitely had the athletic tools. So I'll go like it here, man. Those are really good numbers for a slot corner position that they need. And sometimes these 6th, 7th undrafted slot corners are guys that can make starting lineups. So I like that pick for the Jags, even though I didn't watch them. And am I caught up on picks?
You're caught up on picks.
Okay, we got some super chats, though. You guys are awesome. Mark, thank you for joining us. Thanks for the super chat. Thomas asked, was it the military commitment that knocked Andre Carter? I don't think it was the military commitment. I think what it is he is a absolute twig at 6'6", north of 6'6". You know, he played at like 245, and you watch him at the Senior Bowl, and, you know, he looks like some guy that walked into Lifetime Fitness to play pickup basketball. Like, he does not look like a professional edge rusher, is what I'm saying. He looks more like a tight end, if anything. But his play strength is horrible. Like, when he lands his hands, when he's trying to hold up against the run, there's just nothing there. But when you play at Army, he has to stay in shape to go through all of their, like, you know, training regimens and all that stuff. So you can't really fill out. I think with Andre Carter, once he's removed from the military environment, can he get up to a more functional strength? Like, can he get up to 270 where he has really lightning quick feet? Can he be something like a Dylan Horton or a Viliami Fehoko maybe someday with his skill set? The biggest thing is he's just, not only does he lack play strength, he's not necessarily explosive either. He only ran a 4.9 140, a 30-inch vertical jump. He's just kind of an awkward athlete for the position he plays, but he's got skill. He's got a good feel for pass rushing. So I'd like to see him end up on one of these teams as a project, but he's gonna really need a weight program and a plan, and you're not probably getting anything from him year one. So a very unique profile. Definitely an acquired taste. So I understand why he's falling. I had a 4th to a 5th round grade on Andre Carter. I do think he should be drafted. Riley. Corey Trice, another guy that's a very talented player, very athletically gifted, big, good tape, but kind of a one-dimensional cornerback. And to me, Corey Trice really needs to play in a cover 3 system, needs to stay on the sideline, and those are just a bit of a dying breed. The days where there was 10 different Seattle 3 defenses spread throughout the league are kind of gone. You know, you look at Chicago being a fit there. Seattle still runs it. I think Denver could have been a fit. Carolina maybe. Teams that really emphasize cover 3 as a base coverage, it's kind of where you need to go. We did get a draft here, Amari Burney out of Florida to the Raiders. So Burney was, shout out to Burney if you're watching. We got a good friend Burney, but he was not Denzel Perriman. That's my pro comp for Ventrell Miller. He was the kind of like weak side running man. Burney was lighter player, 230 pounds. Did run a 4.5 40, good 3-cone, good shuttle. Hyper athletic 5th-year player that never really figured it out at Florida. But again, this is, I would have taken D Winters, Avon Pace for sure. But this is the range of draft athletes. Let them play special teams. Let them run and chase. And if you believe in the character, I can get behind a guy like Amari Burney in the 6th round. Vang, I do think Avon Pace will be drafted, but another guy that's kind of an acquired taste. Undersized linebacker, at his best when he's blitzing. So if you're not a heavy linebacker blitz team, he's going to be pushed down your board a little bit. But he should get drafted. I got a 4th to a 5th round grade on him. We still have another 80 picks or so, maybe 60 picks. Oh, Bernard Converse just went. So I got to him very late in the process. Ended up with a priority free agent grade on him. But 6 foot, corner, good arm length, good testing. This guy ran a 4.39 out of LSU. He, I think, transferred from Oklahoma State. Yeah, so Jarek Bernard Converse is a fantastic athlete, but is over-aggressive and loose in his coverage, leading to a boom-or-bust product on the field. His play was inconsistent enough to keep him out of the major showcase games and at the combine, but his pro day numbers are sure to give him an extended look, probably as a priority free agent is what I wrote. So, like, developmental, height, weight, speed type of corner in an opportunity with a good defensive staff to maybe get the most out of him. But definitely has some ways to go before he's in any starting corner conversations. Michael Gibbs, love our draft so far, but any reason the Falcons haven't gotten any impact edge rushers in years? Thought the draft or free agency was... you got some typos there, so I don't know what you're going for there, but they did sign some guys. They addressed it in free agency, right? They got... I like the Ebiketie pick last year. They signed Bud Dupree, Calais Campbell. They brought in David Onyemata. They drafted Zach Harrison this year. I think they're sure you could have taken, although you couldn't have taken Tyree Wilson. He was gone. I'm okay with the way they've handled it. You definitely could have invested a little bit more in it, but I thought they made a couple decent free agent signings, honestly. So,
who's this new head coach the Texans have hired? They just traded up.
DeMeco Ryans. So DeMeco he's been the defensive coordinator for the Niners for a couple years, and he was in the head coach mix last year. Came back, had another great year. really, really great hiring for them. Like, he, compared to the last two hires that were like kind of phony hires, that was like legit getting, and they were lucky because he played for the Texans. So he was kind of coming home as a kind of savior type. If he had never played for the Texans, I don't think a good candidate like that would have been considering Houston. But he's obviously like attracted free agents. I'm very excited for the Texans. Texans fans deserve this.
And how do you think they've drafted overall?
Pretty good.
Comparatively.
Pretty good. I thought they reached in the second round, but they traded a lot to go get Will Anderson, but they're going to be a relevant football team again, which, just get a good culture and start building. It's like, it's time. It wasn't perfect, but last year's draft I thought was pretty good. Really excited to see Derek Stingley with D'Amico Ryans, first round pick last year at corner. So, all right. And they just took Xavier Hutchinson. So Hutchinson's he's a very solid football player. I liked his tape. Super productive guy. He is a value at this point. A lot of people were surprised when he didn't make my top 10 wide receivers list back in February. He's my 24th wide receiver, but I do have a 4th to a 5th round grade on him. He's just not an explosive player, right? He's got like legit 4.58, 4.6 speed. He's going to struggle to separate a little bit, but I think he's skilled enough at the position. He's physical enough where he can play special teams and he can kind of hang around as depth for a while. So probably just too skilled of a receiver to pass up for them at that point. Andre Yosefis to the Bengals. There you go, Teddy. So a couple really good depth picks for the Bengals here in day 3. And a couple different skill sets. So they take a slot guy in Charlie Jones, who was a 4th round grade for me with a 6.15 grade. And then they take Andre Yosefis, who's a completely different player, but also a 4th round grade with a 6.15. So you're getting two identically graded players who basically play different positions. One's a slot receiver, one's a deep threat. Yosefis actually brings a little bit of a speed element that you don't really have with guys like T. Higgins. And, Jamar Chase is a great deep threat, but he's not always running deep. So you're mixing in a couple different skill sets. They all of a sudden have excellent depth in that wide receiver room. If someone goes down, you've got some guys that can make plays. So I love this pick. I think it's great value for the Bengals. Andrew, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate the support. Thank you for watching.
Ooh, your Packers picked this one already.
Hey, they took a kicker. We love taking kickers. Michael Gibbs, also, thank you for the super chat. I agree. I just don't know if the opportunities have necessarily been there for Atlanta to take those super edge guys. But I think they're working on it. Maybe they would have taken Tyree Wilson if he was there this year. I'm not sure. All right, so Packers take a kicker. It's fine. 6th round, take a kicker. They got a million picks here. We'll see if he's any good. Mason Crosby is he's been holding on to his job by a string the last few years.
Waxer says, I'm broke right now, but I just want to say I love your content so much.
Thanks, Whacker. Appreciate you. Hey, we can see round 7 in sight. They've picked up the pace a little bit.
Totally picked up the pace.
Yeah, we'll see if this kicker is going to be able to compete with Crosby. Who knows? Someone else probably does. Not me. I didn't watch the kickers.
We keep saying every year that I need to analyze the kickers.
Yeah, I really want to. Seriously, that would be. It's not. You could handle it. Give legit kicker special team analysis. Read off his percentage, like look up a couple stats on like their ball velocity or like something. I don't know. You could do it. You only have to rank like 5 or 6 players. Next year. Should I tease our podcast? That was not very sure. There's a lot of girlfriends and wives watching right now. It'd be a good opportunity to do it. So keep an eye out. We have talked about doing a kind of a what's the name of the podcast that we were?
I don't know. Like Footballs for Dummies.
It's not Footballs for Dummies. I have it in my notes. Let me grab it. It's a commercial break. We gotta eat up some time here before they rattle off some more picks. It's a great name for the podcast. How to Football. It's a show designed for all of the girlfriends, wives, moms that,
or just people who want to
or
learn fit.
well, it is for anybody that is like maybe a little bit new to football. It can be an overwhelming game and you want to be interested, but it's a little bit too much at first. There's so many people that I've talked to that are like, I want to know what you're talking about, but just don't. So we want to talk about like, you know, starting with the fundamentals. What does each position do? How to play fantasy football? Like just kind of like introducing football in a fun way. And just kind of seeing where it goes. So that's a kind of a pet project over the summer for us that we're maybe going to do together with Teddy, of course, as well.
All right, you got
Eric Hallett. Eric Hallett out of Pittsburgh.
the second.
Eric Hallett the second. I apologize to Eric Hallett's father. I watched the other Pittsburgh safety, Brandon Hill. I did not watch Eric Hallett. So they just kind of went down the board for a freak athlete that I didn't watch. Let's see if, you know, again, I tried to find the measurable guys. All right, so 5'9", 195 pounds, ran a 4.49, 6.843 cone. Yeah, really good testing numbers. He is probably viewed as a slot/strong safety. They've just taken a couple athletes. They need some help in that slot corner area, whether it's at strong safety or at slot corner. So, yeah, I like it. Didn't get around to watching them, but I love athletic profiles like that. You know, once you get into this part of the field or part of the draft, there's certainly some players that their tape stands out better than others, but they're usually inferior athletes. So you're talking about less upside, and they're probably not good enough to be starters anyway. So it's like, why not take the guys that can stand out athletically? If you coach them up, maybe you can turn them into a starter. So totally fine with this process by the Jags, just targeting a couple of really athletic kind of slot type players. Tyler. You still don't have a starting level safety. There were rumors of John Johnson. I could see it. There's scheme connections there. Maybe an Adrian Amos. But yeah, I really like the Chargers draft. They've taken a lot of my guys here. And then the Seagull. Thank you for the super chat, you guys. Any thoughts on Dwayne McBride still out there? I think it's a lot of it is medicals. He didn't get to run much. He did. I think he ultimately did do his 40, and it might have even been his own private workout. But obviously, he is one of the best players available. Actually, I don't have a 40 time written down for Dwayne McBride. I feel like he may have snuck one in a private workout, but he was still fighting through injuries. So it could just be a medical thing with Dwayne McBride. Also, lower level of competition, running back position. You know, it's not the craziest fall in the world. Okay. Demario Douglas. There you go, New England. Very fun pick. Let me update the graphic here, and then I'll give you the Demario Douglas analysis. So, Indy's on the clock. Patriots coming. And then... So, I really like Demario Douglas. I felt like his tape was better than maybe someone like we were just talking up the Chargers, but I thought he was a better kind of gadget guy than the TCU kid that they took several rounds ago. Darius Davis, right? Both the double Ds. But yeah, Douglas is really explosive. I really felt like he was kind of budget Nathaniel Dell in this draft. And he for the Patriots who just don't have a lot of juice, you know, they got big-bodied guys, they got slot guys, they don't have a lot of speed. They do have Tyquan Thornton as a true deep threat. But dude, I want all of you guys, whether it's after this stream or right now while we're waiting for them to take forever to make these picks, the Colts just took an edge out of Wagner. Boy, do you think he had a freaky testing score based on how the Colts draft? But Demario Douglas, I had a 4th to a 5th round grade on him. Not that far behind Tank Dell. Really good route runner. Excellent athletic ability. Tested incredibly well. 4.4, 440, 39.5-inch vertical jump. You know, he reminds me, I've got an Isaiah McKenzie comp on him. He reminded me a little bit as well of that... God, there was that wide receiver that I fell in love with that was right there with like Rondale Moore that went to the Bucks that I thought was going to be so good that never worked out with Tom Brady. Anyway, I love this pick for the Patriots. Dare I say, even a steal. And then the Colts just took the kid out of Wagner, who I think was on my watch list. Yep, Titus Leo, 6'3", 245. Pretty good athlete. Ran a 4.69, 129-inch broad jump is really impressive.
What position?
Edge, Titus Leo, out of Wagner to the Colts. So, yeah, I mean, small school guy. He had crazy tackle production. They might even see him as a linebacker. I don't know. Brandon, we just did a huge Andre Carter breakdown. Like, you just missed it like 5-10 minutes ago. But to summarize, really lanky guy that couldn't put on weight because of the military program. And he's a project that's going to need to kind of transform his body because he's not an explosive player to win as a speed rusher. And then, yeah, the Giants had a pick in there somewhere, too. Is that what you're...
I did not get a Giants pick. Sorry.
I also had another super chat.
Can I just get
Yep.
up to date here?
From Louis or Luis. Thank you for the super chat. Dude, the Colts have been absolutely killing it. I am so excited to get to our draft grades videos and just rave about this Colts draft. The Colts fans are hating this draft? Well, they're idiots. I'm just saying. This is an amazing draft. This is a rock star, like very memorable, like not generational draft, but you know what I'm saying. Like as I think back over the last few years, this is one of the better ones I can remember. Yeah, Jalen Darden. Demario Douglas reminds me a lot of Jalen Darden, who I loved in that draft.
I'll try and pull up that Giants pick. Sorry, I had to answer the door.
I think I have it up on my laptop, the pick tracker.
I'm gonna use your charger.
Okay, there you go.
Well, we can look that up after this Cowboys pick.
There's Deuce Vaughn off the board to the Dallas Cowboys. There you go. We don't need to go back for the Giants. They took Trey Hawkins out of Old Dominion. I didn't have an eval on him. I don't think was even on my radar. Yep, he was. I'm just kidding, you guys. He was actually at the very top of my watch list here. Height, weight, speed type. Very much a Dan Quinn project. So he would get a like it grade from me. Good athlete, 4.4 speed at 6'1.5", a little bit slender at 188 pounds, 37.5-inch vertical, 129-inch broad jump, 6'7", 4.3 cone. Really good testing numbers out of Old Dominion. Set school records for tackles is what I have in my notes. So he's going to be able to play special teams and buy himself some time to develop. So definitely someone to keep an eye on as a potential surprise pick.
And for those that are listening, that was to the Giants. And now we have Deuce Vaughn to the Cowboys.
Yeah, you actually helped correct me there because I said Dan Quinn thinking it was Cowboys because I saw the logo. But yeah, that was for the Giants. So good pick for the Giants, Trey Hawkins. And then the Cowboys take Deuce Vaughn, the running back, the Teddy Whitman comparison. 5'5", tiny little scat back. The best thing you can say about him is the last time a player his size succeeded was literally out of Kansas State. Darren Sproles had a great career for multiple teams. There is a world where Deuce Vaughn turns into Darren Sproles. There's a world where he just is too small to make it work. He's 179 pounds. I think Darren Sproles was a little bit heavier, but hyper quick. He's so low to the ground that, and I like this pick. I did have a kind of a later day 3 grade on him. I think this is a good spot for him, where he's going to be a role player. He always was going to be, but he's just a fun player, man. He's like the guy that everybody wants to succeed, even if he's a Dallas Cowboy. He's a really instinctive pass catcher out of the backfield. I think he's going to be able to do that. But as a runner, I did want to like him. He has some explosive runs where he kind of gets lost in the backfield and kind of sneaks through, and those are good to see. But on a, like his highlight reel, I think is a lot more exciting than when you actually watch his game tape, because he kind of has a boomer bust production, honestly. There's a lot of plays where, like, man, that size is just tough. And his speed, it's weird. Like, he has breakaway speed at the second level, but when he tries to, like, bounce runs, I felt like he was getting caught more often than not. So, fun pick. I like the pick. Really going to be pulling for this guy. He's going to have an uphill battle. The odds are stacked against him at that size. But I'm really happy he got drafted. He deserved to get drafted. He's a hell of a football player. So let's see what he can do.
You have some very generous super chats to respond to. Unless I missed you responding to them.
I did not. Yes, thank you guys. Michael Gibbs, very generous. Thank you. Zach, Brandon, Kyle, you guys are awesome. The support from all you guys this weekend has been incredible. Michael says, this is the least I can do for making my car rides to and from work enjoyable for the last 3 months. Good. I'm glad you've enjoyed the content, man. Thanks for showing your support.
Yes, super generous. Thank you so much.
We'll get to the rest of you guys here in just a second. The Cardinals pick is in. They take Dante Stills. At this point, I think it's fine. He's a hybrid defensive end. He played a lot of edge at West Virginia. I found myself liking him the more and more I saw from him. He's probably never going to be a starter, right? And that's fine in the 6th round. Let me read his bio. I can't remember if I had him as an interior guy or as an edge. He was actually my interior 16, so him, PJ Mustipher, and Keandre Coburn, very close grades, all my best players available. But one of these guys that I've got him graded differently depending on where you're playing him. So, like, for his overall run defense grade, for example, As an interior player, he gets a D+ from me, but as an edge run defender, he gets a B-. Very much, if you want him to defend the run, you want him as a 5 technique, taking on tackles where he can use his size, but inside he gets mauled to death inside there because he doesn't have the size to be a good fold down interior player. But Stills is a tweener with some outstanding flashes in his game. He's got an outstanding first step that can lead to huge splash plays in the backfield. Smooth athleticism, making him effective on stunts and counter moves. He can set a hard edge when played on. Geez, it's a hard read here, but can set a hard edge when played outside of the tackle box, which are all useful tools that will play at the next level. I go on a little bit further there, but he's got a variety of different ways that he wins as a pass rusher. I like the way he plays the run. He just can only do so much at his size. So as a kind of a move him around, rotational backup, very solid pick for the Cardinals, who continue to address the trenches, which I am so excited for Cardinals fans that's the direction they're going. But they've made some good cornerback picks as well. I just like their draft. I'm excited to recap that one.
The chat is saying that Vaughn's dad was the one that called him from the Cowboys, draft room. He's a minority owner.
Oh, really?
That's pretty cool, huh?
That is pretty cool. That's awesome. Zach, in terms of QB1 Dynasty, who are some of these... Oh, I'm sorry. In terms of one QB Dynasty, who are some of these day 3 guys you'll find yourself targeting? I mean, I would just say that, did Tanner McKee get picked? Or is he still there? I thought he did, but I can't remember where.
Didn't he go to the Patriots?
No. Where the heck did Tanner McKee go? This is driving me crazy.
Eagles.
Oh, Eagles. I mean, the only other guy, Tanner McKee, I think has starting potential, but obviously he's not going to be playing anytime soon going to Philadelphia. I don't think you really need to draft him or anything, but the only other guy would be I think Jake Haener would be someone to kind of keep an eye on with Derek Carr there. Other than that, I just see everyone else as kind of good backup picks, honestly. Stetson Bennett to the Rams has a lot of potential for fantasy, especially because he's going to be a running threat, and Stafford. Honestly, that might be the best answer there, because if he gets in there, he's going to give you good fantasy numbers because they're going to get him going as a runner. So those would be your names there. Brandon, thoughts on Ryan Hayes and Ronnie Bell, the Michigan guys? Very underwhelming evaluations to me. Ryan Hayes, I like him better as a guard. I could see him as a good day 3 pick as a guard. He is one of the worst, if not the worst, pass protectors against the bull rush in this class. And Lucas Van Ness took him for a ride in that Michigan game. Short arms, doesn't have play strength, but a very functional run blocker with some good athleticism. So he's not a complete waste, but underwhelming to say the least. Really bad Senior Bowl from Ryan Hayes. Ronnie Bell, I like the story. The comeback is great. He's an NFL athlete, could surprise, but I just didn't see a great route runner. I didn't see a great ball winner. I could take or leave Ronnie Bell, really. Kyle Miller, huge props for your dedication. Thank you, Kyle.
You also have a pick that you have to respond.
Sitting here with the deep analysis on each pick is no small feat. I do appreciate it. A lot of time went into these evaluations. That's why I get a little bit heated when people are like, when I criticize a draft pick and they're like, you don't know anything until 3 years from now. It's like, yeah, well, I spent a lot of time on this, and actually you go back the last few draft grades, of course I'm not right about everybody. Neither are the NFL GMs. I'm just, here to provide the feedback and give my honest opinion. So it is more of a celebration here today of all of that prep than anything. But thank you guys for the great super chats. All right, so the Patriots just took some speed. Not even kidding. They took Amir speed, but is genuinely a very fast corner. This is a 6'3", 209-pound corner that ran a 4.33, and for that to get drafted, no matter what you did, is definitely not a surprise. Now he did other like 6.99 3-cone. Here's what I wrote about him in my summary. He didn't get a final grade for me. I didn't end up getting around to actually watching him. But height, weight, speed prospect, might even get Amir Speed drafted. There you go. But he couldn't get on the field at Georgia in 5 seasons there and spent the majority of his 1 year starting at Michigan State getting torched by Big Ten receivers. Amazing name, though. Maybe I had a glass of scotch or something when I wrote that one, but honestly, he doesn't have good tape, but he's an athlete. Very reminiscent of them bringing in guys like Jonathan Jones, Keon Crossan, try to get his technique up to speed and see what you got there. All right, Zach Evans to the Rams at this point. Good pick. We had Connor Rogers and Trevor Sikkema on the My Guys, Not My Guys show, and Connor Rogers picked Zach Evans as a not my guy, and I agreed, like, this, D winners to the Niners. There you go, you guys. Hell yeah, great pick. But basically, Zach Evans was hyped up early on in the process, was the number 1 recruit coming out, and just, like, never really showed much at Ole Miss. He was fine, but even to this day, he comes out as a true junior, declares early, ran a decent 40, decent 3-cone. Like, there's some tools there. He wasn't a certifiably bad player at Ole Miss, but really just not a lot of creativity as a runner. He's fine. I think he could be a solid backup. He's young. But yeah, D winners to the Niners. Great pick, man. I think this is a steal. This is exactly where you draft and develop linebackers. Really fast player. I think his second last game of his career at TCU against Michigan in the college football semifinal was the best game any linebacker in this class has on tape. He was all over the field. Maybe the biggest reason TCU won that game. Ultimately, he had a pick 6. He had a bunch of run stops. He was incredible in that game. You watch the rest of his games, and that guy was nowhere to be found. But he ran a 4.49 40. Clearly has some instincts. You get him in as a backup, let him run and chase on special teams. The Niners have developed guys at this position. I will not be surprised if D Winners is eventually like a Dre Greenlaw replacement in like 3 or 4 years. And for that to be in the 6th round, I think that's exactly how you play it. Matthew, are you another person asking? Oh, I think I missed I got this question before asking about the Kansas guys. I think I answered about Lonnie Phelps, but I didn't talk about Earl Bostic. Whether this is another super chat from you and I missed the first one, I do apologize, or I didn't finish answering your question, or if this is just another diehard Kansas fan, that's crazy, asking the same question. But I will repeat on Lonnie Phelps. Really good athlete, developmental edge player. I like him. He should get drafted. And then Earl Bostic, likewise, really athletic lineman. I believe he's the guy that is new to the position, right? Double super senior, 6 years in college. But yeah, converted to tight end in 2019. So he needs to continue developing his technique and his play strength, but definitely a draftable guy with really good upside, good size, good athleticism. So I expect him to come off the board here at some point soon.
Don't stress, but you have to evaluate a punter for Cincinnati.
Hey, I actually like it. Their punter has been like the worst in the league for a long time, so they really don't have a whole lot of needs left to fill. They don't have any, honestly. So at this point, I like it. I don't know if he's any good, but it's basically a 7th round pick.
His name sounds like he's a punter.
Yeah, Brad Robbins.
Yeah. It's a good punter name.
It's getting kind of warm. You want to just throw that in the freezer for me?
You want this? Well,
No, that's okay.
Okay. In the freezer?
Yeah, just throw it in the freezer and we'll grab it in a little bit. So Michigan must have had some pretty dang good special teams. If they had a kicker drafted third round, right? That's where the Niners kicker came from, I believe.
So, not to take away from the NFL, but are the XFL playoffs starting today?
Great question. I think maybe. Unless they get a week off before.
No, I don't know if we ever confirmed. Let's see.
So the Bears take Travis Bell out of Kanisa State? I think he's on my watch list. Let's see. Yep. So another one of these like athletic small school guys. He's 6 foot 310. I love that easy leverage profile. 30 bench press reps. So I didn't get around to watching him. I didn't have a whole lot of Kanisa State tape sitting around, unfortunately, but at this point, can't argue with the process. So just fine. They've really addressed interior. They took a bunch of athletes there. Very much a Matt Eberflus approach. This is what he did in Indianapolis, was just take a bunch of athletes. – 7 p.m. is the first XFL game tonight.
Okay, who's playing? Let's see. Houston Roughnecks and Arlington Renegades.
It's a clash of titans.
Your DC Defenders play tomorrow.
They're going to win it all, baby. Go Defenders. All right, there you go, Detroit. Antoine Green. Really like this pick for them. So Antoine Green, chat, you guys remember Diami Brown? How much we liked him? Antoine Green stepped in to the Diami Brown role after he left, obviously. And he kind of, like, the offense wasn't as good, but he kind of balled out. Like, he is a really good deep threat skill set. He's my wide receiver 31, but a day 3 draftable grade. He's got upside as a deep threat. This is very much the kind of player that they needed to kind of plug in. You know, I think a perimeter receiver is something they missed out on in this draft, but I can get behind Antoine Green, man. He ran a 4.47, 6.99 3-cone. Like, physically speaking, is very similar to Diami Brown. I thought he showed good route running, but likewise with Diami Brown, they just didn't ask him to do a whole lot in that offense. So I like this pick a lot. I think he has starter upside, but if nothing else, I think he's going to be a good 4th wide receiver. Airborne J, truth.
Thank
Truth.
You, Airborne. That was really kind. Thank you.
Oh, Jets, Zach Kuntz, there it is. I haven't hit a soundbite yet.
You like that? You like that?
Awesome. Man, that's fun. So this guy, you got Zach Kuntz. Unreal athlete. Literally the best athletic testing ever for a tight end to come out. I can't believe it took till the 7th round to hear his name called. I would have been floored if he didn't go. He was my number 7 tight end. I had a 3rd round grade on Zach Kuntz. I get it. You know, his tape is a bit sloppy. It's not perfect, but it's not like he didn't produce, right? So athletic testing, he ran a 4. To begin with, by the way, he's 6'7", 255 pounds. He's got good wingspan, you name it. He is Darnell Washington's size. Ran a 4.55 40, a 1.57 10-yard split, which is one of the best in the class. So he's not slow out of his stance. A 40-inch vertical jump, 128-inch broad jump. Those are like best in class. Somehow hit a 6'8", 7'3" cone. If those numbers mean nothing to you, this dude is a freak. Certified freak. My high-end comp for him is Jimmy Graham. Let's go through the Zach Kuntz write-up here. It's a lot, but his background's really interesting. So Kuntz is quite literally the perfect physical specimen for a coach to develop at tight end. He's every bit of 6'7" with excellent speed, lateral movement skills, leaping ability, arm length, hand size, etc., etc., etc. There is not a single aspect to his physical profile that doesn't test or look on paper as elite. And while it would be near impossible for a human being to live up to those testing numbers on film, he passes the eye test as a special athlete relative to his size on tape. The holdup, he is 24 years old with just 15 starts under his belt. He had to leave Penn State to earn legitimate playing time. That said, he had to gain muscle first, was listed at 235 pounds in his freshman year at Penn State, and had just hit real NFL tight end playing weight of 255 pounds in his 5th season. So he had a lot of time to put on weight there. Not to mention there were NFL prospects in front of him, by the way. We saw Brenton Strange go in the 2nd round. He was behind Pat Freiermuth when he got there. So there's a reason for his lack of playing time there. There was real players there. Where was I? In 2021, playing at around 245 pounds in his 4th season, Kuntz quickly emerged as the focal point of Old Dominion's passing game, racking up an impressive 73 receptions for 692 yards. This was in his first year when he arrived at Old Dominion after leaving Penn State. He was on a similar trajectory in 2022, only to get injured in Week 5, where he went on to miss the remainder of the season. While he is raw when it comes to his blocking technique and ability to consistently use his size to play through contact down the field, he has solid hands, he runs crisp routes, is a high-effort run blocker, and was an effective one relative to his level of competition, all which make his tape very appealing. I try to paraphrase and then I get myself in trouble. Anyway, his tape ain't that bad for a dude that's this freaky. You can explain his career trajectory with how long it took him to get up to size. He was producing at Old Dominion. If he didn't get hurt, I think you're talking about a guy that could have been a 2nd-round pick that put up 1,000 yards and 15 touchdowns. Like, he was on a crazy path. So I don't understand how you let this guy fall this far for the Jets. I get the level of competition thing. I get it took a while to get here, but to me, he's just playing his best ball. And now the Colts, man, continue to kill it. Jalen Jones is one of the best players available. I'm in shock with how well they're doing, man. This is a all-time memorable draft with what they're doing. This is another certified steal. I had a 3rd to a 4th round grade on Jones. And here's what I really like about this pick. The Colts all day and all draft have just been drafting RAS guys, right? They've gone athlete, uber freak. Let's get all this nasty athleticism. But at some point, they're like, well, there's a guy whose tape was really freaking good, and he might not be the best athlete, but he's a damn good cornerback. He can play cover 3, can play safety for them. You know, it's a corner that ran a 4.58, but he's one of the stickier corners in this draft. I was kind of dreading getting to his tape because I saw his athletic profile, and I was like, you know, I can't imagine this guy being all that good. But, dude, he is really quick-witted, really instinctive, and I like the idea of like, all right, we've taken all these athletes. Let's take a guy who's just a good football player. So very, very good pick for the Colts to mix things up a little bit, not go too far into the athlete bucket. I can't wait to break down the Colts draft. Vikings are up. It feels like the Vikings have made 3 picks this entire weekend.
Are we going to get a skull chant finally if it's good?
Sure.
We've got some Minnesota folks in the chat.
Mm-hmm. Free fall. Yeah, Jalen Jones is definitely a good depth piece, but honestly, I think he could be a starter. Like, I really like his tape. He's got size. He's a true junior. He played in the SEC. He was productive. Very kind of like Rasul Douglas-esque. There he is. All right, we'll do a skull for Dwayne McBride. Skull. 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 Dude. Cringy?
Yeah.
What would you expect? Did you expect it not to be cringy? Man, a lot of great players coming off the board here, man. Dwayne McBride is, to me, one of the best running backs in this draft. A potential starter replacement for Dalvin Cook. Seriously, this guy is similar to Jalen Jones, like not the best athlete, not going to blow you away with his measurables, but his vision, the way he runs his feet, the way he sets up blocks and can anticipate pursuit angles, there is still a skill involved at the running back position. And sure, he might not ever be a super starter, but I mean, this guy's a really good football player, and they have running back questions. To steal him at this point is an excellent draft pick for the Minnesota Vikings. I don't know if there's health questions with him, so we'll see if that maybe surfaces, but
This punter, Ethan Evans, got selected by the Rams and has no school. So apparently they did not evaluate him either.
it says Wingate.
Oh, did I miss it? Okay, well. Sorry, Evan. Ethan
Evans.
Poor-
Evan Ethan.
Poor Ethan Evans.
Yep, we're fine with it. Dare I say, I'll even say I like it, because it's a win if you don't take a punter before the 6th round if you need one. Show some restraint, teams. Justin Wilson says, I know where Wingate is. It's impressive.
Is that not the school from the blind side?
What, are they taking him right out of high school? Can't play for 3 years? Okay, Falcons pick coming in. This dude is dressed to the T. I love it.
Wow. Where did
Ooh, DeMarco Hellams in the 7th round. I can definitely get behind that. Hellams is funny. He one of the first players I watched, because I was doing Hendon Hooker's eval, watching the Alabama game, and I was like, okay, who the hell is number 2, and why is he the worst player I've ever seen in an Alabama Crimson Tide jersey? His game against the I almost said the Titans, against Tennessee, the Vols, probably cost him at least 2 rounds of draft capital, if not 3. It was horrible. He is a wildly aggressive safety. He takes the cheese on everything. He sees a pump fake. He says a route fake. He's going to trigger. Even if he thinks you're going to stop on a hitch route, he's going to start running. So, like, I don't even think you can really, truly coach that out of him. I don't know if he's ever going to be a starter. But I obviously got to see more and more of him, because you watch, as you do all these players, you watch like every single Alabama game at some point. And other than the Tennessee game, he kept making plays, and I'm like, all right, he's a playmaker, man. Like, he's aggressive for a reason. He's got a really nice first step. He loves to hit. He is instinctive. It's just those instincts got him in a ton of trouble in the Tennessee game. But as a special teamer, love it. This guy loves to hit. He's fast. And then I even like him in like dime packages. If you want to run zone and drop 7 guys into coverage, and you want to put him instead of a linebacker and just put him in the hook zone area and just let him read the quarterback's eyes and take risks from a spot that, you know, unlike from, you know, quarters safety like he was playing against Tennessee, where he jumps and then Jalen Hyatt is 15 yards behind him. You know, you jump him from a hook curl, if he guesses wrong, okay, all you're doing is giving up a 15-yard dig. You're not giving up a 60-yard go ball. So I kind of like DeMarco Hellams for what he is as a role player and a special teamer. I'd be surprised if he ever emerged as a starter. He'd have to really learn how to balance his aggressiveness, but fun player, honestly. With one pick left, what are the chances the Colts get an A from me? I think this is almost assuredly gonna be an A+ graded draft for the Colts. Not to spoil it, but I think I already have spoiled that. I love what they've done. If there's Colts fans saying they don't like their draft, I could not disagree with you anymore. Matt says we call him DeMarco. What the hellums you doing? Definitely in that Tennessee game, especially. That's hilarious. I mean, even if he has to come in and give you a backup start, if your safety goes down for a week, he's at least going to give you he's either going to give you an amazing game from safety, or I mean, he could win you or lose you a game because he's so aggressive back there.
So Atlanta gets another pick, and then Jacksonville gets 2 picks.
Yes, sir, Jackson. I will be getting to work on the divisional draft grades videos very soon. I don't know if I will jump right into it tonight, but certainly tomorrow. I don't know if my voice can handle it at the moment, but
I work a 24-hour shift tomorrow, so you have plenty of time.
yeah. Okay, Jovan Gwynn out of South Carolina. He's a good athlete. I don't know. I didn't think he was all that draftable, but we're in the 7th round. It is what it is. I will give this one a fine. I don't see him being much, but he had a good workout. He's 6'1.5". He's shorter, but he can get off the ball. He's got decent play strength. He's got a ton of experience. We'll see if he makes the team. So it was 225. How many picks did we determine are in the draft? Was it 255? Is that what it was? Yeah, I'm with you, Moon God. Moro Ojamo would have been a really good pick for the Falcons there. Is Zach Kuntz to the Jets the steal of the draft? It's up there. I think I might have to give that to Adebawore or DeJuan Jones in terms of total value. There was another one today that we were putting in that mix. I can't remember who it was. But it's definitely up there, man. To get him in the 7th round is insane. But, unlike, Adebawore, I think is going to be an impactful player. I think DeJuan Jones can be a starting right tackle. Zach Kuntz, it's there is a world where he was at Old Dominion for a reason, and he's soft and he's not very good. But I think his profile is absolutely worth it. So there are 200. Oh, nope, it refreshed. I was like, there's only 248 picks in the draft.
There was 253. There's 259?
259, yep. Only 33 more picks to go.
This round has been going very fast.
I bet they rip both these off in a row, right? Back to back. Cooper Hodges out of App State. So he is not someone I watched. Again, don't have a lot of Appalachian State tape sitting around, but he was on my watch list. So, good workout. Ran a 5'10", 29-inch vertical jump is pretty good for O-line. 29 bench reps. 51 starts at right tackle for Appalachian State. But his stature will likely have teams seeing him making a move inside with his frame. His experience and good athletic profile give him a shot at making a jump up from the Sun Belt Conference. So, he's played a lot of games, solid athlete. You gotta like it. You know, I'd almost rather take, like, you know, take a guy that dominated. Like, you get back-to-back center picks there, right? Take a guy that dominated at a low level of competition over a guy like Jovan Gwynn that he just, you know, he was so fine, he was so meh in the SEC. At least take a guy that, like, maybe that would translate to the next level. I would prefer to go that route than a guy like Jovan Gwynn. I'm not. It's pretty unsubstantial either way, but that's just like, that's the way I would approach it personally. I'm not necessarily criticizing the Falcons for taking Gwynn. Okay, Raymond Vahasek out of UNC. Another guy I didn't get to and did not make my watch list. So I will pull up the handy dandy Dane Brugler beast on this one. Let me kind of take the wheel for a second. Question is, how do I spell this? Vohasek.
Vohasek.
Vohasek. Okay, so he was 68th on the list from Brugler, 6'2", 306 pounds, 507.40. Decent agility scores, 25-inch vertical jump. Didn't do the bench. I, unfortunately, really don't have anything to say about that one. I mean, he's not the biggest guy. Like, why wouldn't you take... I mean, there's still guys that I think... You know, guys like Moro Ojamo, still there. I don't know. Some of these picks, it's like, I'm trying to be nice, but also, like, there are guys that I think are better players, but I can't really say that because I didn't watch him play. Maybe he's a steal.
How do you think the Ravens have drafted this far? I feel like we haven't...
A little quiet.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything that I was like, oh, what are they doing? But, well, they also didn't have a second-round pick because they traded for Roquan. I mean, the Zay Flowers pick was fun. I thought the edge they took out of Ole Miss has an interesting background. Could be a nice sleeper. But, yeah, they took a couple corners that I thought were decent picks. But, yeah, they've been a little quiet. They haven't had any picks where I'm like, wow. What's Lucas Van Ness's ceiling? Seems like a guy they drafted to help with run defense. But is elite pass rush defensive player of the year level play within his range of outcomes? I mean, that's pretty damn high. I think his upside is fantastic. I think his power has a chance to be truly elite power, Rashawn Gary type of stuff. Like, honestly, Rashawn Gary might be his upside as a player. I don't know that they necessarily took him to help with run defense. I don't think they view him that way. That's not how I view him. Oh, Colton Dowell got drafted?